My son banned me for daughter-in-law's rich dad. I paid $3,600 month for grandson. A background check, and my receipts destroyed their fake lives. I was in my garage in Portland, meticulously sanding down the curved armrest of a restored 1920s oak dining chair, when my phone buzzed violently against the wooden workbench. It was a miserable, gray Thursday afternoon in late November. The kind of relentless, bone-chilling Pacific Northwest day that settles over the city like a heavy, wet wool blanket. I'd been working through a mental list of small, tedious household repairs and woodworking projects I'd been putting off since the summer heat faded. I wiped a thick layer of pale sawdust off my calloused hands with a rag, picked up the phone, and adjusted my reading glasses. I was expecting a mundane reminder from my cardiologist, or perhaps a text from my old college buddy, Thomas, about our upcoming Sunday morning fishing trip on the Columbia River. Instead, the screen illuminated with a text from my daughter-in-law, Sarah. It was brief, just 3 lines, but the tone was immediately off. "Hi Arthur, hope you're doing well and staying dry. Can you check your email when you get a chance? I sent you something important regarding the upcoming holidays. Thanks, Sarah." I stared at the screen for a long moment. Nobody in the history of families sends a formal, sterile email about the holidays unless the news inside it is designed to keep you at arm's length. I set down the piece of fine grit sandpaper, brushed the dust from my flannel shirt, and walked inside the house. I poured myself a tall glass of ice water, pulled out a kitchen chair, and flipped open my laptop on the island counter. The subject line of the email read, "Christmas plans, wanted to give you plenty of notice." I double-clicked it and read the words slowly, letting each sentence process. "Hi Arthur, hope you're keeping warm down there. Julian and I have been talking extensively with my dad, Richard. Since he's flying in from Dallas for the full week of Christmas, we've decided to keep Christmas Day itself strictly for our immediate household. It'll be a lot to manage with the kids' routines, the noise levels, and everything else, and we really want the actual holiday to feel calm, intimate, and cozy. We are, of course, so incredibly grateful for all the ongoing support you've given us, especially with Leo's therapy costs this year. We were thinking maybe you could come by on the 27th or 28th for a quick afternoon visit and gift exchange? We'd absolutely love that. Warmly, Sarah." I read it twice. Then I read it a third time, my eyes locking onto 2 specific words. Immediate household. As if I wasn't family. As if I was some distant, second-tier relative. As if 2.5 years of quietly, dutifully covering the exorbitant out-of-pocket costs of my 9-year-old grandson Leo's intensive speech and occupational therapy, a staggering sum that was rapidly approaching $45,000, somehow didn't earn me a single seat at my own son's Christmas dinner table. As if every single Saturday morning I spent driving 45 minutes each way through brutal Seattle area traffic to take Leo and his 6-year-old sister, Mia, to the Pacific Science Center, or the indoor sensory gym didn't count for anything. As if I was a lovely, convenient option on a random Tuesday, but an annoying, embarrassing inconvenience when someone supposedly more important was in town. I closed the laptop with a soft click and looked out the kitchen window at the sprawling backyard. The massive weeping willow tree my late wife, Martha, had planted the exact year Julian was born was entirely bare now, its long, sweeping branches catching the dreary, fading afternoon light. Martha had been gone for 4 years. Breast cancer. It was a fast, merciless, and deeply cruel battle. In the long, echoing years since her funeral, I had desperately learned to fill the deafening quiet of this empty house with purpose. The intricate woodworking, the dedicated Saturday drives to see the grandkids, the slow, methodical work of staying useful to the people I loved. Martha would have known exactly how to handle an email like Sarah's. She wouldn't have hesitated. She would have picked up the phone, called Julian within 30 seconds, and been warm, but devastatingly direct. And Julian would have listened, because he always listened to his mother. She had a gravity to her that demanded respect. I didn't have that same effortless pull with him. I don't think I ever truly had. Julian is a good man. He's a hard-working HVAC technician, a loving father, and a kind soul. But he has a fatal flaw. He is the kind of man who bends to the wind. He bends toward whoever is pushing him the hardest, whoever is the loudest, whoever is the most demanding. And for the past 7 years the person pushing the hardest in his life had been his father-in-law, Richard. Let me take a step back and explain exactly how we arrived at this pathetic juncture. When Julian married Sarah 7 years ago, I was genuinely thrilled for him. Sarah was razor-sharp, highly organized, and fiercely practical. She worked as an upper-level HR manager for a massive tech firm in Seattle, and ran her personal household the exact same way she ran her corporate office, with color-coded spreadsheets, strict timelines, quarterly reviews, and absolutely zero patience for loose ends or spontaneity. I respected her drive, even when her rigid nature made our personal interactions feel a little stiff and overly produced. Her father, Richard, was an entirely different animal. Richard was a supposedly wealthy, semi-retired commercial real estate developer from Dallas, Texas. He was a man who had apparently done very well for himself, and made it his life's mission to ensure every single person in a 50-mile radius knew it. He drove a pristine, monstrously oversized luxury truck that cost more than my first 2 houses combined. He wore ostentatious watches, tailored suits to casual barbecues, and had loud, booming opinions about absolutely everything. He had opinions on modern parenting, on paleo diets, on the Pacific Northwest real estate market, on NFL coaching strategies, and, most aggressively, on exactly how his daughter's new family ought to be run. Richard wasn't overtly cruel. He was far more insidious than that. He was the kind of man who delivered biting criticism disguised as fatherly advice, and who used financial control under the guise of generosity. He'd fly in from Texas twice a year, completely dominate every room he walked into, talk over everyone, and then fly back south, leaving behind a family that had somehow quietly, subconsciously reorganized its entire dynamic around his preferences. I'll never forget the wedding rehearsal dinner. Richard had pulled me aside near the open bar, gripped my shoulder with a heavy, sweaty hand, and said, with a booming laugh, "Arthur, my man, I just want to say, you can relax now. I'm going to take real good care of these 2 kids. I've got the connections, the capital. You don't have to worry about a single thing. You just sit back and enjoy the ride." I had smiled politely, clinked my glass against his, and thanked him. But the aggressive, territorial way he said it had lodged in my brain like a splinter. It wasn't a friendly reassurance. It was a declaration of ownership. He wasn't telling me I could relax. He was explicitly telling me I could step back and fade into the background. When the grandkids finally arrived, Leo first, and then little Mia 3 years later, I refused to fade. I threw myself entirely into being present. I showed up. I was the rock. I was reliable. I never canceled. I never arrived empty-handed. And I never, ever made Julian and Sarah feel guilty for asking me to babysit or help out. When Leo was diagnosed at age 4 with autism, a severe speech delay, and intense sensory processing challenges, the emotional and financial toll hit Julian and Sarah like a freight train. They were already carrying a massive, suffocating mortgage on a house in a Seattle suburb that they could barely afford. Sarah had been forced to drop to reduced hours at the firm to manage Leo's endless school meetings and meltdowns. Julian's income as an HVAC tech, while solid and steady, simply did not stretch to cover the brutal reality of $900 a week therapy appointments. I want to be unequivocally clear about this. They did not ask me for a dime. It was Julian who mentioned it to me one evening, his voice cracking, staring at his boots in my driveway. He carefully explained that they were looking at drastically cutting back Leo's critical sessions from 4 times a week to just once, simply because the out-of-pocket cost was bankrupting them. He wasn't angling for a handout. He was just telling me the way a broken, exhausted son tells his father things quietly, in the dark, so he isn't carrying the crushing weight of the world entirely alone. I didn't hesitate for a fraction of a second. I didn't consult a financial planner. I pulled out my phone the very next morning, called the pediatric therapy clinic directly, and put my premium travel credit card on file. 4 sessions a week, every single week. For 2.5 years. Leo was almost 7 when we started this aggressive regimen. He's 9 now. The progress that boy has made is nothing short of miraculous. He still has incredibly hard days where the tags on his shirts feel like fire, or the sound of a blender sends him into a panic, but his speech has blossomed. He started reading thick chapter books about the solar system. He made 3 real, genuine friends at his inclusive elementary school. And last spring, I watched as he stood up at the front of his classroom and talked for 5 uninterrupted minutes about how black holes are formed. I had sat in the tiny, uncomfortable plastic chair in the back of that 3rd grade classroom and wept silently. I cried in a raw, chest-heaving way I hadn't experienced since Martha's funeral. That was what my life savings was buying. Not tuition at some elite, snobby prep school, not a luxury sports car, but a little boy finally finding his voice in a loud, confusing world. And now, according to Sarah's sterile little email, I wasn't welcome at Christmas. I sat at that kitchen island for a very long time, the ice melting in my water glass. I thought about picking up the phone and screaming at Julian. I thought about calling Sarah and asking her what the hell was wrong with her. But 35 years of working as a senior architect managing chaotic construction sites and volatile contractors had taught me one invaluable lesson. Your first, most emotional reaction is never your best one. You learn to read the room. You learn to check the blueprints. You learn that the loudest, angriest reaction is rarely the most effective one. So, I didn't fire off an enraged, profanity-laced reply. I didn't call Julian. Instead, I stood up, made a fresh pot of dark roast coffee, took my golden retriever, Barnaby, for a long, freezing walk along the river, and thought very carefully about what kind of man I wanted to be in this pivotal moment. When I returned, I booted up my desktop computer in the study. I opened my meticulously organized financial files and started pulling things together. Bank statements showing every single $3,600 monthly transfer to the therapy clinic. Itemized receipts for the kids' expensive sensory toys, the weighted blankets, the specialized noise-canceling headphones, and the $150 orthotic winter boots I'd bought Leo just last month because Julian casually mentioned his old ones were pinching his toes. I printed out emails from Sarah from a year ago, profusely thanking me after Leo's glowing progress reports. I printed a text from Julian from just 6 months ago that simply read, "Dad, I honestly don't know what we'd do without you. You saved our boy. Seriously." I gathered screenshots of photos from our Saturday outings. Leo proudly holding up a massive starfish at the Seattle Aquarium. Mia fast asleep, drooling on my shoulder on the ferry ride. Both of them in my driveway, laughing hysterically as I taught them how to ride bikes without training wheels. I placed every single document, every receipt, every memory into a thick, manila folder. I took a black Sharpie and labeled it simply, "Record." I wasn't entirely sure what I was going to do with it yet, but I am a man of facts and blueprints. I wanted the structural foundation in one place before I made a move. The next morning, I did something I almost never do. I logged onto Facebook. I don't use social media much, mostly just to check on old fraternity brothers, but something told me to look at Sarah's page. There it was, posted just 48 hours earlier. It was a flashy, highly edited photo of a booking confirmation email from an ultra-exclusive, 5-star ski resort in Aspen, Colorado. 7 nights. The week between Christmas and New Year's. It was the kind of elite mountain lodge that features private hot tubs on the deck, a personal concierge, and a daily spa menu that costs more than a mortgage payment. I am good with numbers. I did a quick search of the resort's website. During peak holiday season, the package Sarah had booked ran somewhere in the neighborhood of $7,200, minimum. The caption on her post read, "The kids are going to absolutely love this white Christmas. So incredibly grateful for family, and the memories we are building together. Number Aspen. Number blessed. Number family first." I read that last sentence again. So incredibly grateful for family. Leo's next block of intensive therapy sessions, 8 weeks worth of critical occupational and speech development, was scheduled to be invoiced directly to my email on January 2nd. The invoice would be exactly $3,600. I felt a cold, hard knot form in my stomach. I am not a vindictive man, but I refuse to be a fool. I sat down at my keyboard, opened my email, and wrote a reply to Sarah's Christmas message. "Hi Sarah, thank you for letting me know about the Christmas plans. I completely understand that Richard's visit from Texas is important to you both, and that you want the day to feel manageable and stress-free. I do have one quick question that I'd appreciate some clarity on. I happened to see your public post about the upcoming Aspen trip over the holidays. It looks like a truly beautiful resort, and I'm sure the kids will have a wonderful time in the snow. I just want to make sure we are all perfectly aligned on the upcoming January therapy invoice for Leo, which will come to me as usual at the start of the month. Given the scale of the holiday travel, I want to be thoughtful about how we plan our financial commitments going forward. Could we find time for a quick phone call this week? Thanks, Arthur." I reread it 4 times. It was perfectly measured. It stated the objective facts. It didn't hurl any accusations. It simply asked a logical question, instead of making an emotional demand. I took a breath and hit send. 3 hours later, my phone rang. It was Julian. I answered. "Hello, Julian." His voice was tight, thin, and defensive, in a very specific way I recognized immediately. It was the exact voice he used when he was 16, caught sneaking back into the house, embarrassed and trying desperately not to show it. "Dad. Hey. Look. I just got a frantic text from Sarah. She said your email felt extremely passive-aggressive." I leaned back in my chair. I asked a logistical question, "Julian, that's not passive-aggressive, that's basic communication. Is she upset?" "Yes, Dad, she's really upset. You brought up her Facebook post like you're monitoring her or something." "I imagine she is upset," I said calmly. "I'm a little upset myself, to be honest." A heavy pause. Then Julian sighed, the sound of a man reciting a script he'd been handed. "Dad, listen. The Aspen trip is a gift. It's from Richard. It's not our money. It has absolutely nothing to do with the therapy budget. You know Richard likes to go big for the holidays." "I understand that," I said, keeping my voice dangerously level. "But I need you to step back and look at how this appears from where I'm standing. Richard pays for a lavish, $7,000, family vacation, and in the exact same week, your wife sends me an email, telling me I am explicitly uninvited from Christmas Day because I'm not immediate family. Meanwhile, I am the one quietly transferring $3,600 every single month so your son can learn how to speak. Do you see the disconnect there, Julian? Silence on the line. Thick, suffocating silence. That's not how we meant it, Julian finally stammered. Then how did you mean it, son? Another pause. Much longer this time. I could hear him pacing. Richard he doesn't get to see the kids very much, Dad. He lives all the way in Texas. He wanted the actual day to be special. Just us and him. He lives in Texas, I repeated flatly. I live 45 minutes away. I see those kids almost every single week. I drive Leo to his Saturday sessions when you and Sarah are both working overtime. I have been in the trenches with you for years. And I am the one being asked to swing by on the 27th for leftovers like a neighbor dropping off a fruitcake. Dad, come on. Julian, listen to me. I love you. I love Sarah. I love Leo and Mia more than I possess the vocabulary to explain. But I need you to hear me clearly right now. I am not going to continue showing up financially, emotionally, and physically for this family to the tune of thousands of dollars a month, only to be treated like a courtesy visit. That is not a familial relationship. That is a business arrangement. And I am not a bank. I heard his breath catch. What do you want me to say, Dad? I don't want you to say anything right now. I want you to think about what I just said. Really process it. And then, I would like the three of us, you, me, and Sarah, to sit down and talk in person, not via text, not via email, face to face. Okay, Julian whispered. And Julian? I added. If Richard is heavily involved in how these major decisions get made in your household, then yes, I want Richard there too. The silence that followed was so absolute I thought the call had dropped. Finally, Julian swallowed hard. I'll talk to Sarah. Thank you, son. I hung up. I spent the next 6 days in a quiet, agonizing kind of waiting. No word from Julian. No text from Sarah. Absolutely no acknowledgement of what I'd said on the phone. No offer to meet. Nothing but the sound of the rain against my windows. I walked Barnaby, finished the oak rocking chair, and read historical biographies in the evenings. I thought a lot about my own father, who had been a stoic, quiet man with a terrifyingly long memory, and a very clear, uncompromising sense of what he was and wasn't willing to accept from people. He used to tell me, Arthur, you teach people how to treat you. Every single time you let a slight go without saying a word, you are actively teaching them that disrespecting you is fine. I had spent the last 7 years being a stubborn student who refused to learn that lesson. I had let Richard's snide comments slide. I had let Sarah's cold scheduling slide. I had kept the peace. And the reward for my silence was being exiled from my own family's Christmas. On December 12th, I finally received an email. From Sarah. It was breezy, overly cheerful, and contained absolutely no mention of my phone call with Julian. Hi Arthur. Just a quick reminder that Leo's January session block starts on the 6th. The clinic administrator mentioned they'll send the invoice directly to your email as usual. He's doing so incredibly great. His teacher said he raised his hand and read out loud in class without any prompting yesterday. We're all so proud of him. Hope you're having a wonderful December. Best. Sarah. I read it, and I felt something cold and permanent settle deep in the center of my chest. It wasn't anger anymore. Anger is hot and chaotic. This was pure, crystalline clarity. She wasn't going to bring it up. She was going to completely gaslight me. She was going to act as though I hadn't challenged them at all, send me a cheerful, manipulative update about my grandson's progress to tug at my heartstrings, and fully expect my $3,600 to clear on schedule while I spent Christmas Day sitting alone in my house. I opened my desk drawer. I pulled out the thick folder labeled record. I printed her new email, hole punched it, added it to the back, and then I wrote my reply. Hi Sarah. Thank you for the wonderful update on Leo. That is fantastic news about his reading, and I am endlessly proud of his hard work. However, I do want to forcefully revisit my conversation with Julian from last week. I have not heard back regarding meeting in person, and it is absolutely imperative that we do so before the end of the month. I am requiring an honest, face-to-face conversation about what our family dynamic and financial arrangements look like going forward, explicitly including the therapy support. I will not be authorizing the January payment until this meeting occurs. Please let me know what day this weekend works for you all, Arthur. This time, it took less than 20 minutes for Julian to call. Dad, he practically shouted into the receiver. What the hell do you mean going forward? Are you seriously threatening to stop paying for Leo's therapy? I am not threatening anything, Julian. I am stating a boundary. I'd like to have an adult conversation before making any further financial commitments. That's all. Dad, he needs those sessions. You know exactly what he's been through. You can't use his health as a bargaining chip. I know exactly what he's been through because I have been there for every single step of it. I fired back. my voice rising just enough to let him know I wasn't playing. I have funded it. I have driven him to it. That is exactly what I want to discuss. A long, ragged pause. Then, quietly, defeatedly, okay. When? This Saturday. My house. 3 p.m. sharp. You and Sarah. And as I said before, if Richard is still in town helping run your lives, he should come, too. Julian hesitated. Richard leaves to fly back to Dallas on the 22nd. Then the 21st works perfectly. Bring him. Saturday, the 21st. Saturday arrived. The rain had finally stopped, leaving the Portland air crisp and biting. They pulled into my long gravel driveway at exactly 10 minutes past 3. I watched from the window. Julian looked exhausted, bags under his eyes. Sarah looked rigid, marching up the walkway like she was steeling herself for a corporate deposition. And Richard walked in right behind them. He was a massive man, broad across the chest, wearing a designer puffer jacket and a smug expression. He carried the comfortable, unearned authority of a man who was entirely used to being the wealthiest, most important person in any room he entered. I had prepared the environment. I had set the large oak dining table, with 4 chairs. In the center of the table was a simple arrangement, my thick record folder, 3 printed summary spreadsheets detailing every cent I'd spent over the last 30 months, and a fresh pot of coffee with 4 mugs. I didn't want it to look like a courtroom, but I didn't want it to look like a casual brunch, either. Thanks for coming, I said, gesturing to the chairs. Please, sit down. Richard looked around my modest, craftsman-style home, with a look of mild, condescending amusement, as though he found my life quaint. He unbuttoned his jacket, and dropped heavily into a chair. I waited in absolute silence until everyone was seated and looking at me. I want to start by saying something very clearly, I began, looking at Julian, then Sarah. I love my son. I love you, Sarah. And those 2 grandkids are the absolute best thing in my life since I lost Martha. I am not here to scream, and I am not here to fight. I am here because we have a festering wound in this family that needs to be lanced, and I have always believed that problems only get smaller when you drag them into the light and look at them directly. I slid the top summary spreadsheet across the smooth wood to Julian and Sarah. Over the past 2.5 years, I have personally contributed exactly $44,800 toward Leo's speech and occupational therapy. That number does not include the birthday gifts, the specialized school supplies, the sensory clothing, or the weekend outings. It does not count the gas, the mileage, or the time. I have done this willingly. I did it because I love Leo desperately, and because I believe in what the therapy is doing for him. I didn't do it to hold it over anyone's head. I paused, letting the massive number hang in the quiet room. Sarah stared at the spreadsheet, her throat swallowing hard. But, I continued, my voice hardening, I received an email telling me I am not invited to my own family's Christmas. And a few days later, I saw a public post bragging about a $7,200 luxury ski trip to Aspen. And I am sitting here, at this table, trying to understand how those 2 realities coexist. Richard immediately puffed out his chest and opened his mouth. Now, hold on a minute, Arthur. Richard, I snapped, my voice cracking like a whip. I would strongly appreciate it if you kept your mouth shut until I am finished. Richard looked genuinely shocked. His face flushed red. Maybe no one had spoken to him like that in 20 years, but he slowly closed his mouth. I am not upset about the Aspen trip itself, I said, turning back to Sarah. If your father wants to bestow a lavish gift on your family, that is his prerogative. What I am furious about is the pattern of disrespect. When money is desperately needed to keep your son functioning, I am the savior. I am family. But when it's a matter of who gets to sit at the Christmas table and carve the turkey, I am a convenient afterthought. I have let that slide for 7 years. I am not letting it slide today. Sarah's eyes were shining with unshed tears. Julian was staring intensely at his hands folded on the table. I slowly turned my gaze to Richard. You, I said quietly. You have been making yourself the undisputed center of this family for years. Little snide comments. Little financial maneuvers. Deciding that Christmas is immediate family only when it suits your ego, flying in from Texas, reorganizing everyone's lives to worship you, and then flying back. And my son has let you do it because he is non-confrontational and it's easier than fighting you. I understand that. But it has done severe damage to my relationship with my son, and I think you know exactly what you've been doing. Richard's jaw tightened. He leaned forward, placing his massive hands on the table. I am not going to sit here in your house and be accused of. I am not accusing you of anything, I interrupted smoothly. I am describing exactly what I have observed. There is a vast difference. You are Sarah's father. You are Mia and Leo's grandfather. That is a real, vital role, and it matters. But you do not get to decide that I am somehow a lesser entity just because you fly in twice a year and throw a bigger checkbook around. The room fell dead silent. You could hear the hum of the refrigerator. I looked at my son. Julian. I need to hear from you. Julian slowly raised his head. He looked at Sarah, who was biting her lip. He looked at Richard, who was glaring at him, silently demanding loyalty. And then he looked at me. I watched him working through a massive internal struggle. I had seen that exact expression on his face when he was a teenager trying to decide whether to lie to me or tell the truth about a dented fender. He cleared his throat. You're right, Dad. His voice was incredibly rough, thick with emotion. We have been taking advantage of you. Not maliciously. Not on purpose. We just got used to you always catching us when we fell. And that's what's been happening. He glanced at Richard, his expression hardening just a fraction. And I've let the boundaries get completely blurry, because it's easier to just nod and avoid the argument. That's on me. I'm the husband. I'm the father. I should have protected your place in this family. Sarah made a small, choked sound. Julian, don't. He turned to her, his voice gentle but firmer than I'd heard it in years. No, Sarah. He's right. Dad has been at every single therapy appointment that we couldn't make. He's the one Leo literally cries for when he has a meltdown. And we sent him a sterile corporate email about Christmas like he was some vendor we needed to manage. His voice broke slightly on the last word. I am deeply ashamed of that. Richard abruptly pushed his chair back. The wood scraped loudly against the floor. All right, I think this little pity party has gotten way out of hand. I'm not sitting here while you disrespect me, Julian. Sit down, Richard. It wasn't me who said it. It was Sarah. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was absolutely laced with a sharp, undeniable authority. It shocked me, but I think it shocked Richard most of all. She was staring at her father with an expression I had never seen her wear before. It wasn't just defiance, it was something tired, sharp, and incredibly clear. Please. Sit down, she repeated. Richard slowly lowered himself back into the chair, blinking in confusion. I decided it was time. I had been holding on to a piece of information. A hunch I had chased down using my old architectural firm's background check software and a few phone calls to a contractor buddy I knew in Dallas. I hadn't wanted to use it. I wanted this to be about respect, not destruction. But Richard's arrogance demanded it. Since we are laying all the cards on the table, I said, my voice dropping to a conversational murmur. Let's talk about this Aspen trip. The big, generous gift. Richard stiffened. Sarah looked confused. What about it? She asked. My dad wanted to treat us. I looked directly into Richard's eyes. They were suddenly darting, panicked. Did he, Sarah? Because I did a little math. And a little digging. Aspen is expensive. Flights, lodging, food, ski rentals. It's a beautiful gift from a very successful real estate developer. I paused, letting the silence stretch. Except, Richard's development firm filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy in Texas federal court 8 months ago, didn't it, Richard? The color completely drained from Sarah's face. She whipped her head to look at her father. Dad? What is he talking about? Richard opened his mouth, closed it, and stared at the table. He looked suddenly frail. I pulled the public filings, Richard, I said softly. Your commercial properties were liquidated in October. You don't have the capital to fund a $7,000 ski trip. I turned to Sarah, my heart actually breaking for her. Sarah. Who paid for Aspen? Sarah was shaking her head, her eyes wide with horrified realization. No, Dad told us, he was gifting us the trip. He said. He said if Julian and I just put the initial $7,200 resort booking and flights on our credit card to secure the dates, he would pay us back in cash when he got here for Christmas, and he'd cover all the incidentals and dinners. Julian gasped, the sound punching out of his lungs. He looked at Richard with absolute disgust. You made us front the money? You told us you were good for it. We used the money we had saved up. The money Dad's therapy payments allowed us to save in our emergency fund to book that trip. The twist hung in the air, suffocating and toxic. Richard hadn't gifted them anything. He had manipulated his own daughter into draining her savings to fund a luxury vacation just so he could play the role of the wealthy, benevolent patriarch on social media. He was broke, heavily in debt, and he had essentially hijacked the $45,000 I had subsidized for his grandson's medical care to maintain his own pathetic illusion of grandeur. And the sickest part? He had convinced Sarah to uninvite me to Christmas so I wouldn't be around to ask questions about who was paying for what. He needed me out of the picture to keep his lie alive. Sarah buried her face in her hands. A ragged, awful sob tore from her throat. Oh my God, Dad. How could you? You knew we couldn't afford that. You knew we were struggling. Richard looked at his daughter, his arrogant facade, completely shattered. He looked like a deflated balloon. Sarah, honey. I wanted to give you guys a real Christmas. Like we used to have. The bankruptcy. It's temporary. I have deals in the pipeline. I was going to pay you back, I swear. I just needed to look successful for a little while longer. My ex-wife, my friends in Dallas. Everyone was laughing at me. "So you used us?" Julian yelled, slamming his hand on the table, making the coffee cups rattle. "You used my autistic son's therapy money to fund your ego trip?" "I didn't think about it like that," Richard pleaded, looking pathetic. "Enough," I said. My voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the chaos instantly. I looked at the three of them: a broken, bankrupt narcissist, a weeping, betrayed daughter, and a furious, awakened son. "Here is what is going to happen," I said, leaning forward, resting my arms on my folder. "First, you are canceling the Aspen trip immediately. You will get whatever refund you can, and you will use it to rebuild your emergency fund." Sarah nodded frantically, wiping her eyes. Yes, absolutely." "Second," I continued, looking at Julian, "I am formally suspending my payments for Leo's therapy for the next 6 months. Starting in January, you and Sarah will take over that $3,600 monthly invoice. Not because I don't want to help, and not to punish Leo, but because it is absolutely vital that you build the financial discipline and boundaries to sustain his care yourselves. You need to feel the weight of this, so you never let anyone manipulate your finances like this again. That gives you 6 months to restructure your lives. In July, we will sit down and review the situation." Julian didn't argue. He just nodded slowly. "That's fair, Dad. It's more than fair." "Third," I said, my voice softening just a fraction, "I expect to be explicitly included in all major family events: Christmas, Thanksgiving, the kids' birthdays. If Richard visits, fine. I am glad he wants to see his grandchildren. But I am there, too. I am not an option. I am the grandfather." "Of course," Sarah whispered, her voice cracking. "Arthur, I am so sorry. I was blind. I was trying to please him, and I completely abandoned you. I am so sorry." "I know you are, Sarah," I said gently. "And lastly, my Saturday mornings with Leo and Mia are non-negotiable. Those aren't optional, and they aren't a favor to you. They are what grandfathers do." "They love those Saturdays, Dad," Julian said, wiping a tear from his own eye. "Leo talks about you all week. You're his hero." I felt a tight, painful lump form in my throat. I hadn't known that. I turned to Richard. He was staring at the table, stripped of his pride, his truck, his fake wealth, and his control. "Richard," I said quietly, "there is enough room for both of us in those kids' lives. There always was. You didn't need to buy their love, and you certainly didn't need to steal it. You just needed to show up." He didn't say anything. He just gave a single, slow, humiliating nod. The meeting ended shortly after that. The energy in the room had shifted from combative to exhausted. Richard left first, walking out to his oversized truck, looking 10 years older. He flew back to Dallas the next morning. After Sarah went outside to start the car, Julian stood in the doorway of my kitchen for a long time. "I keep thinking about Mom," he said quietly. "She would have sorted this out years ago." "She would have," I agreed, smiling sadly. "But maybe it's better this way. You finally sorted it out yourself." He looked at me, a deep respect in his eyes. "You really scared me with the therapy cutoff, Dad. The thought of Leo losing those sessions." "I know. I'm sorry to play hardball, but I needed you to wake up and understand what was truly at stake. Your family was being hijacked." He hugged me. A real, tight, desperate hug. The kind of hug we hadn't shared since he was a little boy. Christmas that year was exactly what it needed to be. Richard didn't come. He claimed he had business to attend to in Texas, but we all knew he was hiding from the shame. It was just me, Julian, Sarah, and the kids. It was chaotic, loud, and perfect. After dinner, Leo came up to me while I was sitting by the fireplace. He was holding a piece of construction paper. He handed it to me. It was a drawing of the two of us standing next to the weeping willow tree in my backyard. He looked me dead in the eye, his speech careful and deliberate, a testament to $45,000 worth of hard work. "I made this for you, Grandpa. Because you are my best person." Mia immediately sprinted over and tackled my legs, screaming that I was her best person, too. It's been 6 months since that meeting. Julian and Sarah took over the therapy billing in January. It was incredibly hard for them. They sold Julian's beloved Project motorcycle, canceled every streaming service, stopped eating out entirely, and Sarah took on freelance consulting work on the weekends. But they did it. And Julian told me last week, with an immense sense of pride, that they didn't need me to resume payments in July. They had figured it out. "I still pick up the kids every Saturday. I am at every school event. I am no longer an afterthought." There's something profound I've come to understand about family. Generosity without strict boundaries doesn't magically become love over time. It becomes expectation. And the people who truly love you don't need you to be endlessly, self-destructively accommodating. They need you to be honest. They need to see that you know your own absolute worth. Because if you don't demand respect, they will eventually stop giving it to you. Say the quiet part out loud. Bring the receipts. Set the boundary. The people who are meant to stay, will stay. My wife vanished without a trace. 12 days later, the NSA knocked on my door and revealed our entire 10-year marriage was a lie. My wife disappeared on a Thursday. For 12 agonizing days, I was the prime suspect in her presumed murder. My face plastered across every news channel, my life completely destroyed. Then, a black government sedan pulled into my driveway, and a woman with a classified badge told me the wife I had loved for a decade didn't actually exist. She was an undercover operative assigned to monitor me, and her cover had just been blown. It was exactly 6:47 p.m. when the first cold spike of panic hit my chest. I remember the precise minute because I was standing in the center of our kitchen, the ambient light from the overhead pendants casting long shadows across the marble countertops, staring obsessively at the digital clock on our microwave. Clara was never late. In 10 years of marriage, she had never once been more than 15 minutes late without sending a quick text or making a brief phone call. She was a creature of absolute, unshakable habit. By 7:30 p.m., the unease had blossomed into full-blown dread. I had called her cell phone 8 times. Each time, it rang 4 times before dropping into her familiar, cheerful voicemail greeting. By 8 p.m., I had called her office building, her closest friends, her Pilates studio, and even the local hospitals. By 9 p.m., I was gripping the steering wheel of my car so hard my knuckles were white, driving recklessly through the rain-slicked streets of our suburban Ohio neighborhood. I was scanning the dark roads for her silver SUV, my heart hammering against my ribs, looking for tire marks, an accident, a breakdown, any logical sign of where she might have gone. By midnight, I wasn't in my car anymore. I was sitting in a freezing fluorescent-lit room at the local police precinct, filling out a missing persons report while a homicide detective watched me from across the metal table. His eyes were heavy, cynical, and already deeply suspicious. "Mr. Brooks," Detective Harrison began, his voice a low, gravelly drone that seemed to vibrate against the sterile walls. "When did you last see your wife?" "This morning. Around 7:30 a.m., before she left for her office," I replied, my voice trembling despite my desperate attempts to keep it steady. "And what was her demeanor? Did she seem agitated? Distracted? Did she pack a bag?" Harrison leaned forward, clicking his pen. "No. She was perfectly normal. She poured her coffee, kissed me goodbye, told me to make sure our daughter finished her math homework, and said she loved me. She said she'd be home by 6 p.m. to help with dinner. Did you two have any recent arguments? Financial stress? Marital problems? Infidelity?" Harrison's gaze didn't waver. He was a man who had clearly seen 100 missing wife cases, and in 99 of them, the husband was the one wearing handcuffs by the end of the week. "No," I insisted, a desperate edge creeping into my tone. "We were happy. We are happy. We just celebrated our 10th anniversary last month." He didn't respond to that. He just scribbled something in his worn leather notebook. I didn't fully comprehend it in that exact moment, but as the scratch of his pen echoed in the quiet room, I had officially transitioned from a worried husband to the prime suspect. The first 3 days were a suffocating blur of aggressive interviews, forensic searches, and terrifying, unanswered questions. The police descended on our home like a swarm of locusts. They brought dogs. They brought luminol. They tore through Clara's home office, seized her laptop, cloned her phone records, and subpoenaed our joint bank accounts. They interviewed our neighbors, interrogating them about raised voices or strange noises. They cornered her coworkers at the marketing firm, her friends from the neighborhood book club, the barista at the coffee shop she visited every Tuesday. They found absolutely nothing. There were no signs of a struggle in the house, no blood, no evidence of foul play, no secret bank accounts slowly being drained to fund an escape. No hidden burner phones. Her silver SUV was eventually located on day 3, abandoned in the sprawling parking lot of a dying shopping mall 4 miles from her office. The car was locked. Her expensive leather purse, containing her driver's license, credit cards, and cash, was still sitting on the passenger seat. The keys were gone. She had simply evaporated into thin air. "Mr. Brooks," Detective Harrison said during my 4th interrogation, his tone shifting from investigative to accusatory. "Can you definitively account for your whereabouts between 4:30 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. on Thursday?" "I was at home. I was in my home office," I said, my voice hoarse from exhaustion and crying. "I'm a freelance structural architect. I work from home 3 days a week. I was drafting blueprints for a new commercial contract." "Can anyone verify that? An adult?" "My daughter Maya. She's 7. She was sitting in the living room watching cartoons while I worked." Harrison's silence was deafening. The implication hung in the air like toxic gas. A 7-year-old child's testimony was useless. It wouldn't hold up in court, and it certainly wouldn't deter a detective convinced he was sitting across from a murderer. I didn't do anything to my wife, I said, slamming my hand onto the metal table, the sudden noise making the officer by the door flinch. I love her. I would never lay a finger on her. You are wasting time looking at me while whoever took her is getting further away. Harrison just nodded slowly, his expression entirely devoid of empathy. Of course, Mr. Brooks. We're just trying to establish the timeline. But the cold calculation in his eyes told a different story. He had made his decision. I was the guy. By day 5, the media circus had erected its tents on my front lawn. I still don't know who leaked the information, maybe a dispatcher at the station looking for a payout, or a nosy neighbor craving 15 minutes of twisted fame, but suddenly, my quiet suburban street was choked with satellite vans. Every time I tried to open my front door to get the mail, a barrage of camera flashes blinded me, and a chorus of vultures screamed questions over the hedges. Julian, do you have any comment on the police searching your backyard? Mr. Brooks, is it true you recently increased Clara's life insurance policy? I hadn't. Julian, did you kill your wife? I stopped going outside. I closed all the blinds. I locked the doors. Maya stopped going to school. The other parents in the district were terrified to let their children anywhere near her. They were afraid of the association, afraid of the flashing cameras, afraid that the darkness that had swallowed my wife might somehow be contagious. My brilliant, sweet 7-year-old daughter was being treated like the spawn of a serial killer. Daddy, where's Mommy? Maya asked on the evening of the 6th day. I was sitting on the floor of her bedroom, holding her in my lap, trying desperately to swallow the lump of pure agony lodged in my throat. I don't know, baby bug, I whispered, kissing the top of her head, but the police are looking everywhere. They have dogs and helicopters. They're going to find her. Why are those angry people outside our house? She asked, her small fingers gripping my shirt. Why do they have big cameras? Because they want to know where Mommy is too, I lied, unable to explain the grotesque reality of true crime media consumption. Why don't they just knock and ask us? I just pulled her tighter against my chest and wept silently into her hair. I had no answer. By day 7, the social isolation became absolute. The people I thought were my closest friends simply vanished. They didn't disappear physically like Clara had, but emotionally, they evaporated. The local news was running sensationalized segments every single night. My face was plastered next to the word, suspect, in bold red letters. Armchair detectives on Reddit and TikTok were tearing my life apart, analyzing the micro-expressions in my wedding photos, claiming I had dead eyes and a controlling posture. Dave, my best friend since our freshman year at college, texted me on day 6. Hey man, I'm really sorry but I need to take a step back. This is getting crazy and my boss is asking questions about our association. Hope you understand. Sarah, Clara's absolute best friend, the woman who was her maid of honor, completely blocked my number after her 3rd interview with the police. My next-door neighbor, a man I had shared beers and barbecues with for 6 years, started parking his truck inside his garage just so he wouldn't have to accidentally make eye contact with me in the driveway. One by one, my entire support system collapsed. Only 2 people refused to abandon ship. My younger brother, Leo, drove 12 hours straight from Chicago the moment the news broke. He slept on my living room sofa, his massive frame cramped, just to act as a physical barrier between me and the front door. He fielded the harassing phone calls, cooked all of Maya's meals, and never once, not for a single microsecond, asked me if I was guilty. He just stood by me. My mother, Martha, flew in on day 4. She was 71 years old, possessed a frail heart that had nearly given out 3 years prior, and her doctor had explicitly forbidden the stress of travel. She came anyway. I know you, Julian, she said the moment she walked through the door, dropping her bags and taking my exhausted, tear-stained face in her trembling hands. I know the boy I raised. I know the man you became. You could never hurt a fly, let alone the mother of your child. The police don't care about who I am, Mom, I choked out, collapsing into her arms. They just need someone to blame. Let them look, she said fiercely. The truth always comes to the light. She immediately took over Maya's care, moving into the guest room and shielding my daughter from the nightmare unfolding in the living room, giving me the space I needed to deal with the relentless lawyers, the aggressive detectives, and the suffocating weight of my own impending arrest. By day 11, I was a hollow shell of a human being. There were absolutely no leads, no credible sightings, no ransom demands, no trace evidence. The police had dredged the local reservoirs. They had organized massive search parties through the surrounding state parks. They had issued nationwide alerts, but Clara had vanished as completely and perfectly as if she had been erased from reality itself. That afternoon, Detective Harrison summoned me back to the precinct for my 7th formal interview. I arrived with my lawyer, exhausted and prepared for another grueling session of circular questions. But when I walked into the interrogation room, the atmosphere was entirely different. Harrison wasn't sitting at the table. He was standing in the corner, looking deeply uncomfortable. Sitting in Harrison's usual chair was a man I had never seen before. He wore a sharp, immaculate charcoal suit. His posture was unnervingly rigid, and his eyes were flat, cold, and entirely unreadable. "Mr. Brooks. Have a seat," the man said. His voice was smooth, lacking any regional accent. "Who are you?" my lawyer demanded, stepping forward. "Are you with the State Bureau?" The man ignored my lawyer completely. He kept his eyes locked on mine. "I'm Special Agent Miller, FBI. We've been assisting local law enforcement with the background investigation into your wife, and we've encountered some severe anomalies." I frowned, the exhaustion momentarily giving way to confusion. "Anomalies? What does that mean?" Agent Miller opened a manila folder on the table. "Her collegiate background, for instance. She told you she attended Northwestern University, correct? Graduated with a degree in communications and marketing?" "Yes," I said slowly. "Her diploma is literally framed and hanging in our hallway. I've seen her graduation photos. Northwestern University has absolutely zero record of a student named Clara Hayes ever attending their institution. Not during the years she claimed, not ever." The room spun. "That's impossible. That's a mistake. You checked the wrong name." Miller didn't blink. "We didn't stop there, Mr. Brooks. We ran her social security number. The number she used to file taxes with you for the last 10 years belonged to a woman who died in a hospice facility in Oregon in 1994. The birth certificate she provided when you applied for your marriage license is a highly sophisticated forgery. The marketing firm she ostensibly works for? It's a shell corporation. They process paychecks, but they have no actual clients. Mr. Brooks, when you met your wife, how much did you actually verify about her past?" I stared at him, my brain refusing to process the words coming out of his mouth. "Verify? Why would I run a background check on my girlfriend? She told me she grew up in Pennsylvania. She said her parents died in a car crash when she was 9. She said she was raised by a distant aunt who passed away right after she finished college. I loved her. I trusted her." Agent Miller leaned forward, clasping his hands together. "We are no longer looking at this as a standard domestic homicide, Mr. Brooks. We need you to seriously consider the fact that the woman you married was operating under a completely fabricated identity. And if that is the truth, her disappearance is likely not the result of foul play by a spouse, but rather an orchestrated extraction." I left the police station that night feeling like I was walking on the surface of the moon. Gravity didn't work anymore. Up was down, black was white. If Clara wasn't Clara, who the hell had I been sleeping next to for a decade? Who was the woman who had held my hand during the birth of our daughter? Who was the woman who cried during sad movies and burned the toast every Sunday morning? Day 12. The media vans were still outside, but I had stopped looking at them. I was sitting in my dark living room, staring blankly at the dead television screen, nursing a glass of bourbon I didn't actually want to drink. Maya was down the street at my mother's temporary rental house, safe from the chaos. Leo was in the kitchen, aggressively scrubbing dishes just to have something to do with his hands. Around 2 p.m., I heard the distinct crunch of tires on gravel. It wasn't the heavy, clumsy sound of a news van. It was the smooth, deliberate purr of a high-end engine. I peeked through the slats of the wooden blinds. An unmarked, midnight black sedan was parked directly behind my driveway, completely blocking in my car. As I watched, the driver's side door opened, and a woman stepped out. She looked to be in her late 40s, dressed in a sharply tailored navy blue pantsuit. Her hair was a severe, iron gray bob, and she carried a slim leather briefcase. She didn't look at the screaming reporters. She didn't flinch at the camera flashes. She walked right through them like they were incorporeal ghosts, radiating an aura of absolute, terrifying authority. She walked up my porch steps and knocked exactly 3 times. Firm, decisive, rhythmic. I opened the door, Leo standing right behind my shoulder, gripping a heavy metal flashlight just in case. "Julian Brooks?" the woman asked. Her voice was quiet, but it commanded the space entirely. "Yes, who are you? If you're press, I'm calling the cops." She reached into the inner pocket of her blazer and produced a heavy silver badge. It wasn't police. It wasn't FBI. It was embossed with an eagle, a shield, and a seal I recognized from spy thrillers but never thought I'd see in real life. "My name is Evelyn Cross," she said smoothly. "I am a senior director with the National Security Agency, Special Operations Division. May I come inside, Mr. Brooks? What we need to discuss is classified at the highest levels of the federal government, and I would prefer not to broadcast it to the local news affiliates on your lawn." My jaw practically hit the floor. "The NSA? What? And what does the NSA want with me?" "Let her in, Julian," Leo muttered, stepping back. I stepped aside. Agent Cross walked into my home, her sharp eyes instantly sweeping the room, cataloging the layout, the exits, the family photos on the mantel, the abandoned toys in the corner. She moved with the predatory grace of a wolf inspecting a new den. "Where is your daughter?" she asked immediately. "She's with my mother, down the street. I didn't want her in this environment." "Good. That simplifies things," Cross said, setting her briefcase on the coffee table. She turned to face me, her expression hardening into a mask of pure professionalism. "Mr. Brooks, I need you to sit down. Both of you. What I am about to disclose to you is classified as top secret, sensitive compartmented information. Under the provisions of the Espionage Act of 1917, you are legally forbidden from sharing this information with anyone. Not the police, not the FBI, not your lawyers, and certainly not the press. If you violate this directive, you will be arrested, charged with treason, and incarcerated in a federal black site before the sun sets. Do you understand these terms?" I sank onto the sofa, my legs suddenly refusing to support my weight. Leo sat next to me, his face pale. "I don't understand anything," I stammered. "Just tell me where my wife is. Did you find her body?" Agent Cross didn't blink. "Your wife is alive, Mr. Brooks." The words hit me with the kinetic force of a freight train. All the air rushed out of my lungs. For 12 days, I had been mentally preparing to plan a funeral. I had been living in a waking nightmare of grief and terror. And now, this stranger in a suit was telling me she was breathing. "Where is she?" I shouted, leaping back to my feet, the bourbon glass shattering on the hardwood floor. "Is she safe? Who took her? Can I see her?" "Sit down, Julian," Cross commanded, her voice cracking like a whip. I sat. "I cannot tell you her current location, but I can confirm she is secure, unharmed, and under heavy federal protection. However, you need to listen to me very carefully. The person you married, that person does not exist. The FBI already told me her identity was fake," I snapped, rubbing my temples. "I don't care about her real name, I just want my wife back." "You don't understand the scope of the fabrication," Cross said softly, sitting in the armchair opposite me. "The woman you knew as Clara Hayes was born Elena Rostova. She was born in Philadelphia. Her parents were Russian immigrants, who died in a structural collapse when she was 9. That trauma was real. But she was not raised by an aunt. She was flagged by a highly classified government initiative that identifies exceptionally gifted orphans and funnels them into specialized training pipelines. She was recruited by the NSA's Deep Cover Intelligence Division when she was 21. The silence in the room was absolute. I could hear the blood rushing in my own ears. You're telling me my wife is a spy?" "I am telling you she is one of the most lethal, highly trained, and effective deep cover operatives this agency has ever produced," Cross corrected. "She spent the first 5 years of her career infiltrating foreign terror cells. 10 years ago, she was reassigned to a domestic counterintelligence operation. She was given the identity of Clara Hayes, a fabricated background, and a mission to embed herself into a specific target's life to monitor them for potential foreign compromise." I stared at her, my mind desperately trying to assemble a puzzle where none of the pieces fit. Monitor who? Who was she supposed to be spying on in a suburb in Ohio? Agent Cross looked at me with a trace of genuine pity. "You, Mr. Brooks?" I physically recoiled. "Me? I'm an architect. I design commercial buildings. I don't know any terrorists. Your firm, Brooks & Associates, holds highly lucrative, classified contracts with the Department of Defense," Cross explained calmly. "You design the structural blueprints for off-grid naval data centers, aerospace testing facilities, and secure server farms. You possess the exact schematics to some of the most sensitive infrastructure in the United States. 7 years ago, we intercepted chatter that a foreign intelligence syndicate, specifically Russian GRU, was planning to target you. They wanted your blueprints. So, we placed an operative in your path to act as a human firewall, to monitor your communications, ensure you weren't recruited, and neutralize any threats that got too close." "You sent a spy to date me?" I whispered, feeling violently nauseous. "We sent an operative to monitor you. The relationship, the marriage. That was not part of the operational parameters," Cross admitted, her stoic facade cracking just a fraction. "Elena went rogue. She initiated a romantic relationship to deepen her cover, but she became emotionally compromised. For the last 8 years, she has submitted dozens of formal requests to be extracted from the assignment, citing severe emotional attachment to the target. We denied every single request." "Why?" Leo asked, his voice shaking with anger. "If she wanted out, why did you force her to stay?" "Because her cover was flawless," Cross stated clinically. "She had absolute access to his life, his home, his servers. And once she became pregnant with Maya, her integration was absolute. A child is the ultimate cover story. No foreign agent would ever suspect a suburban mother of being an NSA watchdog. Maya was an unexpected variable, but operationally, she was an asset." "My daughter is not an asset," I screamed, lunging forward. Leo grabbed my shoulders, holding me back. My entire life is a lie. Every kiss, every anniversary, every goddamn memory. It was all a job to her. No, Cross said sharply. That is the one thing you must understand. The mission was a job. The love was real. Elena loved you, and she loved Maya. That is exactly why she had to disappear. I stopped struggling, the fight draining out of me. What do you mean? 12 days ago, an operation in Eastern Europe went catastrophically wrong. A former GRU operative named Yuri Sokolov obtained a decrypted ledger of NSA deep cover assets. Elena's true identity, and her current alias as Clara Hayes, was exposed. Sokolov's syndicate immediately dispatched a wet work team to Ohio. If Elena had stayed, they would have breached this house. They would have tortured you for the DoD blueprints, and they would have killed your daughter to force her compliance. Cross paused, letting the horrific reality sink into my bones. She didn't run away from you, Julian. She ran to draw the fire away from your family. The moment she knew her cover was blown, she initiated an emergency extraction protocol. She abandoned her car at the mall, met an extraction team, and vanished into the wind. By making it look like a domestic disappearance, she bought us the time we needed to intercept the hit squad. Sokolov's men were neutralized 3 days ago. The threat to you and Maya is over. I fell back against the couch cushions, burying my face in my hands. The relief was overwhelming, but it was instantly swallowed by a crushing wave of despair. If the threat is gone, then she can come home. Right? You can bring her back. Agent Cross slowly shook her head. I'm sorry. I truly am. But she can never come back. Her face, her fingerprints, her aliases, they are burned. She is now a known entity to multiple hostile foreign intelligence agencies. If she returns to you, she paints a permanent target on your back and your daughter's back. The only way you survive is if Clara Hayes remains a missing person forever. Elena will be given a new face, a new name, and a desk job in a secure facility. You will never see her again. You can't do that, I sobbed, the tears finally breaking through. You can't just erase my wife. Maya needs her mother. Maya needs to live, Cross countered firmly. And this is the price of her survival. Cross stood up, snapping her briefcase shut. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a thick, sealed, white envelope. There was no stamp, no return address. Just my name, Julian, written in Clara's elegant, looping cursive. She wrote this in the safe house before she underwent identity transition, Cross said, placing the envelope on the coffee table. It violates a dozen security protocols for me to give this to you, but I am giving it to you anyway. Consider it a professional courtesy. The FBI and local police will be notified within the hour that federal authorities have located your wife and that she left you voluntarily of her own free will. The murder investigation will be closed. Your name will be cleared. But the world will believe your wife abandoned you. You must play the part of the heartbroken, abandoned husband, for Maya's sake. Agent Cross walked to the door. I am deeply sorry for the collateral damage to your life, Mr. Brooks. Goodbye. She walked out, the door clicking shut behind her. A minute later, the black sedan glided away, leaving me alone in the wreckage of my existence. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely tear the envelope open. Inside were 3 pages of dense handwriting. I recognized every curve of the ink. It was her. The real her. My dearest Julian. If you are reading this, it means Evelyn actually kept her promise, and it means I am already gone. I have started writing this letter 1,000 times in my head over the last 10 years, and every single time, I cowered out. How do I explain to the only man I have ever truly loved that our entire life together was built on a foundation of government lies? Evelyn has probably told you the clinical version, the mission parameters, the threat assessments. The fact that my real name is Elena, and that I was sent to spy on you, to protect your architectural blueprints, that part is true. It is the ugly, unforgivable truth. But Julian, you have to believe me when I say that the mission died the moment I actually met you. Do you remember our first date? At that terrible little diner downtown? I was supposed to be mapping your psychological profile, looking for vulnerabilities. Instead, you spent 2 hours passionately explaining how the Romans used volcanic ash to make concrete that could survive underwater for 2 millennia. Your eyes lit up. You were so kind, so genuinely brilliant, and so completely devoid of the darkness I had spent my entire life swimming in. I fell in love with you that night. I broke every rule in the NSA handbook. I was supposed to install a keylogger on your home computer. Instead, I stayed up late watching you sleep, terrified of how much I wanted to be a normal person with you. When we got married, it wasn't a cover. The vows I said to you were the most honest words I have ever spoken in my miserable life. And then came Maya. When they handed her to me in the hospital, when I saw her wrap her tiny fingers around your thumb, I knew I was trapped. I begged my handlers to let me walk away from the agency. I begged them to let me just be Clara. They refused. They said my access to you is too valuable, so I lived a double life. I baked cupcakes for the PTA, and at night, while you slept, I transmitted security reports on your firm's firewalls to a satellite server. The guilt ate me alive every single day. I hated myself for deceiving you, but I loved you both too much to leave. Now, the choice has been made for me. My past caught up with me, and if I had stayed in that house for even one more hour, the men hunting me would have slaughtered you and Maya to get to me. Running away was the only way to save your lives. I am breaking my own heart to ensure yours keeps beating. I know you must hate me. You have every right to loathe the very memory of me. I stole 10 years of your life, under false pretenses. But please, Julian, I am begging you, do not let Maya think she was unloved. Tell her I was sick. Tell her I was broken. Tell her whatever you have to tell her to protect her heart. But never let her doubt that her mother adored her with the fire of 1,000 suns. There is a loose floorboard in the attic, beneath the old winter coats. Pry it up. Inside is a small metal lockbox. The code is Maya's exact time of birth, 0412. Inside that box are the only real pieces of my soul I have left. Photographs of my real parents. A necklace my mother gave me before she died. A copy of Little Women I read when I was in the orphanage. Give them to Maya when she is old enough to understand that the world is complicated. I am going into the dark now, Julian. I will have a new face, a new voice, a new life. But in my mind, I will always be sitting on our back porch, drinking coffee, watching you push Maya on the swing set. You were my heaven. I am so sorry I dragged you into my hell. Forever yours. Elena, your Clara. I sat on the couch and wept until I threw up. I wept for the wife I had lost, for the spy I never knew, and for the agonizing realization that the deepest, truest love of my life was a fabricated ghost. I went to the attic. I found the loose floorboard. I punched in 0412. The heavy metal lockbox popped open. Inside, just as she promised, was the tragic detritus of Elena Rostova. A faded, crinkled Polaroid of a little girl with Clara's exact eyes, standing in front of a row house in Philadelphia with two serious-looking Russian immigrants. A silver crucifix necklace tarnished with age. A battered, dog-eared copy of Little Women with the name Elena, scrawled in childish crayon inside the front cover. I held the book to my chest and screamed into the empty house. The aftermath was a surreal, sickening whiplash. True to Agent Cross's word, within 3 hours of her departure, the local police chief held a press conference. He announced that federal authorities had located Clara Hayes, that she was alive and well, and that she had chosen to abandon her family voluntarily due to personal reasons. The missing person case was officially closed. I was publicly exonerated of all suspicion. The media circus packed up their tents and vanished overnight. I went from being a suspected murderer to a pathetic, abandoned cuckold in the eyes of the public. The exact same neighbors who had looked at me with terror, now looked at me with suffocating pity. Dave texted me again, "Man, I am so sorry. I can't believe she would just walk out on you and Maya like that. Let's get a beer soon." I deleted his number. Sarah showed up at my door crying, apologizing for doubting me, spewing venom about how Clara was a sociopath for abandoning her child. I had to stand there, biting my tongue until it bled, nodding along and agreeing that my wife was a monster, knowing the entire time that she was a goddamn hero who had sacrificed her entire existence to keep us from catching a Russian bullet. Explaining it to Maya was the hardest thing I have ever done in my 45 years on this earth. I sat her down on her bed, holding her small hands. "Maya, baby, the police found Mommy." Her eyes lit up with pure, unadulterated joy. "Where is she? Is she coming home?" The light in her eyes shattered me. "No, sweetie. She can't come home." "Why?" Maya's voice wobbled, the joy instantly dissolving into confusion and fear. "Did she get hurt?" I remembered Clara's letter. "Tell her whatever you have to tell her to protect her heart." Mommy was hiding a secret," I said, choosing my words with agonizing care. "There were some very bad people who wanted to hurt her. And if she stayed here with us, those bad people would have hurt you and me, too. So, to protect us, Mommy had to go far away and hide where they can never find her." Maya stared at me, her 7-year-old brain struggling to process the gravity of international espionage translated into fairy tale terms. "But, doesn't she miss us?" "She misses us more than anything in the whole universe," I promised, pulling her into a fierce hug, letting my tears soak into her shirt. "She left because she loves you, because keeping you safe was the most important thing in the world to her." "Will I ever see her again?" Maya whispered into my shoulder. "I don't know, baby bug. I really don't know. 2 years have passed since that day. I am 45 now. Maya is 9. We still live in the same house in Ohio. I still run my architecture firm, though I abruptly declined to renew my contracts with the Department of Defense, pivoting entirely to civilian commercial projects. The NSA never contacted me again. The grief doesn't magically disappear. It just mutates. It becomes a chronic phantom limb. Some mornings I wake up and reach across the bed, expecting to feel Clara's warmth, only to grasp cold, empty sheets. I still catch myself buying her favorite brand of almond milk at the grocery store before remembering she isn't here to drink it. I gave Maya the silver crucifix necklace from the lockbox for her 9th birthday. She wears it every single day, a piece of a grandmother she never knew, from a mother who no longer exists. I thought I would never see her again. I thought the ghost of Elena Rostova was permanently buried under layers of federal classification. Until last month. It was a crisp, overcast Saturday afternoon. Maya had a regional soccer tournament in a neighboring county, about an hour away from our home. I was standing on the sidelines with the other parents, drinking terrible thermos coffee, cheering as Maya aggressively defended the midfield. I happened to glance away from the game, scanning the perimeter of the sprawling athletic complex. About 50 yards away, standing near the edge of the tree line, was a woman. She was wearing a nondescript black windbreaker, a faded baseball cap pulled low, and large dark sunglasses despite the dense cloud cover. She was standing perfectly still, her hands thrust deep into her pockets, completely ignoring the other games happening around her. Her entire focus was locked onto field 4, Maya's field. My breath caught in my throat. From 50 yards away, I couldn't see her facial features. Her hair was different, cut short and dyed a dark, raven black instead of Clara's flowing auburn waves. But the posture, the exact, rigid, hyper-aware way she held her shoulders. The slight tilt of her head. It was an instinct carved into my DNA. It was her. I dropped my thermos. The hot coffee splashed across my shoes, but I didn't feel it. I took 2 steps toward the tree line, my heart hammering against my ribs with the force of a jackhammer. The woman noticed my movement. She slowly turned her head and looked directly at me. Even behind the dark lenses of her sunglasses, I felt the electric jolt of eye contact. Time completely stopped. The screaming parents, the referee's whistle, the thud of the soccer ball, it all faded into absolute static. For exactly 3 seconds, the NSA operative, the ghost, my wife, held my gaze. Then, very slowly, she raised her right hand. She didn't wave. She just pressed 2 fingers to her lips, and then lowered her hand. A kiss. A silent, agonizing goodbye across an ocean of impossible circumstances. She turned on her heel, and walked into the dense tree line. "Hey, buddy, you dropped your coffee." Dave's replacement, a nice dad named Greg, patted my shoulder, snapping me out of the trance. I blinked, gasping for air like I'd been drowning. I looked back at the trees. She was completely gone. I didn't run after her. I didn't alert the authorities. I knew the rules of the game now. If I chased her, if I drew attention to her, I would put her in danger. Her presence there was a massive, catastrophic violation of her security protocols. She had risked her freedom, her new identity, and potentially her life, just to watch our daughter play a game of soccer from 50 yards away in the freezing cold. When the game ended, Maya ran off the field, her face flushed and smeared with mud, grinning ear to ear. "Did you see my tackle, Dad?" she yelled, throwing her arms around my waist. "I saw it, baby bug." "It was perfect," I choked out, holding her tighter than usual, my eyes still fixed on the empty tree line. "You were absolutely perfect." On the walk back to the car, we passed the exact spot near the trees where the woman had been standing. I paused, pretending to tie my shoe. Half buried in the damp grass was a small, silver foil wrapper. It was the wrapper for a very specific, obscure brand of European black licorice mints. Clara's favorite mints. The ones she used to special order online, because they didn't sell them in the States. I picked up the wrapper, slipped it into my pocket, and smiled for the first time in 2 years. My wife vanished on a Thursday. The woman I married was a fiction, a government-issued ghost designed to manipulate me. But as I watched my daughter laugh in the backseat of my car, I touched the foil wrapper in my pocket and knew the absolute truth. The spy was a lie. But the mother was real. And she is still watching over us. My brother wrote me out of the will. "You're an extra puzzle piece." At Dad's retirement party, my slideshow revealed he stole everything. My name is Julian, and I am 32 years old. Up until about 6 months ago, I hadn't seen or spoken to the vast majority of my family in over 5 years. Give or take a few ignored, obligatory holiday text messages and a handful of incredibly awkward Facebook photo tags that I immediately removed, they were ghosts to me. The very last authentic, face-to-face interaction I had with any of them was a grueling Thanksgiving dinner. I was 27 at the time. My older brother, Marcus, had paused his booming monologue about his latest stock market conquest just long enough to look at me, snap his fingers, and ask if I could hurry up and clear the dessert dishes because the actual grown-ups are trying to talk business. At 27, I had a bachelor's degree in computer science. I was holding down 2 grueling part-time jobs just to keep the lights on. And I was spending every other waking hour doing freelance coding gigs. And yet, in Marcus's eyes and, by extension, my parents' eyes, I was still the exact same messy, unfocused kid who simply never lived up to his supposed potential. I didn't argue with him that night. I didn't raise my voice or cause a scene. I just quietly picked up the porcelain plates, walked into the kitchen, dried my hands on a checkered dish towel, walked out the back door, and drove away without saying a single word of goodbye. There is something profoundly strange and suffocating about growing up in a family where the social hierarchy feels permanently locked in stone, where your assigned role was decided for you before you even knew how to speak. Marcus, who is 7 years older than me, was always the undisputed golden boy of the family. He was the varsity tennis captain in high school, valedictorian, and he landed a high-paying job straight out of college at a massive venture capital firm in Chicago. You absolutely know the type. He was the kind of guy who wore tailored Brooks Brothers blazers to casual Sunday family dinners, bragged endlessly about his real estate portfolio before the turkey was even carved, and constantly gave everyone unsolicited, condescending life advice while chewing his food loudly and swirling his $100 Cabernet like he was a master sommelier. And then there was me. I was the quiet one, the artsy one, the dreamer who couldn't seem to figure out the real world. My dad used to joke, loudly and often, that I would probably end up painting murals on alleyway dumpsters for a living. My mom never laughed at those jokes, but she never exactly defended me either. She would just offer this tight, pitying smile and change the subject. I will be completely honest, my 20s were incredibly rough. I didn't make it fresh out of college like Marcus did. I tried my hand at a million different things, desperately searching for something that clicked. I did freelance graphic design, I tried developing indie video games, I even started a tech blog that generated absolutely zero revenue but managed to attract a few angry internet trolls, which honestly felt like a twisted kind of accomplishment at the time. I was renting a miserable, tiny studio apartment on the bad side of town. The paint was peeling off the walls in thick strips, the heater sounded like a dying lawnmower, and the shared walls were so incredibly thin that I could literally hear my neighbor coughing in his sleep. I worked as a night shift janitor at a massive corporate co-working space, vacuuming the floors around the desks of people who were living the life I wanted. During the day, I survived on instant coffee and taught myself advanced cybersecurity architecture and threat detection coding. Nobody in my family ever asked how I was doing. They never called to check in. And when I reached out to them once, just one single time in my entire adult life, to ask for a small, $600 loan to help cover an emergency root canal because I was in agonizing pain, my mom responded by sending me a photo of Marcus standing next to his brand new luxury boat. Her text read, "Maybe seeing your brother's success can inspire you to finally get serious about your life. We don't want to enable bad habits." So yeah, I disappeared. I didn't announce my departure. I didn't write a dramatic burning bridges Facebook post. I just stopped reaching out. I stopped showing up to the obligatory dinners. I stopped trying to force a connection that clearly didn't exist. I took all of that rejection, all of that quiet, simmering humiliation, and I funneled it entirely into myself. I kept working. I kept learning. I started building something slowly, clumsily, but it was entirely mine. I founded a small, niche cybersecurity software company, right out of that freezing studio apartment. I made 1,000 mistakes. I hired the wrong freelance help, I wrote incredibly bad code that crashed my own servers, and I once spent 3 entire weeks debugging a program only to realize I had missed a single, stupid semicolon. But despite all the setbacks, the software started working. And then, it started growing. One small business client turned into 5. 5 turned into 20. I took every single cent of profit for the first 3 years and aggressively reinvested it back into the software. I barely left the apartment. I ate cheap frozen burritos for dinner every night, and wore the exact same 3 faded hoodies on a continuous rotation. I didn't feel successful, but for the first time in my life, I felt intensely focused. I felt awake. And then, one random Tuesday afternoon, a massive, London-based tech conglomerate reached out to me. They had seen my software in action at a client's firm, and they wanted to license the core architecture of my product for their global enterprise. The offer they put on the table was staggering. It was the kind of money that makes your vision blur for a second. I took the deal. Suddenly, practically overnight, I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was living. I moved out of that miserable studio and bought a beautiful, minimalist penthouse apartment overlooking the city. I bought a car that didn't make terrifying clicking noises every time I turned the steering wheel, a sleek, slate gray Porsche 911. I hired a real, brilliant team of developers, got a ruthless corporate accountant, and finally learned how to sleep for more than 4 hours a night. I didn't become a billionaire or anything absurd like that, but I was wealthy, secure, and finally comfortable. And the best part? I did every single bit of it without a single dime, a single favor, or a single word of encouragement from anyone in my family. That felt good. It felt really, really good. That brings us to about 6 months ago. I received a text message completely out of nowhere from my cousin Chloe. She told me she was getting married in a few weeks, and that she genuinely wanted me to be there. I stared at the glowing screen of my phone for a long time. Chloe was one of the very few people in my extended family who never looked at me like I was a contagious disease or a tragic failure. When we were kids, she used to sneak me extra slices of cake during family parties when I would hide in the garage just to avoid Marcus's relentless taunting. Because of that, I said yes. I figured enough time had passed. I was 32 now. I was a different person. Maybe things would be different. I thought I could just show up, look sharp, share a few awkward but polite hugs, eat some expensive wedding food, and slip out early completely unnoticed. The wedding was held at this massive, breathtaking historical estate just outside the city limits. There were vine-covered stone arches, perfectly aligned white chairs on impossibly manicured green grass, and a live string quartet warming up under a silk canopy. Everyone in attendance was dressed like they were walking the red carpet at the Oscars. I wore a simple, custom-tailored navy suit and brought my executive assistant, Maya, as my +1. I didn't bring her because I needed romantic company. I brought her because she was practically a black belt in navigating awkward corporate social interactions, and I knew I would need a buffer. The ceremony itself was genuinely beautiful. Chloe looked radiant, and her new husband seemed like a genuinely kind, solid guy. I strategically seated myself near the very back row, close enough to see the vows but far enough away to blend into the background. I honestly thought I had made it through the hardest part completely undetected. But then, during the cocktail reception on the lawn, I heard a booming, painfully familiar voice call out from behind me. Well, if it isn't our little starving artist. I closed my eyes for a fraction of a second, took a breath, and turned around slowly. It was Marcus, of course. He looked exactly the same, just a little more tired around the eyes and a little softer around the jawline. He was still physically fit, still impeccably dressed, and still carrying that unbearable aura of smug superiority. He had a crystal glass of red wine in one hand, and a condescending smirk on his face. He gave me that classic older brother nod, a gesture that somehow managed to be both dismissive and aggressively fake-friendly at the same time. "Didn't think you'd actually show your face?" he said, looking me up and down. "Thought you were still off in, what was it, video game Fantasyland? Or are you still scrubbing floors at that office building? Land." I forced a polite laugh, mostly just to buy myself a second to process the sheer audacity of the man. "Something like that, Marcus. Good to see you too." Maya narrowed her sharp eyes at him, sensing the immediate hostility, but I gave her a very subtle shake of the head. I didn't want to start anything. Not here. Not at Chloe's wedding. Not with the soft clinking of champagne glasses and smooth jazz playing in the background. But Marcus, true to form, was absolutely not done. He took a slow sip of his wine, leaned in just close enough, so that only Maya and I could hear him, and said, "So, what are you actually doing these days, Julian, really? Still chasing that little pipe dream of yours? Still sleeping on a futon and calling it a minimalist lifestyle?" I could feel the old, familiar anger rising hot and fast in my chest. It was that exact same tightness in my throat I used to get when I was a teenager. The impulsive, wounded part of me desperately wanted to shout at him, to aggressively defend myself, to list out every single massive corporate achievement, every sleepless night, every $1 million I had earned without a single drop of his help. But I didn't. I just looked at him, offered a calm, unbothered smile, and casually reached into my suit pocket. I pulled out my key fob and pressed the unlock button. About 50 yards away, parked perfectly on the crushed gravel of the estate's VIP circular driveway, my slate gray Porsche 911 gave a sharp, aggressive double chirp, its LED headlights flashing brightly in the dusk. Marcus turned his head, genuinely confused by the sound, looked at the stunning luxury sports car, and then slowly turned his head back to me. "Nah," I said casually, my voice perfectly level. "I mostly just travel now. My company pays me pretty well even when I'm sleeping." I watched his face closely. The shift was microscopic, but it was absolutely there. It was a sudden flicker of genuine surprise, followed instantly by a shadow of deep, unsettling doubt. It was the look of a man who suddenly realized the rules of the game had completely changed while he wasn't looking, and he hadn't been keeping score. But that was only the first crack in the ice. Because the night was far from over, and Marcus absolutely could not stand the idea of not being the smartest, most successful person in the room. I was about to find out exactly how far he would go to try and shove me back into the tiny, pathetic box he had built for me in his mind. The rest of that wedding reception felt like a slow, agonizing descent back into a psychological war zone I thought I had permanently escaped. After the moment with the Porsche keys, Marcus didn't say anything else right away. He just offered this tight, plastic smile, like he was desperately trying to formulate a witty comeback, but his brain was short-circuiting. He quickly clinked his glass against someone else's and slinked back into the dense crowd of relatives. But I knew my brother. I knew that wasn't the end of it. Marcus despised being surprised, and he absolutely loathed being outshined in public. I had just effortlessly embarrassed him without even raising my voice. Maya leaned in close to me and whispered, "Let me guess. That's the famous older brother?" "Yeah," I muttered, taking a sip of my water. "I can completely see it," she replied, her tone bone dry. "He smells exactly like deep-seated insecurity and aggressively expensive cologne." I almost laughed out loud, but my stomach was tied in too many knots. The next few hours were a slow, awkward blur of forced mingling. Extended relatives I barely recognized would cautiously approach me, shake my hand, and say empty things like, "Wow, Julian, it's been forever," or, "You clean up nicely." A few of the bolder aunts and uncles asked the dreaded question, "So, what exactly is it that you do now?" I gave everyone the exact same vague, boring answers. "I work in tech, mostly software architecture, nothing too crazy." I kept it incredibly low-key. I didn't want to make a scene, and I didn't want to steal Chloe's thunder on her big day. I just wanted to survive the dinner, give Chloe my gift, and get the hell out of there. But Marcus had entirely different plans. By the time the massive, multi-course dinner was finally served, I realized I had been seated at table 12, which was, naturally, located in the dark corner right next to the kitchen swinging doors and the restrooms. Meanwhile, Marcus was holding court at the massive head family table, right in the center of the ballroom, surrounded by my parents, his wife, and all the important relatives. I honestly didn't mind the seating arrangement. I was profoundly grateful for the physical distance. Maya and I quietly ate our steak and made polite small talk with our table mates, a very sweet, elderly couple from the groom's side who were hard of hearing. Everything was perfectly fine until it was time for the champagne toasts. Chloe's father went first, delivering a sweet, tear-jerking speech. Then the maid of honor spoke. And then, it was time for the family representative, Marcus. I felt Maya instantly go rigid beside me the second Marcus confidently strode up to the microphone, adjusting his expensive tie. "Oh God. Here we go," Maya muttered under her breath. Marcus tapped the crystal microphone with his ring, soaking up the attention, and flashed his signature, charismatic megawatt smile. "For those of you who somehow don't know me," Marcus began, his voice echoing through the massive ballroom, "I'm Marcus. I am the bride's absolute favorite cousin. Please don't tell the others." The room erupted into polite, easy laughter. "And, of course, I am the very proud big brother of one Julian, who so generously decided to grace us with his presence tonight after. What has it been, Julian? 5 years of absolute radio silence?" More laughter rippled through the room, but this time, it was nervous. It was tight. I felt the physical weight of 100 pairs of eyes suddenly shift and lock onto me sitting in the dark corner. I didn't move a single muscle. I kept my face entirely blank, offering only a tight, unreadable smile. Maya reached under the heavy linen tablecloth and gripped my wrist hard in solidarity. Marcus paced slightly, leaning into the mic. "You know, growing up with Julian was always an adventure. I always felt like he had his head completely stuck in the clouds. I mean, while I was pulling all-nighters applying to Ivy League colleges and studying market trends, Julian was in the backyard painting. What was it? Frogs? No, it was lizards. He was definitely painting lizards on pieces of cardboard." He chuckled loudly into the microphone, clearly waiting for the room to join in. A few people offered awkward titters, but most of the room stayed silent. I didn't laugh. Maya glared daggers at him. The elderly couple sitting next to us looked utterly mortified. "I used to genuinely worry about him," Marcus continued, his tone shifting to one of mock pity. "But as I got older, I realized that some people are just built differently. Not everyone is meant for the real world. Not everyone has what it takes to grind. Some people just want to chase silly dreams, while the rest of us actually have to step up and pay the bills. But hey, society needs its dreamers too, right? So, here's a toast to Chloe, and a toast to all the dreamers out there." He raised his glass. The toast ended. The room erupted into applause, though a significant portion of the guests actively avoided looking in my direction. I saw Chloe sitting at the sweetheart table. She looked absolutely furious, her knuckles white as she gripped her champagne flute, but she couldn't exactly stop the wedding to yell at him. I didn't move. I didn't utter a single syllable. I just sat there and swallowed the absolute humiliation. Every single word, every cheap, calculated shot, every condescending smirk. I had promised myself I would not give Marcus the twisted satisfaction of seeing me bleed in public. But the speech wasn't the breaking point. The true breaking point came about an hour later. After the dinner plates were cleared and the younger crowd had migrated to the open bar and the glowing dance floor, I desperately needed to escape the suffocating noise. I told Maya to stay inside and enjoy the music. I slipped out the heavy glass doors and walked out into the massive estate gardens. It was pitch black, save for a few glowing lanterns lining the stone pathways. I found a secluded, wrought iron bench, hidden behind a massive row of manicured hedges, sat down, and just tried to regulate my breathing. I was sitting there for maybe 10 minutes when I heard the unmistakable crunch of expensive leather shoes on the gravel. "Didn't mean to upset you in there, little bro," Marcus's voice slithered through the darkness. He casually rounded the hedge, acting as if he had just miraculously stumbled upon me. It was just a light-hearted joke. You know how weddings are. I didn't turn to look at him. I kept my eyes fixed on the distant tree line. "I'm not upset, Marcus." "Good," he said, aggressively plopping himself down on the bench right next to me without an ounce of invitation. "Because you've gotten incredibly sensitive in your old age. You used to take my jabs way better when we were kids." I finally turned my head and looked at him. "What do you want, Marcus?" He shifted his weight, suddenly dropping the fake friendly act. His face grew serious, cold, and calculated. "Look, I know we've had our differences over the years. And I know you've got your little IT company now, or whatever it is you're doing to afford renting that Porsche for the weekend. But the reality is, Mom and Dad are getting older. Dad's health isn't perfect. And there has been some serious talk lately." "Talk?" I asked slowly, the hair on the back of my neck standing up. He nodded grimly. "About the estate, the family house, the beach property up in Maine, the liquid assets, the inheritance. You know how it is. They just want to make sure everything goes smoothly when the time comes." I felt a block of solid ice settle deep in the pit of my stomach. "Go smoothly? What exactly does that mean?" Marcus smiled. It was that exact same patronizing, victorious smile he used to give me when he would beat me at chess when we were children. "They want someone responsible in charge of the trust. Someone who actually understands corporate structures, tax law, and how to handle massive assets. You've been completely out of the loop for 5 years, Julian. I'm the one who has been helping them. I do their taxes, I manage their insurance, I handle the property repairs. You name it, I do it." I slowly stood up from the bench, towering over him. "So what are you saying? They're cutting me out of the will?" "Whoa, nobody is saying that," he said, throwing his hands up in a gesture of fake surrender, though he remained seated. "But you have to look at it from their perspective. You completely dropped off the map for half a decade. No phone calls, no holiday visits, no birthdays. Because they made it incredibly clear that I wasn't welcome unless I was a clone of you." I finally snapped, my voice echoing slightly in the empty garden. He shrugged nonchalantly. "Hey, I'm just the messenger here, man. I'm just trying to be reasonable and give you a heads up so you aren't shocked when the paperwork is finalized." I turned around, disgusted, and started to walk away. And that was exactly when he said the words that would ultimately destroy his life. "I mean, let's be brutally honest here, Julian," Marcus called out to my back. I stopped dead in my tracks. "You were never really part of the long-term plan anyway. Mom used to say it all the time when you were struggling. She said you were like an extra puzzle piece from a different box that just didn't fit our picture. She didn't mean it to be cruel. She was just being realistic about who you are." I stood completely frozen on the gravel path. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. My hands were shaking so violently, I had to ball them into tight fists to stop the tremors. "Anyway," Marcus continued breezily, entirely unfazed by the devastation he had just casually dropped on me. "No hard feelings, right? It's just family business. You get it. Drive safe in your rental car." I heard his footsteps crunch away, heading back toward the pulsing music and the light of the reception hall. I stood there alone in the dark, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. That was the exact moment something inside of me permanently snapped. It wasn't just the insult. It wasn't the money. I had more money in my personal checking account than my parents' entire estate was worth. It was the sheer, brutal realization that he genuinely meant it, that they all meant it. I had spent 5 agonizing years trying to make peace with being the family scapegoat, the outsider. I had repeatedly told myself that I didn't care, that their toxic opinions didn't matter, that building a massive, successful life, completely without them, was the ultimate victory. But hearing it said out loud, hearing my own mother's words weaponized against me by my brother, ignited something terrifying inside my chest. That wasn't just exclusion anymore. That was an active, calculated erasure. And it was just the beginning. Because what Marcus didn't know, what absolutely none of them knew, was that I possessed a skill set they couldn't even comprehend. I had leverage. I had resources. And I was officially done playing the quiet, submissive younger brother. When I finally walked back into the reception hall, the raging fire in my chest had gone completely cold. It wasn't the kind of cold that comes from peace. It was the kind of cold that comes when your brain completely detaches from emotion and shifts into pure, calculating survival mode. Like pouring liquid nitrogen over a fire. Maya looked up from her cocktail at the bar, took one look at my eyes, and instantly set her drink down. She didn't ask a single question. She just grabbed her clutch purse and said, "We're leaving." On the silent drive back to the city, the phrase "extra puzzle piece" repeated in my head over and over again, on an endless, maddening loop. The next 3 weeks of my life were a complete, numb blur. Back at my company's headquarters, I was supposed to be spearheading the final preparations for our massive Q4 product launch. We had just secured a monumental contract with a European banking syndicate, and the entire office was buzzing with adrenaline. And yet, I was a ghost. I would sit in my glass-walled office, stare at thousands of lines of code on my monitors, and completely forget what I was supposed to be debugging. I missed crucial executive meetings. I snapped rudely at Maya for absolutely no reason, only to profoundly apologize to her 5 minutes later. The ugly truth was that Marcus had inflicted significantly more psychological damage in that garden than I was willing to admit. It wasn't just the inheritance. It was the devastating realization that no matter how much I evolved, no matter how many millions I made, no matter what monumental things I built, my family had already permanently cemented my identity years ago. To them, I would always be the failure. Nothing, not success, not distance, not silence, would ever alter their perception. I started spiraling. I stopped going to the gym. I ate garbage. I canceled 2 massive investor calls and pushed our product launch back by 3 full weeks. The emails piled up into the thousands until Maya finally stormed into my office, slammed my laptop completely shut, and stood over my desk. "Listen to me very carefully," she demanded, her voice sharp as glass. "You are either going to deal with whatever the hell your brother said to you at that wedding, or you are going to formally tell the board you are taking a leave of absence. But this half-dead, zombie version of you is dragging this entire company down, and I refuse to watch you destroy what you built over some family drama." Her words hit me like a physical blow because she was absolutely right. The last time I had felt this utterly hollow and worthless, I was literally scrubbing toilets at 3 a.m. And here I was, sitting in a multi-million-dollar executive chair, feeling like a complete imposter. That night, I refused to go home. I stayed alone in the dark office, staring out the massive floor-to-ceiling windows at the glittering city skyline. Around 2 a.m., I found myself digging through the deepest, oldest archived folders on my server. I was looking at files from back when my entire company was nothing more than a rough idea typed into a messy Google Doc. I found the very first invoice I had ever successfully sent, $75 for a custom firewall script. I found the first brutal rejection email I ever received from an investor. And then, I found an old, saved email from a completely anonymous beta tester from 5 years ago. It just said, "Hey man, this software is brilliant. Don't stop building this. It's going to change things." For some reason, staring at that pixelated text broke the spell. It reminded me that someone, somewhere, had seen my actual value before I even had a dime to my name. I stayed up until dawn, reading old user feedback and terrible early code. I reconnected with the core reason I had survived my 20s. I was a builder. I didn't need to prove Marcus wrong, I just needed to protect what was mine. 2 days later, the mail arrived at my penthouse. It was a thick, heavy manila envelope with no return address. Inside was a massive stack of legal documents. It was a formal, notarized draft of the updated family trust. I sat at my kitchen island and read through the dense legalese. Marcus had been officially named the sole executor of the estate, possessing complete unchecked power of attorney over my parents' finances, properties, and medical directives. My name was not mentioned a single time, not as a secondary beneficiary, not as a contingency, not even in a footnote. I had been legally, entirely erased from the family bloodline. I stared at the thick paper for a very long time. I didn't cry. I didn't throw anything. I carefully folded the document, placed it in my desk drawer, and locked it. They wanted to write me completely out of the story? Fine. Let's see how they feel when the story violently writes them out too. The very next morning, I made a phone call to Evelyn Vance. Evelyn was a terrifyingly brilliant corporate litigation attorney who had helped my company crush a massive contract dispute a year prior. She was ruthless, meticulous, and operated with the warmth of a great white shark. "I am not looking to sue my parents," I told her plainly, as I sat in her opulent downtown office, sliding the copied trust documents across her mahogany desk. "I just want to know exactly what I am looking at here, and what power he actually has." Evelyn adjusted her glasses, scanned the documents with terrifying speed, and sighed. "I will keep this incredibly simple for you, Julian. You are not technically disinherited, because they didn't explicitly write, 'We disinherit Julian.' You are simply omitted. Which means, if your parents pass away without revising this specific document, absolutely everything they own transfers directly to Marcus's control as the sole executor. He can liquidate, he can sell, he can hoard. If you wanted to fight it, you would have to launch a massive court challenge, and it would be an agonizing, uphill battle. Can you tell me when this draft was notarized? I asked. She flipped to the back page. Exactly 6 months ago. That detail stung worse than anything else. 6 months ago, I was working 100-hour weeks, finalizing the London buyout deal, securing my future. And while I was doing that, my family was secretly sitting in a lawyer's office, legally severing me from their lives like a diseased limb. Is there anything I can legally do right now? I asked. Evelyn leaned back in her leather chair, tapping her expensive pen. Not legally. Not unless you can definitively prove coercion, severe mental incompetence, or financial fraud. She paused, her sharp eyes softening just a fraction. You are not crazy to be deeply upset by this, Julian. This is incredibly cold, and it is highly calculated. I thanked her, paid her massive retainer, and left. I realized then that my parents hadn't written me out because I was a failure. They wrote me out because I had succeeded completely without them. I was the one variable they could no longer control, mold, or manipulate. So, I stopped asking why they did it, and I started asking how Marcus had convinced them to do it. The very first thing I did was hire a private forensic researcher. Not some sketchy, cheap private investigator from a strip mall who takes photos of cheating spouses. I hired a man named Silas. Silas was a former IRS forensic auditor who had transitioned into corporate espionage and deep-dive financial digging. He was tall, incredibly soft-spoken, and moved like a ghost. I am not looking to blackmail my brother, I told Silas as we sat in a secure windowless conference room at my office. But Marcus bragged to me that he handles all of their taxes, their properties, and their insurance. If he is the sole executor, there has to be a massive paper trail. I want to know exactly what he is doing with their money right now. I gave Silas a blank check and told him to tear Marcus's financial life down to the molecular level. 3 weeks later, Silas requested a meeting. He walked into my office carrying a massive, 3-inch thick binder, filled with highlighted bank records, property deeds, and corporate filings. Let's just say your brother is not the benevolent, responsible family steward he is pretending to be, Silas said quietly, sliding the heavy binder across my desk. I opened it. What I saw made my blood run instantly cold. For starters, Silas had uncovered that Marcus had quietly, legally transferred the deed to our family's massive, beloved beach house in Maine, a property that had been in my mother's family for 3 generations out of my parents' names entirely. He had transferred it into a shell LLC registered in Delaware. That LLC was owned by a secondary holding company, which, as you can guess, was entirely owned and operated by Marcus. On paper, Marcus likely pitched this to your parents as a standard estate planning move to avoid probate taxes, Silas explained, pointing to the transfer signatures. But legally, that house no longer belongs to your parents. It belongs entirely to his corporation. If he wanted to sell it tomorrow and keep the cash, they couldn't stop him. That alone was a massive betrayal, but it got so much worse. Silas turned the page to the maintenance and expense reports for my parents' estate. There was a $24,000 charge for landscaping upgrades, a $12,000 charge for roof repairs, and an eye-popping $35,000 tagged as interior furnishing replacements. The receipts looked completely legitimate at first glance, Silas noted. But when I traced the vendor tax ID numbers, the landscaping company is owned by Marcus's college roommate. The interior design firm is registered to Marcus's wife's maiden name. He is actively embezzling your parents' liquid retirement assets by generating fake invoices and funneling the cash directly back into his own pockets. My jaw physically clenched. He was bleeding them dry while smiling in their faces. But the absolute crown jewel of Silas's investigation was buried in a scanned email attachment he had managed to legally intercept through a public domain flaw connected to Marcus's careless business server. It was a direct email chain between Marcus and his sleazy corporate accountant. The subject line read, "Tax Shield Strategy, Parental Asset Transfer." The body of the email detailed a meticulous multi-year plan to gradually drain my parents' remaining liquid retirement accounts and move the funds into long-term, tax-sheltered offshore accounts under Marcus's sole authority. He claimed it was to protect the estate from medical bankruptcy. But the final paragraph of the email was the smoking gun. Marcus had written, "Make sure the corporate structures are locked tight. I need these assets completely insulated in entities where Julian will have absolutely zero legal standing or access when the time comes." I stared at the printed email for what felt like hours. My brother wasn't just playing favorites. He was playing God with our family's legacy, and he was robbing the very people who worshipped him. And now, I had the absolute, undeniable proof. I took the entire binder back to Evelyn Vance. She read through the findings, her eyes widening slightly at the sheer audacity of the embezzlement. "Legally, this gives you a massive foundation," Evelyn said, tapping the binder. "It's not an immediate criminal slam dunk because your parents signed the power of attorney. But if your parents are genuinely unaware of how far he has gone, or if we trigger a full forensic IRS audit, this will crack his entire life wide open. What do you want to do, Julian? I want to burn his castle down, I said softly, but I want him to light the match. If I were you, Evelyn advised, a dangerous smile playing on her lips, I would gather this leverage, lock it in a vault, and wait. Wait for the exact moment he feels completely untouchable. So, that is exactly what I did. I didn't go nuclear right away. I didn't call my parents screaming. I didn't send Marcus a cryptic, threatening text message. I went completely, terrifyingly quiet. I focused entirely on my company. We launched our Q4 product. It was a massive, industry-shaking success. I doubled my net worth in 3 months. Outwardly, I was thriving. But inwardly, I was meticulously preparing for war. I started planting invisible seeds. I reached out to my cousin Chloe under the pretense of sending her a late wedding gift. During our phone call, I casually asked if she remembered Marcus acting weird about family finances lately. Chloe hesitated, lowering her voice. Actually, yes. A few months before the wedding, he aggressively tried to pressure my dad into signing over his portion of the shared family cabin trust. My dad refused, and Marcus threw a massive tantrum. It was really uncomfortable. I asked her to quietly forward me any emails Marcus had sent her dad regarding the cabin. She did. Then, I reached out to my Aunt Sarah, my mother's fiercely protective older sister. I called her just to check in, after she had a minor knee surgery. We hadn't spoken in 4 years, but she warmed up to me quickly. After 20 minutes of small talk, I gently steered the conversation. I'm just worried about mom and dad's finances with dad retiring soon, I lied smoothly. Do you know who is handling their estate planning? Oh, Marcus has all of that completely locked down, Aunt Sarah said, though I could hear a distinct note of suspicion in her voice. Your father practically treats Marcus like a deity now. He signs whatever Marcus puts in front of him. Honestly, Julian, I'm surprised your name isn't on any of the new trust paperwork. It's not, I said softly, letting the silence hang heavy on the line. Aunt Sarah went dead silent. Then, she whispered, that is completely wrong, Julian. That is not right at all. I didn't press her any further. I didn't need to. I knew she would remember that conversation, and the seed of doubt would grow. I didn't need to blow the family up myself. I just needed to shift the tide of public opinion so that when the dam broke, Marcus would drown alone. To execute the final phase of my plan, I needed to put Marcus exactly where he desperately wanted to be, at the absolute center of attention, surrounded by everyone he wanted to impress. 2 months later, the perfect opportunity arrived in my mailbox. It was a thick, embossed invitation to a massive retirement party for my father. He was finally stepping down from his firm after 40 years. And the venue for the party? It was being hosted by Marcus at the family beach house in Maine, the exact same beach house that Marcus had secretly stolen from them via his Delaware LLC. I knew deep in my gut that Marcus would use this massive party to flaunt his role as the new patriarch, to flex his control, and to publicly claim the crown he thought he had flawlessly secured. Which was exactly what I needed him to do. Because when he finally stepped up in front of our entire extended family to claim that stolen throne, I was going to be standing right there. Armed with a polite smile, a $1,000 suit, a tiny silver USB flash drive, and a very simple, devastating sentence. The day of the retirement party, I deliberately arrived an hour late. The sun had just begun to dip below the horizon, casting long, golden shadows across the crashing waves of the Maine coastline as I slowly pulled my Porsche up the long, winding gravel driveway of the old family estate. The house was a massive, beautiful Victorian wraparound, now technically a corporate asset hidden inside Marcus's web of shell companies. I parked a few houses down the road to avoid immediate detection. I didn't bring Maya this time. I didn't need a buffer. I walked the rest of the way alone, my footsteps calm and measured against the gravel. I was wearing a sharp, charcoal gray suit with no tie. In my left hand, I held a thick, sealed manila envelope. In my right pocket, rested the silver USB drive. As I approached the sprawling backyard, I could hear the familiar symphony of my family, the booming laughter that felt like echoes from a past life I had shed, soft jazz filtering through expensive outdoor speakers. The clink of crystal champagne flutes from aunts, uncles, and cousins who had effortlessly forgotten I existed. I wasn't here for a tearful reconciliation. I was here for absolute clarity. The backyard had been transformed into a lavish, catered event. There was a massive white canopy tent, linen-covered tables, endless trays of expensive seafood, and a large projector screen set up near the patio for what I assumed would be a sappy family photo slideshow. My father stood right in the center of a large circle of admiring relatives. He was wearing a crisp button-down shirt, laughing loudly as Marcus stood next to him, holding a wireless microphone and a glass of expensive scotch. And I think we can all agree, Marcus's voice boomed through the speakers, dripping with fake humility. That Dad's unwavering leadership, both at his firm and right here at home, is what kept this family strong. And now, as he finally retires to enjoy the fruits of his labor, it is time to pass the torch, not just of property or assets, but of our family's legacy. Marcus looked down at my father, who nodded with tears of pride welling in his eyes. Then, Marcus's gaze swept across the crowd, soaking in the adoration, until his eyes landed squarely on me standing at the edge of the patio. He physically froze, just for a fraction of a second, but it was enough. His smug smile faltered. I didn't wait for him to recover. I stepped forward, walking straight into the center of the crowd as the polite chuckles faded into confused silence. Every single pair of eyes turned in my direction. My mother's face twitched in shock, her hand flying to her mouth. My father tilted his head, genuinely bewildered. Aunt Sarah gave me a highly calculated, knowing look. Chloe, standing by the bar, offered me a tiny, supportive nod. I stopped exactly 3 feet away from Marcus. I didn't take the microphone. I just spoke loud enough, with a voice so cold and steady it cut through the ocean breeze. Before we move on to the toast, I said, pulling the silver flash drive from my pocket and holding it up in the twilight, I brought something I wanted to show the family. I thought it might be highly relevant to Dad's retirement, and to this legacy Marcus was just talking about. Marcus's eyes darted to the flash drive. His jaw tightened. Julian, now is really not the time for your dramatic, but I completely ignored him. I walked straight past him, over to the media table where a teenager was manning the laptop connected to the massive projector screen. Without asking permission, I pulled his flash drive out and slid mine in. Maya had meticulously prepped the presentation for me the night before. She didn't ask if I was sure. She just formatted the evidence to be as brutally legible as possible. The massive screen behind the tent flickered to life. I clicked the wireless remote in my hand. Slide 1, deed transfer, main property. It was a massive, high-resolution scan of the legal document showing Marcus's digital signature, authorizing the transfer of the very beach house we were standing at, from my parents' names into his Delaware LLC. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. My father frowned heavily, stepping closer to the screen. My mother leaned forward, squinting. I clicked the remote again. Slide 2, vendor invoices 2023, fraudulent. A massive, color-coded spreadsheet appeared. It showed the tens of thousands of dollars paid out of my parents' retirement accounts for maintenance. Right next to the charges were the corporate registry photos proving the vendors were Marcus's college friends and his wife's side businesses. What is this? Uncle David muttered loudly from the back. Marcus lunged forward, his face flushing crimson. Turn that off. This is ridiculous. This is entirely out of context. Those were legally authorized repairs. Dad asked me to manage the estate and I did. I clicked the remote a third time. Slide 3. Email intercept. Tax shield strategy. The massive screen displayed Marcus's exact email to his accountant. The words were highlighted in bright yellow. I need these assets completely insulated in entities where Julian will have absolutely zero legal standing. Funnel the liquid cash. I let the entire party read it in absolute, horrifying silence. The only sound was the crashing of the ocean waves. I turned slowly to my parents. They looked like they had been physically struck. Did you know, I asked my father, my voice echoing in the dead quiet, that this beach house no longer legally belongs to you? Did you know your retirement assets are being actively embezzled into a trust you have zero legal control over? My father opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He looked at Marcus, his hands shaking. I thought, he stammered weakly. Marcus said he was helping us protect it from probate. He said it was safer in his hands. And it is? Marcus shouted, his voice cracking with sheer panic. He pointed an accusatory finger at me. It is a legal asset shield, Dad. This is standard high-level financial planning. He is twisting it because he's a jealous failure. I looked at Marcus. I really, truly looked at him. And for the first time in my entire 32 years of life on this earth, my older brother looked terrified. He wasn't smug. He wasn't superior. He was completely exposed, stripped naked in front of his entire kingdom. I didn't twist a single thing, Marcus, I said calmly. I just followed the paperwork. Exactly like a responsible executor might do if they were actually included in the family planning, but I wasn't. And honestly, I am completely okay with that now. I don't need a single dime of this family's money. I turned back to the stunned crowd. But I am absolutely not okay with this. I am not okay with the manipulation, the blatant fraud, and the deception. I am not going to stand by and watch my parents get quietly written out of their own legacy while Marcus plays family king with a glass of stolen scotch. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. I walked over to my father, opened the thick manila envelope I had been carrying, and gently handed him the massive stack of forensic documents Silas had compiled. "What is this?" my dad whispered, tears spilling over his eyelids. "A detailed, forensic breakdown," I said softly, "of every single fraudulent transfer Marcus authorized, every account he drained, every fake payment he processed, and exactly who benefited from it." My mother's hands violently trembled as she reached over and took the top sheet. My father, a man who had spent his entire life avoiding conflict, looked slowly from me, to the documents, and then directly at Marcus. This cannot be right," he choked out. I shrugged. "You have a corporate lawyer, so do I. Have an independent auditor run the numbers. See who is lying." Marcus let out a short, hysterical, dry bark of a laugh. He stepped aggressively toward me, his fists clenched. "You are just a bitter, pathetic loser. This is all revenge because nobody took you seriously. Because you disappeared for 5 years to go play on your computer, and now you come back thinking you can rewrite the rules of this family." He was practically spitting, his face mere inches from mine. "You think having a little money makes you legitimate? You think driving a rented Porsche makes you part of this family again?" I didn't flinch. I didn't back away. I stared directly into his panicked eyes. "I never stopped being part of this family, Marcus," I said, my voice dropping to a lethal whisper. "You just spent so much time and energy trying to make me invisible, you completely forgot that I was still watching." Loud murmurs erupted from the crowd. I heard Aunt Sarah loudly say to my uncle, "He forged that LLC under his own name. The bastard stole the house." And then, my mother, the quiet, passive woman who had spent 30 years letting Marcus walk all over everyone, stepped forward. "Is it true?" she asked Marcus directly, her voice eerily calm. "Did you move my father's house into your own company?" "Mom, you don't understand the tax implications," Marcus started, reaching out for her arm. Smack. My mother slapped him across the face. The sound cracked like a gunshot in the stunned silence of the backyard. It wasn't a violent, brawling hit, but it carried 30 years of absolute betrayal. The sting of it silenced the entire estate. "You took advantage of us," she whispered, her voice breaking into a sob. "Of your father's trust. Of my trust. You weren't protecting us. You were stealing from us. I was trying to secure the future for you." Marcus snapped, holding his red cheek, desperation leaking from every pore. "Not for us. And certainly not for Julian. He doesn't deserve a cent." Marcus looked around wildly for support. But the crowd had physically shifted away from him. His allies were dead quiet. The cousins, the uncles, even his own wife, who looked utterly horrified, were staring at him like he was a monster. His entire kingdom had instantly crumbled into dust, and I hadn't even raised my voice once. I leaned in slightly, just close enough for him to hear over the sound of my mother's crying. "You built your entire empire on lies, Marcus," I whispered. "I just showed everyone the blueprint." I didn't stay for the rest of the screaming match. I turned my back on him, walked down the gravel driveway, got into my car, and drove back to the city. The fallout from that night was apocalyptic. My parents didn't call me that night. Neither did Marcus. I drove home alone, parked my car in the quiet sanctuary of my garage, and just sat there in the dark for a very long time. I didn't feel a massive rush of triumphant joy. I didn't throw a party. But I felt clean. I felt like I had finally taken a scalpel and cut out the massive tumor of guilt and inadequacy I had been carrying in my chest since I was a teenager. I could finally breathe without wondering what version of me my family had chosen to believe in. 3 days later, my dad called me. He asked me to meet him at a quiet diner halfway between the city and their house. He looked 10 years older. He didn't say much at first. He just ordered a black coffee, stared at the plastic lid for 20 minutes, and finally looked up at me with completely shattered eyes. "I was wrong about you," he said, his voice raspy. I didn't say anything. I just waited. He nodded slowly. "About a lot of things. About everything. Really." I let Marcus take complete control because I thought he knew what he was doing. Because he looked the part. Because he sounded like me. He took a deep, shuddering breath. "I think I just believed what was easiest to believe, and it almost cost me everything." That admission hit me significantly harder than I expected it to. He reached into his jacket and handed me a thin envelope. There were no massive flash drives this time. Just a simple, notarized letter from their newly appointed, independent lawyer. The family trust had been completely blown up and rewritten. Marcus was officially removed from everything. I was named co-executor alongside a neutral, third-party legal representative to ensure absolute transparency. They weren't handing me the keys to the kingdom, but they were finally giving me a permanent seat at the table. And this time, I knew I had built the chair myself. As for Marcus, his life rapidly unraveled. I heard through Chloe that he tried to desperately deny everything, claiming I had fabricated the documents. But my parents demanded a full, ruthless, forensic audit. The new lawyers reviewed every single transfer. Marcus's shell companies were dragged into the light. Faced with the threat of massive federal wire fraud charges and elder abuse, he was forced to sign the main house back over to my parents and liquidate his own assets to repay the $150,000 he had slowly embezzled. He didn't go to prison. My parents couldn't bear to actually press criminal charges against their own son, but he was forced to resign from his venture capital firm under immense, quiet pressure. Once the rumors of his financial improprieties leaked into his corporate circle, he had to sell his boat. He had to downsize his life. He still has some money, he isn't homeless, but the ultimate currency in our family respect is permanently gone. He is a pariah. A few months after the party, I hosted a dinner at my penthouse. It was nothing extravagant, just a few close friends, some of my lead developers, Chloe and her new husband, and Maya. At the end of the night, Maya stood up and raised her glass of wine. To Julian, she said, a wicked grin on her face. The man who turned 5 years of silence into a masterpiece of strategy and made absolute revenge look like high art. I laughed genuinely for the first time in months, not because I had won some petty sibling rivalry, but because I had survived. I had walked into a room full of people who had spent my entire life viewing me as an invisible failure, and I left with every single pair of eyes watching me walk out. I was never the extra puzzle piece. I was the one who completely flipped the board, and I'm never letting anyone else keep score for me again. My parents made me and my sisters match everything: clothes, haircuts, even our bodies. They trapped us for surgery, but we were saved at the gate. Parents wanted my brothers and myself to look alike. I had no idea how far they'd go. I was 7 and my younger sister was 3 when my parents made us match. Despite our different ages and stature, we had the identical weight, ruler-measured haircuts, and clothing. In line every morning, while Mom measured our hair. If it was even slightly longer, she chopped it immediately. Puberty made matching risky. Mom left gym class after wrapping her chest in ace bandages for our premature sister Iris. Mom gave everyone matching padded bras. Scabs resulted from our 3-week hair dye chemicals burning our scalps. Harlow kept his voice high and ours deepened. She practiced speaking lower till she lost her voice for a month. Teachers couldn't tell us apart and we couldn't correct them. I wanted to play soccer, but Iris hated sports, so we all did. We were different since Harlow was superb at violin but quit because we were bad. I started my period at 12 and hid it for 3 years until Iris did. Toilet paper wadding because pads showed uneven growth. I regret bleeding through my clothes in class while pretending nothing was wrong. Because they do, our bodies change. Dad had Beatrice stoop until her spine cracked when she grew 6 inches one summer. Although Harlow was petite, her shoes had huge lifts that inflated her ankles. Then we changed faces. Iris' nose enlarged. Beatrice had robust cheeks. She had rounder eyes than us. Parents used face exercises and bone reshaping masks. Trying to flee at 17. I reached the bus terminal before they caught me. Next, they installed outside-only locks on our bedroom doors. We had to check in every hour and every room had cameras. If we went to the bathroom too long, Mom would bang on the door and rant about secret individuality. Homeschooling prevented us from being influenced to be different. Sameness made me forget where I ended and my sisters began. A doctor who lost his American license yet worked in Mexico was found. We were measured like animals as he discussed repairs. He'd reduce Beatrice's cheekbones, widen Harlow's nose, narrow Iris's, and pin back my ears to match them. He even matched our lips and hairlines. Parents paid $25,000 up front and booked everything 3 weeks after my 17th birthday. Iris attempted suicide by swallowing a bottle of sleeping pills a week before we departed for Mexico. She survived, but the hospital questioned her years-long binding chest scars. Our parents lied about her body image difficulties causing self-harm. They said we needed surgery to be happy. Our procedure was moved forward 4 days before social workers could investigate. Dad scolded us about Iris's selfishness as perfection feared while Mom packed. Everyone knew we were going to a special camp. Airport van arrived at 5 a.m. They gave us sleeping pills that night to stop fleeing. I pretended to swallow but spat mine out as Mom looked away. I stayed awake listening to my sister's breathing because surgery was in 13 hours. Mom disclosed the ultimate plan, eliminating ribs to fit our torsos and permanently altering our vocal cords to match our vocals. The car came around 4:45 a.m. They carried my sedated sisters out one by one as I pretended to sleep. I lay limp as Dad lifted me to rush outdoors. I believed he'd notice my loud heartbeat. I felt a sharp pain in my neck when he reached the van. Mom held a syringe, smiling. As my eyesight faded, she asked, "Did you really think we'd trust the pills alone? We've been planning this for years." The pills hit quickly and made me limp as they piled me in with my sisters. I last saw the airport sign as we entered the highway. If the drugs didn't knock me out, we wouldn't wake up from those surgeries. My body went slack as Mom requested, but my intellect stayed awake to understand. I barely saw the dashboard lights and gloomy road ahead through my almost closed eyes. Mom practiced telling airport staff we were going to a unique Mexican arts camp in the passenger seat. Dad corrected her twice about where we were flying into, and she yelled at him to get it right since one mistake might ruin everything. My sisters breathed slowly and heavily beside me. Medication knocked them out. The car smelled like Mom's vanilla air freshener and 3 days of hair dye. Counting exit signs helped me focus and avoid drugs. Leave 8, 10, 12. My heart was racing, and I feared the quiet van would hear it. Dad entered the airport exit ramp and our headlights illuminated the huge blue airplane sign. The end. This occurred unless the airport found 4 unconscious adolescent girls. Dad joined early morning travelers in the departure drop-off line unloading baggage. I almost shivered when he opened the vehicle sliding door, but I didn't move. A luggage trolley from the rack was rolled over. I lulled as he took me out and put me on the metal cart with his hands under my arms. He loaded Iris, Harlow, and Beatrice beside me. Mom zipped my pink hoodie and straightened Beatrice's hair. She tugged on Harlow's sleeve to match the others, complaining about how we had to look pretty now. People with rolling bags passed by as I barely opened my eyes. Long, a perplexed businesswoman stared at us. A father with 2 children carried his luggage to the terminal door after staring. Nobody stopped. No one asked. They disregarded us like we were awkward. Mom pushed the trolley through the terminal's automatic doors, and fluorescent lights sliced my closed eyelids. The intense light made my eyes swim, but I couldn't blink. I heard announcements from high ceilings. Security and unattended luggage. Cart wheels creaked on the smooth floor. Dad carried our 4 passports and Mexico documentation folder. Each cart push made my head bounce, so I had to stay slack and breathe regularly. The terminal was mostly empty this morning. Not many fatigued travelers. An unopened coffee shop and a gift shop with a metal fence were there. Bright overhead lights hurt my eyes. Mom clicked her shoes quickly, showing anxiousness. She sped the cart to the terminal's international check-in. The airline agent looked up from her computer as we approached. She was apparent through my eyelashes. Young woman with bun, possibly 30-year-old. She stared at her screen, us, and back. She tilted her head and raised her eyebrows. Her frown intensified as she typed. The supervisor vest-wearing agent arrived in a minute after she called. We watched as they quietly talked and the supervisor pointed to a computer screen. Agent 1 nodded and pointed to the trolley. Some hope flared in my chest. Someone noticed. Someone saw 4 identical teenage girls were still. I saw the supervisor ask my dad as she approached us. I found my chance. Even though the drugs obscured my eyesight, I focused. The agent bent to check our breathing. I saw her face centimeters away. I found my strength to cry. I felt the steady roll at my jaw. Jumping back, she grabbed the phone on the counter, terrified. To the supervisor, she pointed at my face and screamed something terrible. The supervisor grabbed the phone as her countenance changed. Mom spoke gently, but the agents ignored her. They called and looked at us with concern and alarm, not simply confusion. 4 minutes later, an airport policeman arrived fast with his belt. He was tall and ebony with kind eyes that looked at us before my parents. Williams took out a small notebook, his name tag read. He asked my parents why 4 teens were unconscious at 5 a.m. The practice story began with Dad's steady voice. Traveling made us nervous as nervous flyers. He said Mom gave us resting pills for travel. His charming smile with teachers and doctors usually made people trust him and stop asking inquiries. Mom provided more details, sounding like the best mother, worried and loving. She mentioned our Mexico arts camp. She said we were ecstatic and sleepless for days. She said she gave us something moderate and safe to rest for the long trip. To calm them, she discussed responsible parenting and their best interests. She sounded like hospital staff. Iris' voice, which worked on everyone, made her sound like a loving parent who wanted to save her daughters when she tried to die. I faced Officer Williams crouched close to the cart. He gently took my hand, his warm skin against my cold fingers. He whispered, but I heard him. If I could hear, pinch his thumb. I summoned my drugged strength. I focused on my hand. It wasn't hard to squeeze because Mom injected something in my neck. His body froze. Looked at me and tightened his grip on my hand. Sensed it. He noticed I was awake. He realized the situation was dire. Williams stood immediately and removed his belt radio. He called EMS immediately but politely. My parents were told no plane would board unless medical staff cleared us. Within 3 minutes, 2 paramedics arrived with gear. They tested my iris and pulse. First paramedic pulled my eyelid and lighted my eye, then Harlow. He informed his friend our students are too few. A second paramedic's stethoscope showed our breathing was too shallow for sleep. They gazed at each other and Officer Williams in disdain. Mom's voice hardened. She claimed we were okay and would miss our flight. She said they exaggerated. She kept discussing the camp, our tardiness, and its pointlessness. Dad put his hand on her arm to calm her, but I could see their perfect parenting crumbling as terror set in. Now Mom's lovely voice was harsh. Dad smiled tensely. As paramedics evaluated us and talked to Officer Williams, I could tell our parents were losing control for the first time in years. The first paramedic checked my pulse again and felt my neck where Mom had inserted the needle. He froze, then carefully tilted my head to look well. His companion instantly arrived and looked at the tiny red mark on my skin with blood. The first paramedic radioed his supervisor as the second checked Iris. He found her neck mark in the same area. He found Beatrice after Harlow. All four of us had fresh, red injection sites. Radio buzzed with supervisor's specific request. The first paramedic mentioned many minors on coerced sedation and possibly non-voluntary medicine. He told Officer Williams. This didn't look like anxiety medication given by a parent. This looked like someone deliberately drugging kids who didn't want to be drugged. Williams scrawled in his notebook and his jaw tensed. He asked Dad to verify our IDs with him near the check-in counter. Dad was astonished but followed Williams a few steps away, while another officer approached Mom. Williams asked Dad about our vacation in his journal. We went where in Mexico? City, which? How was the institution named? Dad replied quickly that we were going to Tijuana camp. Williams took notes, then asked Mom the same questions. Our unique initiative was in Mexile, she remarked. Williams arched an eyebrow at his notebook with both answers. Mom affirmed Mexile when asked again. Definitely Mexile. He displayed her dad's remarks, turning her pallid. She said they were correct immediately. The program was in both locations. Which facility to start at was unclear. Williams kept writing, but his look showed he didn't trust her. He brought an evidence camera from his belt to me on the cart. He took many photos of my neck injection mark from different angles, flashing through my closed eyelids. He took photos of my sister's marks. Left and spoke in code I didn't understand on his radio. 2 times I heard trafficking and suspected abuse. Hearing it made Mom cry immediately. These weren't sad or scared tears. She said they were ridiculous with a tight voice and anger. We traveled as a family. Dare they suggest something so awful? Though crying, her eyes were angry. A gray pantsuit-clad woman ran toward us across the terminal, a badge on her waist and a phone in her ear. She terminated her call and introduced herself to Williams as Natalie Harris from CPS on call. She said she received our case notification and needs to urgently alert him. Iris Hospital report from 3 weeks earlier was open. The hospital planned to investigate Iris' chest injuries from binding materials, but our parents rushed her out before the social worker finished. Natalie said a worker was trying to arrange a house visit, but we were leaving the country at the airport. Williams showed her our injection mark photos and parent city names. Natalie looked at my dad and Williams after viewing the photographs. Airline supervisors denied our boarding. Medical clearance from the airport medical staff and CPS is required before flight. Williams and Natalie encouraged our parents to follow them to the airport medical center. Dad immediately defended our rights and stated they couldn't take us. Williams kept walking and signaled paramedics to bring us as Mom screamed and said they were persecuted for their parenting. Parents had to keep up or fall behind. While halfway across the terminal, Dad grabbed Mom's arm and turned toward the parking garage. Williams was fast to impede their path. He stated that they would be imprisoned instantly if they left with us or interfered with medical evaluation. Dad screamed about unjust detention and illegal captivity as he turned red. Williams was surrounded by 2 other officers. Dad ceased yelling and closed his mouth. Mom didn't leave after sobbing. The airport clinic was small and bright with white walls and chemical smells. A blue scrubs nurse greeted us at the door and told paramedics to move us into curtained areas. Olivia Bennett, in blue scrubs and a forensic nursing badge, entered. Her first step was closing my test curtain. Asking if I could hear her, she murmured her intention. First, she checked my vitals, then carefully lifted my shirt to examine my torso. Her hand halted when she saw my chest scars. Iris binding materials left long red marks on my skin. Mom had me match Olivia, who was silent but sad. To inspect my scalp, she gently parted my hair and lowered my shirt. She discovered rough, scarred skin and chemical burns from years of hair dyeing. She thoroughly photographed each injury with a medical camera. Heard her examine one of my sisters in the next curtain space. Through my curtain, Natalie Harris entered. She sat facing me in a chair near the exam table. She quietly announced emergency protective custody. This meant no journey home with our parents today. We'd be safe while investigation. It shook me to see relief. My control slipped. Even though it was hot, I was shaking like I was freezing. Olivia gently draped a warm shawl over my shoulders. Mom spoke to Natalie warmly and worriedly under the veil. She recounted how she sacrificed everything to help us succeed. Natalie spoke calmly and professionally. She said medical proof sufficed. Injection marks, binding scars, chemical burns, and custody were non-negotiable. Natalie's tone didn't change as Mom's voice grew urgent. 2 wheelchair-driving nurses prepped us for comprehensive checks at the main hospital. We were wheeled out one by one. I was hospitalized alone. I was alone without my sisters after the door closed. It was my first solitary room since age 7. Space felt huge, empty, and wrong. I heard a loud stillness. I almost yelled their names to prove their proximity. I recognized that our estrangement and loneliness could save us. I stayed quiet and cleared my surroundings. A soft tap woke me, and Elena entered with a big black camera and flash. She requested photos of my injuries for court, and I agreed because proof was my only weapon. She tenderly separated my hair to photograph the rough spots where years of chemical dye had burned and deformed my scalp. She carefully documented each damaged spot with the same attention as the original checkup as the camera shown. She asked me to lift my top and photograph the red marks across my ribs, where the binding materials had ripped my skin raw, even though I didn't require binding. Each flash felt like freezing the evidence, making it permanent, which scared and moved me. Olivia then photographed my arms, revealing Dad's carry to the van bruises and my neck's purple injection site. After finishing, she silently thanked me and said these images will protect us. Natalie arrived shortly after Olivia left, moved the chair closer to my bed, and asked if I was ready to talk. My medication blurred and hindered my words as I recounted the surgical plans and Mexican doctor. I tried to explain the rib removal and vocal cord changes, but my sentences broke. Natalie gently stroked my hand and suggested we talk once the medications wore off. Though I couldn't speak, she sat there as I battled the fog. Mom outside my door demanded to see me and claimed she had a right to interviews. Dad's gruff voice joined hers, and my chest clenched with ancient fear. I heard a calm masculine voice say only authorized workers may enter patient rooms, so hospital security barred the door. Dad yelled about parental rights and illegal detention. His voice reached that terrifying peak that used to chill us. The security man's steady voice convinced me he wasn't afraid of Dad. Natalie stared at the door and then at me, wondering if the guard calmed me. Dad's wrath through the door made me want to hide under the bed, but I nodded. 20 minutes later, Williams entered my doorway and nodded to the security guard before talking to Natalie. He said he had warrants to search our house for bedroom door locks, surveillance cameras, and other evidence of our parents' plans. Our injection mark photographs and Mexico information convinced the court in just an hour. When Natalie asked about the timing, Williams stated his team was executing the search warrant and acquiring cameras, locks, and Mom's measurement logs. Knowing others were searching our house and documenting our parents' control made me guilty and relieved. A nurse ran by my door shouting a psychiatric emergency code. Knowing the code was for Iris's room, and that she'd tried to die before, my heart stopped because we were apart and she was alone with her horror. Natalie softly patted my shoulder and told me to be still because Iris had a skilled team. I shook all over when I lay down. Worried Iris had fled again. None caught it in time this time. Natalie left to investigate, leaving me with people running down the corridor and my monitors ringing. Olivia returned 30 minutes later, pale and anxious, sitting heavily in my bedside chair. She carefully detailed the Mexican doctor's procedures for us in medical textbook terminology. Reduce our cheekbones to Beatrice's. Remove ribs to fit torso. Voice cord modification alters pitch and tone to sound alike. She listed medical names and risks for each surgery. Hearing it described as a surgery plan made me queasy. Olivia said Iris was stable since it was a panic attack, but they were transporting her to a safer institution for monitoring. Natalie sat down and showed me Mom and Mexican clinic email printouts from a folder. Her digital forensics team seized our parents' phones with a warrant. The emails included Mom's handwritten notes on which qualities needed to be modified for perfect matching and detailed measurements of our faces and bodies. My nose breadth, ear angle, and jaw form needed adjustment. We received photos of our faces from different angles with lines showing where the doctor would cut. I told Natalie the clinic name. Mom organized the vacation and I noticed it on home paperwork. Her international medical licenses and cross-border patient safety calls were urgent. Her voice was urgent and professional. She held my hand and said I protected other youngsters who might have been sent there. Flag and investigate the clinic. It seemed heavy to know other families would try what our parents did. Natalie informed that Hannah Ainsworth, our guardian ad litem, will represent us at a temporary custody court this afternoon. Natalie said a guardian ad litem's sole purpose was to tell the judge of our needs. She said Hannah would likely consult me before the hearing. I was bewildered by new people, procedures, and legal lingo, but at least they asked what we needed instead of deciding like our parents. I lay there, analyzing everything until the ceiling air vent made a faint sound. A name mimic whisper. Focusing on my breath, I heard it again. Harlow's injured but familiar voice, whispering my name through ventilation. We spoke through the vents to hear each other. We tapped basic patterns on the wall between our rooms instead of chatting. 2 taps for I'm scared. 3 for I'm here. And 4 for I love you. Tapped back and forth. This simple communication seemed like a connection even though we were in different rooms for the first time in 12 years. Our nurse knocked and brought a plastic bag with my name. After Dad was separated from us at the airport, she gave me my phone, saying they took it from his luggage. I saw 17 missed mom calls and 3 voicemails when I turned it on. Dad's phone sent recently. I pushed play and heard his angry voice accusing me of being ungrateful and dividing the family as they tried to make us special. We could have been great together, he thought. I spent it by generating airport trouble. A hot, biting fist from guilt made me sick. However, I touched the injection mark on my neck, still unpleasant and slightly swollen, and considered rib removal and voice cord alteration surgery. Faster cooling accentuated guilt. No effort was made to distinguish us. They attempted to make us alike, but they're different. Natalie returned hours later with a spiral notepad and pen. She sat next to my bed and urged me to write down what happened in my own words for my own record that no one else could see unless I wanted them to. She said it might help me remember and process. My journaling began the morning they told us about Mexico. I kept writing we and us like one person instead of 4. We feared. Going didn't suit us. Hiding. Looking over the words, I wasn't sure where I ended and my sisters started. Natalie noticed my stare and asked what was wrong. I gave her the page, and she nodded slowly and suggested I add my name. I initially felt awkward claiming experiences as my own. Forced myself. I feared. Refused departure. Hiding. The first time I read my experience separately clenched but lightened my chest. Natalie returned that evening, concerned and with her phone. She handed me a local news website with a brief airport kid endangerment report. Despite our anonymity, the news indicated that 4 children were taken into protective custody after suspicious circumstances at the international terminal. We might be discovered, and I was afraid. The neighbors knew we were traveling. Our old schoolmates may remember us. What if others told the story and related it to our family? Natalie likely sensed my concern since she sat down and explained that juvenile cases are sealed by law. No news outlet can identify us. She continuously assured me of our safety. I couldn't shake my worry. Natalie talked to people about foster placements through the door for hours while on the phone. 4 teenage girls are too much for most houses. Some held 2, others 3. No one could fit 4 of us. I hated thinking of being apart after everything. We had to match for 12 years. We may truly split now that we've been apart. Independence without losing sisters was my goal. Natalie came to my room later and said she was still looking for a placement to keep us together, but she looked discouraged. Williams and his staff executed our house search warrant the next morning. Natalie showed me photos. As they photographed each room, they emailed her. Our bedroom doors had outside-only locks, so we couldn't leave at night. Every room, even the bathroom, had cameras streaming to monitors in our parents' bedroom to monitor us 24/7. Years ago, Mom's meticulous files chronicled our millimeter-measured hair and who required cutting. Ace bandages she tied to Iris's chest and padded bras she made us wear were recovered. To help the Mexican doctor arrange surgery, my mom sent him a notebook with our regular school class timetables. Williams and his colleagues photographed and bagged evidence. Natalie claimed their findings showed it wasn't tight parenting, which assisted the case. Control was deliberate. As Williams investigated the house, other investigators interviewed our neighbors door to door. Natalie read me their statements from copies. Our neighbors reported we were always together outside. One neighbor said we always dressed and marched like soldiers. Another claimed we never played with neighbors. I was angry when the woman 3 doors down shouted it. She told the investigator she appreciated our synchronized swimming team-like coordination. Cute made me shout. No one questioned Cute's control. Nobody wondered if 4 teenage girls moving in unison was a problem. They proceeded their day thinking it was cute and different. I met Hannah Ainsworth afternoon. She was likely in her 52s, with pushed-back gray hair and direct eyes that wanted to hear me. As my guardian ad litem, she said she would decide what was best for me and my sisters, and notify the judge. She dragged a chair to my bed and requested again. She asked me what I wanted, not what I thought I should say, or appease grown-ups. After considerable thought, I replied. I asked her to protect me and my sisters. Stopping my parents was more crucial than punishing them. I wanted them to recognize their mistake, but how? Hannah filmed my speech without judging or swaying me. She acknowledged my contradictory feelings and said wanting safety without revenge was appropriate. Small conference-style courtroom hosted midday emergency custody hearing. Judge, lawyers, Natalie, Hannah, and my parents with their attorneys. Temporary custody didn't require me. I could play Natalie's phone recording. CPS was after my parents for homeschooling and conservative ideals, so my lawyer spent most of his time explaining that. He ignored my parents' abuse and talked about religious freedom and parental rights. He said the airport incident was a misunderstanding, we took medication voluntarily, and my parents monitored us. He said the scheduled operations in Mexico were cosmetic options like braces or acne treatment that many families chose. I felt strange listening to him distort things, like he was conveying another reality. The judge let the lawyer finish before assessing the evidence. He viewed photos of our binding scars, chemical burns, and injection marks. He described rib removal and voice cord manipulation in surgery communications. Olivia testified about the medical risks we faced and how some planned operations may have caused irreversible harm or death. His final words were loud and direct. He removed us from our parents, limited their visits to certified facilities, and scheduled a 4-week hearing. In my hospital bed, the recording helped me breathe. Despite my parents drugging us and trying to physically modify our bodies without our consent, I felt guilty for being relieved and a poor daughter. Natalie arrived in my room fatigued but determined after the hearing. Sitting down, she described placement honestly. 3 of us were fostered, not 4. She asked if one of us would go to a different foster family so the other 3 could be together, which was best. I volunteered fast. Unplanned words. I was oldest. This happened when I was discovered feigning sleep, instead of staying unconscious like my sisters. Should sacrifice. Natalie looked at me before asking whether I was sure or just instinctive. I said I was sure even though I wasn't because I had to choose. That night, Natalie took me to a foster home 25 minutes away in a beautiful neighborhood with unusual homes. A 60 seconds couple greets me, but I'm too sleepy to recall their names. They show me to a modest second-floor bedroom with pastel blue walls and a garden window. She opens the wardrobe and gives me 3 jammies for tonight. I linger over them since I've never chosen. Last, the central one with little flowers. I notice the door lock only works from inside when she grins and leaves me to change. No one can confine me. The house is quiet when I sit on the bed after changing. The downstairs clock ticks. Without my sisters breathing close, silence feels huge and odd, like something vital is missing. I feel lighter and can breathe deeper without matching them. First time in years, I lie down, pull up the blanket, and fall asleep without hearing mom's corridor footsteps or checking for my sisters. Natalie takes me to my first downtown Thomas Donovan therapy appointment the next morning. He's about 40, speaks calmly, and doesn't shake my hand when I arrive. Instead, he sits across from me in a beautiful chair. He says we'll set small, manageable goals. Getting through the day and finding myself. He doesn't promise healing or improvement. Just says we'll survive. That sounds more genuine than phony hope, so I nod. I tell him my feelings are unknown. Too much mess to clean. We'll work on it since he agrees. Recognizing feelings. Later in the session, Natalie joins us to discuss school re-entry options, including if I should homeschool, return to traditional school, or take online courses. My dream was to play soccer, but Iris hated sports and we all had to. Thomas writes this in his notepad and says we can look at it, but court dates and foster care changes are unstable. Though grieved, I like his argument. The chaos is too vast to add. Hannah comes to the foster home a few days later and asks me to keep a diary of my memories, not my sister's. She wants me to record our identity concealing. Record my private times. That night, I sit with the blank notepad and try to recall my memories, but my sisters had us do everything together, so everything is garbled. When was the last time I pondered or did something alone? This is recorded and shown to Hannah when she visits. She says struggle indicates parents hurt us. They damaged our identities so much that I can't remember. Natalie calls a week after I start the journal with Mexican clinic news. She claims the clinic closed or moved and the unlicensed doctor stopped leading. When she says this, my stomach twists because it implies he's still hurting other kids, even if it's not my fault. Later, Bridget tells me I'm 17 and can't stop international medical criminals, but guilt stays. Because we missed him, more girls may end up on that operating table. I get a message request from an unusual account while browsing social media on my phone a week after custody court. Blank profile image, random username. I read, "We can still fix you. We can still make you perfect. We love you." My hands shake so violently I almost drop the phone, so I know it's from my parents violating the no contact order. I capture and send Natalie the message immediately as instructed. I delete the message request after disabling the account. Natalie tells me she's sending it to Williams and the prosecutor within an hour. Natalie calls again 3 days later to report Williams found Dad's work computer's fake social media account using the IP address. He sued for contempt because my parents disobeyed the no-contact rule. Natalie adds, "This proves I was right to report it and that consequences are happening," which helps calm the panic that flared up when I first saw their message. The next week, I had my first supervised contact with my sisters at a neutral visitation center with meeting rooms and cameras. When we're together, we quarrel over blame and what could have been done better. Iris says I should have kept silent so we could be together, but I say we're drugged and heading to surgery. Harlow screams for normalcy. Beatrice shouts no normal, no return. Our supervisor sits quietly and lets us work. Finally, we cry, hug, and admit we're scared and mourning but safer. Long-term attachment. I realize this is our first interaction in weeks. We made our first close call without matching. Several days later, Natalie takes Beatrice to an orthopedic doctor for back examinations and x-rays. The doctor believes forced slouching damaged her spine and required physical rehabilitation and possibly lifetime pain. After, Beatrice sits in the car, depressed and angry. I'm not sure how to explain that some of our parents' behaviors are irreparable. I can't explain why they did this to her and why she couldn't be tall. Next week, Harlow sees an ENT for throat and voice tests. He believes she'll require months of vocal rest and therapy for vocal nodules from forced voice training and her voice may never be the same. Harlow sobs in the exam room because she was a superb violinist and vocalist, and her voice may be destroyed. I hold her hand while she grieves, thinking about how our parents stole so much we'll never get back. Natalie calls 2 days after Harlow's ENT consultation to tell Iris has another foster home issue and is being admitted to a mental program. Natalie says I can write but not visit her yet. I write Iris daily about weather, breakfast, and TV. I tell her about the foster family's cat on my lap when I do homework, and the neighbor's dog barking at squirrels every morning. I write about simple things to show her a normal world awaits her when she returns. Never discuss mom or dad, procedures, or anything terrible. I tell her commonplace things that indicate life is secure and simple. A week later, Natalie visits my foster home and sits at the kitchen table with me to explain that the prosecutor has charged me and our parents with child neglect and endangerment. So she shows me document with official legal jargon claiming the judicial process will take months or years. I'm relieved something's happening, fatigued because it's not over, and guilty because they're still my parents despite damaging us. Natalie wants to see my face so I inform Thomas. Thomas says that's normal when I tell him about the charges and how I feel relieved, exhausted, and guilty during my next therapy appointment. Mixed thoughts about nasty people don't make you weak or confused, he argues. The topic is hard and you're human. That helps, but guilt weighs me down. Hannah visits the foster home the following week and advises me to prepare for the extended custody court, when I may testify. She asks sample questions like, "Why didn't you tell anyone sooner?" And "Why didn't you just run away?" I attempt to answer calmly, but they sound like she's blaming me, so I get furious. My voice rises as I tell her I was scared and controlled, wanted to flee, and they locked us in. Hannah nods and says, "Good. That anger is good. I need to be able to access it to protect myself on the stand." She thinks my parents' lawyer will try to make me doubt myself and get confused, so I need to practice staying calm even when upset. Repeating practice questions till I can answer them without shaking my voice. A few days later, Natalie emails me my parents' attorney's court filing. Reading that on my bed makes me mad. Homeschooling and religious freedom protect their parenting choices, says their lawyer. He wants us to view their actions as family, spiritual, and educational decisions. The motion seems to justify chest binding and forced sedation for parental authority, traditional values, and family autonomy. I've read it 3 times and each time I feel further from reality since it describes a different cosmos. Like they twisted all the facts into nonsense. I show the document to my foster mom and ask if I'm crazy or remembering wrong. She hugs me and says, "No, I'm not crazy. Powerful people spin horrific things." My room sorts donation bag shirts and jeans on weekends. At the bottom of the packet, an outdated photo was mistakenly mixed in. My hands shake when I pull it out since it's from before the matching, when I was 5 or 6. The photo shows 4 little girls as separate people, curly, straight, taller, shorter. They're dressed and smiling differently. I look at my younger self in the photo and try to remember who she was, what she loved, and what distinguished her unique from her sisters. Yearly repetition has damaged memories, making them hard to find. The photo hurts to look at, so I store it in my nightstand drawer. 4 weeks later, the extended custody hearing begins on a cold February morning. Hannah wakes me up and drives me to court. She encourages me to talk carefully and look at the judge, not my parents. The courtroom is smaller than imagined due to wood paneling and soft fluorescent lights. My mother cries when I enter while my parents sit with their lawyer at a table. I concentrate on the judge's desk. I promise to tell the truth with my hand on the Bible when the bailiff calls me to testify. My voice shakes, but Hannah was correct. Progress stabilizes. I tell the judge about the surveillance cameras in every room, including the bathroom, the chest binding that knocked out Iris, and the forced sedation the night before the airport. I talk about the surgery, Mexican clinic, and $25,000 my parents paid up front. Looking at the judge instead than my parents helps me talk when my throat tightens. My parents' lawyer cross-examines me after testifying. An older man in a gray suit grins at me politely but cruelly. He says I terrified my sisters, or planned the surgery to get attention because I was jealous of their closeness. It sounds like he's asking legitimate questions. When I get angry, I recall Hannah's advice. I face him and explain. I told him Tijuana's clinic was Centro Demotific. I tell him $25,000 was wired on a date. I explain bone shaving, rib removal, and voice cord change. He changes expression when he discovers I have more details than expected. He asks additional questions, but I answer with facts and dates and he sits. Olivia Bennett testifies as an expert after a break. She reports medical data with a clinical tone and professional attire. Iris's chest binding injuries, hair color chemical burns on all our scalps, and forced sedative injection markings on our necks are described. She outlines our significant health issues in medical language and shows photos. Her scientific evidence makes tight parenting and cultural differences harder to blame. No drama or emotion for her. She delivers evidence like a doctor. Williams follows with a chronological airport intervention testimony. His concerns include the airline agent's suspicions, injection marks, and us being unconscious on the luggage cart. He discovered locks, cameras, and logs throughout our home. The evidence relates everything, he shows. His evidence shows how many systems missed this earlier. How many people saw us but didn't inquire why 4 teenage girls looked alike. He recounts how close we were to traveling to Mexico and what would have happened if the airline agent hadn't noticed. The judge briefly evaluates evidence after testimony. My parents are talking to their lawyer through the hallway door as we wait. High-pitched anger from Mom. After returning inside, the judge appears fatigued. He briefly reviews his evidence, legal, and duty notes. Choice announced. This ruling extends our parental custody removal by a year. He wants parental psychiatric tests before reassessing custody. He restricts them to approved facilities with trained monitors for monitored contact. I almost cried from relief. Though relieved, I feel peculiar anguish because they hurt us, but they're my parents. Part of me wanted them to fight for us differently, own faults, and change, but they sit angry and betrayed, like we hurt them. Natalie smiles across the room, as Hannah squeezes my shoulder. The judge strikes his gavel and says, "Court is adjourned." My hands shake when Natalie calls 3 weeks later with news. Her foster family took 4 of us. That 50 seconds couple has enough beds for everyone and fostered siblings. On Saturday mornings, the foster mom escorts us to our rooms, which feels strange and improper, but then I hear Iris's voice through the wall, Harlow's footsteps upstairs, and Beatrice humming in the toilet. And everything settles down. We sleep on the living room floor that night since moving about is too quick. Foster parents don't lock us up. They bring additional blankets and say, "We'll figure it out at our own pace." Thomas visits the house twice a week for boundary practice group sessions. Before pausing, we all take the same box of crackers from the pantry. Thomas has us choose something else, and I spend 10 minutes deciding between chips and cookies because I keep looking at my sister's choices. We vary TV programming, table chairs, and shower times. Choosing differently from them tightens my chest, which sounds ridiculous. Harlow selects grape juice, I orange, Iris water, and Beatrice lemonade. Look at our beverages like we've done something dangerous. Our foster dad called it the boldest thing in years. I attend Tuesday and Thursday soccer clinics in our neighborhood park. First night, I wear borrowed cleats that don't fit and my own shorts that don't match. I tumble over and kick the ball wrong in coach-led drills. My chest knots when I race down the field, pursuing it with no one matching my pace. Slowness, clumsiness, and burning lungs are mine. I alone learned this horrible thing. After practice, I text my sisters about my awful performance. Getting laughing emojis back is great too. Being able to fail without hurting others. First time in months, Harlow brings her violin to the visiting center's Wednesday afternoon music. Her hands shake when she draws the bow, and her first notes are off-key. She plays a basic melody because her hoarse voice inhibits singing. After finishing, the supervisor claps and says it's therapeutic. Not great, but improving. Harlow's eyes swell, but she smiles, unlike in years. Next week, We have our first monitored visit with our parents in a small room with cameras and a corner monitor. Mom cries after seeing us, and Dad's voice breaks when he shouts our names. They want pardon and wish to love and appreciate us. I refuse Mom's hand since Thomas taught us boundaries. We can't talk about forgiveness until they take responsibility. The surgeries would have permanently ruined us, says Iris. Her spine hurts every morning, says Beatrice. Harlow rubs her throat, where she spoke loudly. The look on our parents' faces implies they didn't expect us to speak. Our time is up. The monitor interrupts Dad's argument. I feel guilty, relieved, and sad leaving. Natalie calls about the Mexican clinic 3 days later. An probe is ongoing after authorities submitted the information in a federal database, perhaps safeguarding other families from what almost happened to us. I let go my worries about other girls being operated on and sisters being separated to match. It doesn't fix what happened, but it suggests we could have stopped it. 5 months after the airport intervention, we eat tacos we made separately at the foster family's dinner table. Beatrice explores extreme haircuts, possibly side buzzes. Harlow wants hers past her shoulders for the first time since childhood. Iris wants to try crimson or purple, something different from us. We joke because we're consciously choosing different looks to recover our faces. On Saturday, the foster mom takes us to the salon, where we spend an hour browsing her phone for haircuts and choosing our own. On cold November mornings, final custody hearings are placed. Natalie, Thomas, and our doctors present the judge updated reports after reviewing all the evidence. He grants the state permanent foster family guardianship. We must have individual education plans, medical treatment, and rehabilitation. He forbids our parents from altering our bodies or making medical judgments. There's no happy ending with everything fixed. Safety with legal protection trumps perfection. 6 months after everything happened, I buy pads alone at the drugstore. I don't steal or buy them for others. As usual, the cashier rings them up. I text my sisters a ridiculous period cramp meme on my way home, and they react differently. That afternoon in Thomas's office, I admit the road ahead is long and hard. He hears my airport van, waking up dreams. I sometimes pick what my sisters do without thinking. I will never force us into identical bodies again. 4 distinct people are coming to love each other. It's harder, better, and more real. I went from golden boy to erased after my sister accused me of assault. 10 years later, she confessed in prison and my parents are paying for every lie. Daniel, 28, died 11 years ago without dying. I need to know before telling you about my parents crying for forgiveness on my doorstep. Comment where you're watching immediately. After a decade without a story, I want to see how it goes. To understand why I didn't answer the door when they sobbed, you must remember the night they kicked me out. I was 18. It was Saturday. Langford families celebrated Saturdays religiously. My parents, Preston and Linda, adored looks. We were more than relatives. We performed in the neighborhood. Dad was the community's stoic provider who enjoyed discussing his wages and investments. Mom was the perfect hostess who could prepare a pie and talk about neighbors. My oldest brother Felix was like my father without a spine. Finally, N was my adopted sister. This family portrait required a daughter, so my parents brought her home at 9. She was 17 that night. I worked with her on math for years. I stopped bullies from insulting her adoption. Was good. I was safe. Or so I thought. They celebrated my parents' anniversary that night. The house was full. Aunts, uncles, grandparents, local pastor. In our cramped town, they were all vital. The smell was like expensive roast pork and my mother's heavy perfume. I felt great refilling the kitchen ice bucket. My grades were good. Claire seemed like my soulmate, and my college fund was finally big enough to leave town. I put the ice on the sideboard when I entered the dining room. She wasn't eating at the kids' end of the enormous table. She vibrated. Can't explain otherwise. She held the tablecloth so hard her knuckles were white. She looked cold and pallid. Leaning in, Anne, I muttered. You okay? She flinched like I burned her. Her eyes were wide with unimaginable terror as she looked at me. I must, she murmured. During the conversation lull, she spoke loudly. Our father Preston carried a wine glass at the head of the table. Dear, what is it? Want a toast? Room quieted. 31 people rose up when they saw the 17-year-old trembling on her chair. She watched Mom. She regarded Dad. She looked at me. I saw her face shift in that moment. No more fear. It computed. They survived. Her voice trembled as she said, I must tell you. Go ahead, honey. Mom cooed. We're all family. I'm pregnant. Whispered. The grandfather clock ticked in the hallway as my father's smile froze and my mother reached for her pearls, a real-life cliché. Pregnant, Dad said, dropping his voice. Who did this? she sobbed. She cried, shoulders heaving, face in hands. Oscar-worthy performance. He compelled me, she cried. We shouldn't. People gasped. Uncle jumped up. Who? Anne? Give us names. She aimed a quivering finger at me, not the door, or the unknown stranger. She used my middle name, which only relatives used seriously. Daniel. My brain short-circuited while holding a napkin. What? You talking about what? Very unwell. Dad. Your brother, Zach, laughed and said, don't be ridiculous. But he didn't. He had exploding neck veins and a bizarre purple face. He looked at me maliciously. Dad, she's lying, I shouted. I never touched her. Dad crossed the room in 3 steps. His swing crunched my jaw sickeningly. The ice bucket and crystal glasses shattered when my head wrenched back and slammed the sideboard, flashing white. Copper tasted metallic and scorching. You beast! Dad roared over me, chest heaving. You sick, twisted animal. Stop, Preston. Aunt yelled but couldn't help me because she was covering Anne's eyes. I crawled backward on the hardwood floor, spitting blood. Dad, stop. I didn't. Pay attention. Don't call me that, he threw. You have no father. Not anymore. Mom rocked her and cried in her chest. I looked at her. Mom, I wouldn't. Mom's eyes were cold and dead. She shouted. Call the police. Get that monster out of my house. My brother Felix approached me bleeding on the floor, surrounded by broken glass. His spittle dripped on my sneaker. You don't deserve to breathe the same air as us, stated. Handcuffed, the police led me out of the house and past the neighbors on their lawns minutes later. I saw their verdict. I went from golden boy with a college fund and a bright future to social outcast in 11 minutes. I was interrogated in a cold, two-way mirror room by the police. My jaw hurt and my shirt was bloody as I sat there for hours. The exhausted investigator stared at me with pity and hatred. Son, she's 17. Lawful incest. You have how long? I didn't do it. I cried as the astonishment faded and a terrifying truth set in. Test baby, DNA, and dates. I went to soccer camp 4 months ago. Police say she gave a long statement. I whispered. She's lying, afraid, and exploiting me. They held me overnight, but their schedule was delicate and they couldn't keep me longer without a cost. A forensic nurse found no recent trauma on her. Her word against mine. I was freed without a phone in the morning, supposedly for evidence. My shirt was bloody and my lips swollen. I was broke and thought the worst was over. Okay, I'll explain at home. We'll resolve this after everyone calms down. Every car felt like an indictment as I walked 6 kilometers home. A foolish, naive child, I didn't know my Langford existence was over. When I turned onto my street, my clothes, awards, textbooks, bedding, and laptop were crushed on the yard. I kept my head down, hoping no one noticed me. My father emerged in pants and a flannel shirt with a baseball bat as the screen cracked near the sprinkler head. He stared at me from the porch like I was a stray dog on his property. I told you, he said unusually calmly. You're not welcome, Dad. Fearing about my keys and wallet, I asked. He said your wallet has severance package cash and no keys. Severance? Father, whither do I go? He said hell anyway. Daniel, I spoke with the lawyer this morning. You are out of the will, have no inheritance, the college fund is locked, and are not Langford. I'll delete you from family records. Mom, I yelled past him. Her pale, tear-stained face briefly appeared before the living room curtain closed and she glanced away. She chose falsehood over baby. Dad held the bat and said, get your trash, and leave my property. If you're not gone in 6 minutes, I'll call the police for trespassing and threatening us. I desperately searched for my rucksack, packed some clothes in it, and found my wallet in the muck, $200. That was my wealth. Thank goodness Dad had left the keys in my old car, bought with summer job money, as I ran to it. I started the engine, its sputtering sound the only thing recognizable in a strange world. After leaving the driveway, I checked the home again. My father watched from the porch like a virus-fighting guard dog. After driving until the house and neighborhood vanished, I turned into a gas station parking lot 4 towns away. I needed Claire and a kind voice, but my hands were trembling too badly to drive. I dialed her known number on the pay phone as my phone was with the police. It rang twice before someone answered. Claire, hi. Like crying, her voice was heavy. Claire, I breathed. Dan. She gasped. Dan. Where are you? Visiting a gas station, Claire. Anne lied. I never touched her. I know, she whispered. My heart stopped. Dan, I know you, she cried. You're the movie-crying spider-saving man, I know you didn't. I muttered, thank God, leaning my forehead against the cold pay phone box. I need aid. Can I stay overnight? Silence. Claire stuttered. My folks know about the arrest. The town knows Dan. Facebook. Someone calls you a predator. But you know I'm not. He threatened to suspend my tuition and summon the police if you came near the house, she wailed. One chilly hole emerged in my gut. You saying? Dan, I can't lose my family, she cried. Don't call again. Click. My demise was signaled by the dial tone. Family rejected me, boyfriend left me, and name was Mud. Returning to my car, I yelled till my throat bled and banged the steering wheel until my knuckles hurt. Crying ensued. My heart bled for the child who woke up thinking about college applications. He died. Without a map, I drove west until sunset and the gas light turned red. I quickly learned to be invisible in the car for a week. I ate cheaply. A loaf of bread and peanut butter lasted 4 days, but $200 was running out. Gas was costly. I was starving in Maplewood, 4 states away, on day 8. My gut cramped, my brain felt weightless, and I smelled like sweat and old upholstery. As I entered Andy's Grill's decrepit parking lot, my car died from lack of gas. Bad luck or fate? I watched burger eaters pass by the window for an hour. I tasted fat. I looked crazy in the rearview mirror with my matted hair, stubbled jaw, and sunken eyes. You must act or you'll die in this car, I told myself. With unsteady legs, I left for the diner. Help wanted was written in black ink. Dishwasher. Pay cash. A bell rung when I opened the door. I was struck by bacon frying smell. An older-than-me cloth was being used to clean the counter by a large, bald, gray-bearded man with ham-hock-sized forearms. My dirty clothes, shaking hands, and desperation caught his attention. Kid, we're not a refuge, he muttered, sounding like gravel in a blender. Buy or leave. Days of loneliness made my voice hoarse as I growled at the sign. For dishwasher. He stopped wiping, looked at the placard, then me. You ever wash dishes? Sir? I lied. I need a job and work hard. He looked at my fine footwear, now muddy, and my sickly yellow-green jaw bruise. Run away? He asked. I need work, please. After a long, awkward period, he grunted and pulled out a basket of fries and a burger that looked wrong from under the counter. After eating, wash, I shatter anything you break. I ate my favorite dish with my hands, stuffing food into my mouth without worrying about grease on my chin. I met Andy that way. That day, Daniel Langford disappeared. Kitchen at Andy's Grill was pain, but I liked it. I scraped grease off 1,990 seconds era dishes in boiling water for 13 hours a day. I ignored my father's fist for 13 hours despite my back pain and fractured fingertips. Andy showed me a short staircase behind the pantry and gave me keys after his first shift. A cot exists. Don't smoke. Bring no girls. Don't steal. The attic was a storage cupboard with a window, a mattress on the floor, and a corner stack of old tires. I climbed the creaky steps. Looked like Ritz-Carlton. I locked the door, cuddled up on the mattress, and slept 15 hours for 3 weeks. He paid me weekly in cash without questions. Buying soap and toothpaste was enough. Until the bubble broke, I felt safe as a fugitive. The restaurant was full on Tuesday lunchtime. I stopped when I saw a large trucker in a vest reading a newspaper with a back page photo. A fuzzy high school yearbook photo read, "Have you seen him? Teen wanted for interrogation in family assault." My blood hardened. My hands shook so much the tub's silverware rattled. The trucker looked up at the sound, then at the paper, then at me. After the trucker pointed a fry at me and yelled, "Hey, you look like I dropped the tub." Plates spilled to the floor and I rushed for the back door. Andy's voice boomed over the diner's hubbub. Andy seized the back of my shirt and forced me against the wall. "Where's the fire, boy?" he cried. "Let me go," I pleaded, pushing against his grip. "I didn't do it. I swear." Andy stared at the paper, headline, and photo, then at me, quivering against the wall, crying. "I didn't touch her. She lied." The kitchen went silent. The cook stopped flipping burgers. Andy took the newspaper from the trucker, looked at it, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it away. "Dan, my dishwasher, has been here 3 weeks, works hard, and keeps his mouth shut. Does Earl want to eat his burger or play detective?" Andy yelled, "Get up," as I gasped for air and slid down the wall. "Why? Why didn't you turn me in?" Andy grumbled, stroking his beard. "I've seen guilty men, kid. Your last name doesn't matter as long as you clean the dishes." He indicated the sink. "Return to work and stop smashing my plates." Andy became my father more than Preston Langford ever had. Andy taught me throughout several months. He noticed my smarts and disliked idolatry. He phoned me when the walk-in freezer busted. He pointed to the compressor. "Frozen coil." "Why?" I assumed poor airflow. "Smart kid," grunted. "Fix it." I repaired AC units, fryers, and ice machines using manuals. It turned out I was good. Machines didn't lie. So I liked them. Following logic, you could fix a broken machine. Andy slipped an HVAC certification trade school brochure across the counter to me one night after closing. I can't. I don't have a high school diploma or ID. I know a school board member. You can get a GED, he said. Opening the envelope revealed a lot of cash. Looking at him, my eyes burned. Why? Andy said, looking away. If not, my son would be your age. I used that money to study for my GED at night in the attic, work double jobs, get certified, and rebuild myself, but my past remained. 6 years later, I wasn't a dishwasher, lead technician for a local HVAC firm. I had my own apartment. It was modest, but it had a lock and my name on the lease. Daniel Whitmore, my grandmother's maiden name, the only person in that terrible family to love me unconditionally before she died. My safety was assured when Daniel Smith died sleeping in a Honda Civic behind a gas station. I was stable but haunted. I used an internet cafe on my birthdays, never my own. I sought them because paranoia is hard to overcome. It was self-harm, but I wanted to know. N's public Facebook profile was found that year. Scrolled, my breath stuck in my throat. A snapshot of N's welcome home party showed her holding a baby, possibly a 5-year-old daughter. Happy 5th birthday to my little miracle, Lily. Thankful for having a supportive family. My parents were in the photo. I hadn't seen Dad grin in years. Mom carried the cake. Looked joyful. They looked great. Wait, math. She accused me at 17. The infant was 5. Baby stayed with her. My parents raised the assaulted child. They appeared guilt-free. Smashing the screen was my goal. How could they sleep? How could I be deleted when they celebrated birthdays and holidays? I noticed my brother Felix's comment. Best niece ever. Glad we kept the circle close. They protected the untruth with that code. I quit, left in the rain, and vowed never to be heard again. I'd grown so successful and untouchable that their opinion didn't matter. I became a work machine and took every overtime. I offered crawl space chores nobody wanted. My summer coworker Derek was a youthful, bumbling, but friendly new hire. We were servicing a unit at an affluent woman's home, who observed us closely. The woman cried, "My ring." From the kitchen as we packed. "You snatched my diamond ring." Derek paled when she pointed a manicured finger. "Ma'am, I was basement." She shouted, "You're a thief." And contacted police and your boss. Derek's eyes were like mine in the dining room, 11 years ago. Fear, power over truth. I approached Derek with a calm voice. "No one is calling yet, ma'am." "Empty your pockets," she said. "Yes, but first I'll examine the kitchen return vent." "Why?" I explained gently that your system is high velocity and that a light ring near a return vent triggers the fan. I removed the kitchen wall vent cover and felt down in the ductwork for dust and grime. I raised a diamond ring. "Is that it?" she said. "Oh, well, get out," and took the ring without apology. Derek shook in his truck. "Dan, my childhood stupidity is documented. Police would have blamed me if they come." I steered. "I know, Derek. I realized I had to build my own fortress, not work for someone else. I started Whitmore Heating and Air with 1 van, then 3, then 6, utilizing savings and a loan. I was harsh on quality. Derek needed a second chance but had good hands, so I hired him. We were punctual and affordable. Integrity sold in a scammer town. I had 11 cars, a receptionist, and a reputation by 28. I purchased my dog Buster a yard house while earning more than my father. I won, but prosperity is lonely. After dating a few ladies, I always ended things when they asked about my family. I couldn't risk Claire again. Despite my high wall, calls still get through. It's strange how life lets you think you've outrun the hurricane before it destroys the roof. I concluded Whitmore Heating and Air's biggest deal on a Tuesday in early November. We won a downtown commercial building auction, ensuring financial security. Looking at the signed contract in my office, the ink was still wet. I should have been drinking champagne or calling friends, but I heard the corner waiter hum. My chest has the cold hole. Success without company is weird. A fortress with its gates are a pricey jail. My receptionist Sarah arrived via intercom. "Dan, the guidelines said no interruptions during budget hours unless the building is on fire," so Sarah hesitated. I clicked. "Sarah, this must be good," she murmured. "It's a woman named Claire who has information about your family." The black pen broke smoothly, dripping ink down my thumb. Claire. After 11 years of learning not to say it, the name hit me like a solar plexus blow. "Tell her to get lost," I murmured, wiping my palm with a tissue to remove ink. "Block her number if she calls again." Sarah urged Dan to wait, stating she was handcuffed and police were engaged. The world stopped spinning. Only the fluorescent light above me and my heartbeat were audible. Handcuffs. The phone burned crimson. One line. Something from my past hidden behind concrete and wealth. That terrified me most when I lifted it. I spoke Whitmore in a metallic, foreign voice. Dan. Closed my eyes. Electric voice. Claire, speak in 31 seconds. I'm sorry. I recognize I'm wrong. I know you hate me. 21 sec. And left. Dan. She's arrested. All falsehoods. County jail holds her. Staring at the ceiling, I rested in my leather chair. What did she? Shoplifting? No, Claire mumbled. She accused someone else again. Sitting erect, the leather creaked, sending a shudder down my spine. Who? Claire said she was helping wealthy, elderly developer David Kenderson. She told HR and police last week that he forced himself on her in his office and that she was pregnant. I was uneasy. Same writing, performance, tears, allegation, and pregnancy card. Her play was written 11 years ago, and I was in it. Perhaps David is damaged. Claire declined. Her voice was odd this time. Fear. You're not David, Dan. He was ready. You mean? Claire admitted to nagging and blackmailing him for months to seek a raise. When she phoned the police, David called his lawyer without panicking. Dan has secret cameras and audio. He had proof she came onto him, he rejected her, and she threatened to ruin him like her brother. She mentioned me, I whispered. Claire confirmed her taped statement. She broke after police played the tape. Not only did she admit framing David, she said everything. Detectives questioned her, dug up your old file, and asked about the pattern. As if squeezed, my throat was tight. Claire was crying now, sobbing through the line. The dinner table night, and how you never touched her were told. Maya isn't your baby, she said. Father who? I wanted to put a face to 11 years of atrocities. Claire encountered Vernon, a 19-year-old heroin dealer, behind the bleachers. He laughed at her when she told him she was pregnant and threatened to kill her if she told anyone. He departed town the next day. Closed eyelids, I visualized a scared 17-year-old girl, a violent boyfriend, and a gut full of repercussions. Daniel, the brother who helped with homework, never fought back, was the safe target. I said, I wasn't a monster, just a human shield for her mistakes. Shaking with embarrassment, Claire muttered. She chose you because everyone would believe her. Daniel, she used your kindness against you since you defended the golden child. Between us, silence stretched. The truth was hard and irrefutable, yet it felt like amputation, not development. Andy bought the frame certified for my wall, and I looked at my rough hands from years of manual labor. Claire murmured, Dan, you there? Claire, why are you calling? Why now? Why not 6 years ago? Why not my departure day? I apologized for her grief. I was cowardly. My parents threatened to cease paying my tuition to diminish my college fund, and I chose money over truth and comfort over you. That's my daily reality. As mentioned, you do. Not paying for damage makes forgiving cheap. Thanks Claire for the info. Don't call this number again. I hung up before she could say goodbye and sat there for a while as the sun moved across my office floor and shadows extended. My breath felt like it had been held for 11 years. When I inhaled again, my lungs didn't know how. After receiving email notifications, my phone vibrated with texts. I read on a local news site, local woman jailed for extortion. Confession, 2-decade frame job. Her mugshot portrayed a rundown old woman. The makeup was gone, and the innocent, wide-eyed countenance that had fooled a town was replaced with the steely, bitter lines of a woman who had spent a decade weaving a web that trapped her. Down to comments. Oh, isn't this the sister of that Langford child who disappeared? All dubbed him a perv. Justice for all. I went to school with decent Daniel Langford. His family smashed him. Local gossip. I always thought her story was false. Poor guy. It was a dry, humorless laugh. Everyone was an expert and knew. Where were these people when I slept in a Honda Civic and cleaned dishes for scraps? Same people who avoided me by crossing the street. Lucas, a pallid senior technician, entered my office. Boss, he said, holding his phone. Seen the news? All about you. Lucas was a sweet, youthful, enthusiastic boy like myself. I saw it, Lucas, I whispered. True? You were innocent all along. Was. I said. Lucas's new expression went beyond boss respect. If my family did that, I'd destroy the globe. Lucas. Fire doesn't fix anything, I said, getting my keys. Only ashes remain. No more cleaning up others' mess. Sarah was crying at the receptionist desk as I left the office and went to my truck. I held the wheel. I thought I'd feel justified driving to my folks' house and yelling at them since I told you so. Instead, I was tired. My phone rang again. Unknown caller voicemail. It was played. Vernon Kenderson, Mr. Whitmore. I think we share an enemy. Your testimony might seal the deal, according to my lawyer. I want blood, Dan. My lawsuit seeks custody of her child and all of her fortune. I want her to never kill another man. Call me. I examined the phone. This was the turning point. I could leave and let the police handle it, living my quiet life as Daniel Whitmore, or I could return as a witness, the hammer of justice. I saw a man with gray temple hairs and scars on his hands in the rearview mirror, not the scared 7-year-old child. So I started the truck and quit hiding. The harsh reality of a police interrogation chamber lifted 11 years off my shoulders. My name was restored, but the war persisted. Anne's arrest and confession shattered Langford in weeks. Little towns are cruel. People that shunned me now target my parents. Rumors spread. How could they not know? What woman chose her adoptive daughter above her son? Preston was laid off. My proud father was dismissed because his firm didn't want to be linked with a man who framed his own child. My brother Felix's wife reportedly wanted divorce because she didn't appreciate being married to a coward. Observed from away. The gate security guard radioed me while I was loading a new shipment of AC units at my warehouse. Mr. Whitmore, allow her in but lead her. She claims to be your mother. My mother exited a vehicle while I waited in the loading area. With gray hair and a Tupperware container, she appeared little and drooping. She approached me crying. Daniel, she inhaled. Daniel Whitmore currently. She recoiled. Indeed, I heard. The container was hoisted. I made your favorite chicken dish. Maybe you were hungry. I examined the casserole. The insanity almost made me laugh. Dan, I am not hungry. You want what? I apologize, she wailed. It was unknown. We were also lied to. She persuaded well. We suffered. I approached. No questions were asked as Dad battered and bled me. She screamed because you buried my clothes. Your dad was mad. You weren't scared, I said coldly. Glad you were. Cleaner lie. Sacrificing me was simpler than acknowledging your precious kid was imperfect. Please take my hand. We miss you. The house is vacant and Dad is unwell. Come home. I pointed to my warehouse as my home. I said, Dan, take your casserole and leave. If you return, I'll get a restraining order. She was astonished, hadn't heard no before, set the casserole on a shipping crate and went, crying into her hands. Dad showed up 3 days later with attitude and barged into the reception area, bypassing Sarah. I heard the hubbub and unlocked my office door. Preston Langford looked older and thinner, but haughty. Sir, you can't be back here, Sarah cried. It's okay, Sarah, I say. Let him in. Dad entered my office and observed the mahogany desk, awards on the wall, an automobile lot. You've done well, he said, without greeting or apology. State your business, I added, not urging him to sit. He snarled, instinctively, don't speak to me like that, then groaned. Son, this Kenderson lawsuit will bankrupt us with legal bills and damages. He's talking about stealing the house. Sounds problematic, I responded. We need you to talk to him, Dad continued. Your ally, right? Tell him to stop. Tell him we've suffered enough. We lost our daughter in prison. Christ's sake, you didn't lose her. You helped her. We erred. Dad hit my desk. We're human, but family. Dan, blood is thicker than water. I'm not a Langford, I reminded him. You eliminated me. My rage changed to indifference. I intercom security. I have an executive office intruder. Get him out. Dad gasped, you're calling security. For your dad. You're not my father, I said, gazing him in the eye. My father, Andy, operated a cafe and taught me manhood. You owe me my childhood. There were 2 big guards at the door. Sir, you need to leave. One said. Dad glared at me, his face turning scarlet, but he didn't swing this time. He recognized he had no strength. You're a cold bastard. He spat when released. I learned from the best, I said. A week later, a box arrived with no return address. I opened it and found dozens of unopened letters from the first month after I left, letters where I begged them to believe me and told them I was starving and freezing. They had kept them and never opened them. They were sending them back. Maybe Mom sent them to prove she kept them. I didn't care. I brought the box to the warehouse floor and dropped it into the rubbish incinerator. I watched the envelopes burn and my frenzied teenage words dissolve to ash. I assumed I had burned the bridge, but the devil typically has one last card, and her name was Anne. I thought I was done throwing my parents out of my office and burning their letters was the final sentence. But the past remains persistent. It hides in pavement cracks, waiting to trip you up again. 4 months after Anne's imprisonment, I received a letter. It wasn't from a lawyer or my parents. It was a plain white envelope with a slightly crooked stamp and a red return address. Maple Ridge Correctional Facility. Standing beside my mailbox with the wind slashing my face, I grasped that package like a bomb. A single sheet of lined yellow paper included shaky lettering that was used to sign birthday cards. I didn't expect Dan to come. I don't deserve it, but my lawyers say I'll be gone a while. Some things are unknown. Family and Maya. I simply want 1 hour. The little girl I had seen in the Facebook photographs, Maya, the innocent child living in a house founded on falsehoods, kept flashing in my thoughts as I went inside, fed Buster, and switched on the TV. Curiosity is a curse, but so is stillness. If I didn't go, I'd always wonder what she said. A week later, I took a day off and traveled 3 hours north into the rural wasteland where society forgets the forgotten. Sarah and my guys didn't know where I was heading. I went through security and gave up my phone, keys, and wallet. I felt naked without them. Guards patted me indifferently. Inmate 8,940 visitor. A guard grunted, booth 4. In the cold visitation room, I sat at booth 4 inches a rough, bolted plastic chair. A door buzzed and someone arrived a few minutes later. I barely recognized her. She had pale skin, dull golden hair in a rigid bun, and an emaciated face. She took a seat without looking at me. She took the call. My choice, she said. You came. In a monotone phone voice. My leisure afternoon was spent lying. You claimed knowledge. Talk. She raised her red-rimmed eyes. You look strong, Dan. I look like a survivor. I said. We're not related. We're not friends. You robbed my 11 years. Why am I here? She retreated. Her hands were twisting loose thread on her orange jumpsuit as she looked down. I wanted to apologize, she whispered. I see what I did here, breaking everything down, though it doesn't matter. Why? Question that has troubled me for 11 years. Why me? I helped with school. I shielded you from bullies. I alone treated you like blood. Why did you destroy me? Shuddering, she breathed. Because you were safe. My focus was on her. Safe? True, Dad Vernon. He intimidated Dan. Armed. He threatened to hurt me for naming him. He hurt the kid. She begged with me for understanding. You were Dan. You were kind. You did well, son. I expected you to deny and Mom and Dad to handle it quietly. I expected exile or abortion. I didn't think. You thought they wouldn't trash me? I finished for her. Fearful, she wailed, her empty cheeks dripping. After the deception was uncovered, everyone believed it. Father was upset. Dramatic mom. I couldn't return it. Acknowledging my lies would have made them hate me. I feared solitude. You kept me alone. You favored comfort over me. No panic. It's evil. Nodding, she cried silently. I know, I deserve. I qualify. Is that all? I asked before hanging up. You wanted to share your cowardice. No, she promptly touched the glass. Concerning Maya, I froze. What about her? She's 10. She's clever. Questions about her dad. My stomach nodded. Mom and Dad. Fearful, she paused. They lied to her. Even after arrest. You mean? You're her dad. They claimed. Said. They told her you were a bad man who hurt me and ran away. Dan, they showed her your photo. The high school one. She hates you. She thinks you left. Losing blood in my face. I made tight fists with my fingers in my palms. They did? Hissed. She claimed they didn't want to admit guilt. It was easier to lie than to tell a child her mother lied and her grandparents enabled her. They poisoned her against you, Dan, for protection. I rose. The chair screeched on the floor. This was the final cruelty. They erased me and turned me into a boogeyman for an innocent child, using a tiny girl's psyche to mask their shame. Tell them I raged. You threatened to sue for defamation and publish their names on every billboard in the county if they don't tell that girl the truth. I'm here, they won't listen. You created this card house, watch it fall. I saw a stranger, not a sister or victim, swallowing everything to save herself one final time. I hope 11 years of comfort were worth dying in a cage. As I turned away, she said, Dan, don't leave me. Only you know. I didn't glance back as I exited the visitation room through the thick steel doors, into the dark afternoon, and into my truck. Instead of screaming or crying, I felt a definite resolve in my chest. No change came by using a child. Only struggle remained. I dialed a saved number I never phoned. Vernon answered, Dan. I'm ready. Burn them. Civil trials weren't battles. An execution. Vernon Kenderson has multiple lawyers. His Italian-suited sharks detected blood. I was the star witness, not the plaintiff. On the stand, I testified. First, people have to listen to me legally. I recalled dinner table night to the jury, 12 strangers. I said homeless nights. Telling about Andy. In the gallery were my parents. Ghost-like. Dad was so thin, his suit hung off. Mom ignored me and stared at the floor. A quick verdict declared her responsible for harm that will cost 3 lives. Vernon continued. His team found my parents' financial misdeeds to pay legal bills, dipping into accounts they shouldn't have, hiding assets. They lost the inheritance they threatened. The house liens were there. They were naked. Vernon's lawyer requested a CPS investigation into Maya, which delivered justice quietly. Raising a child in a home full of pathological lies is dangerous. A wonderful distant relative of Vernon got custody. Professionals who removed brainwashing would tell Maya the truth. I left the courthouse that last day in the light. Felt different. Air tasted better. On stairs, Vernon shook my hand. We won, Dan. You did it. The truth was told. Facts are weapons. He said you used it well. Life progressed. This time, it advanced. I met Rachel 6 months later. I hired her to graphically remodel the company fleet. She was organizing logo samples when I entered the meeting room. She smiled and slipped a dark hair behind her ear. You must develop the empire, she said. I promised to fix AC only. Dinner was that night. Rachel listened when I wasn't trying to tell her everything. You wanted to talk after the silence. Describe the prison. I told her about the trial. Informed her of Andy. She didn't sympathize. She took my hand across the table. She was warm. You're forged like steel, Dan, she said decisively. Your strength grows. We moved in and got engaged after 2 years. Andy, retired and complaining about his arthritis, moved into our guest cottage so I could monitor him. After my business succeeded, my wife, father, and dog adored me. The ultimate test came. Rachel lay next to me on a Tuesday night at around midnight when my phone rang on the nightstand. I looked at the screen and knew. I got out of bed and went to the balcony, where it was cold. I took the call silently. Dan. Dad's voice was scratchy and wet. Preston. He couldn't call himself Dad anymore. Not much time. Son. The doctors claimed it was stage 4, pancreatic, and moving fast. His breathing was like a burst vent. I'm scared, Dan, he hissed. The world was a dying old man fearful of darkness. Come for 6 minutes, and tell me you forgive my soul. I don't want to die knowing you detest me. From the back, I saw the moon shining off my pool, and the guest cottage light on Andy's safe sleeping spot. Thinking about a boy spitting blood on the dining room floor, frigid nights in the Honda Civic, and 11 years of Maya being lied to. Sometimes forgiveness is only license for them to feel better about abusing you, despite movies saying you must forgive to recover. He asked me to be his last priest and sanitizer to wash his hands and absolve him for Judgment Day. Son, are you there? Dan wheezed. I gently told Preston, my father is sleeping at the guest cottage. You have the wrong number. I hung up and blocked Mom's number, ready for guilt and grief, yet feeling light and weightless. Rachel opened one eye when I entered the bedroom. Sleepily, she asked, who was that? I mumbled, wrong number, sliding back into bed and cuddling her. Just a spam caller. She hummed, hugging me. Love you. Love you, too. Next week, I read Preston Langford's newspaper obituary. I took the day off and didn't attend or send flowers because the funeral was private. Andy and Rachel ate hot dogs, yelled Munch the umpire, and laughed till their sides hurt at a baseball game. I watched Andy wiping mustard off his beard and Rachel clapping a home run and realized the truth. I am not Ghost. They failed to remove and ghost me. I created my own cosmos with no falsehoods, only our truth, from their ashes. My story ends here, but for me, it's the start of my own existence. To get here, I and many others went through fire. Family trauma is heavy, but you may ignore and decline. Mom kicked me out in a storm over my sister's lies. She texted. That was perfect. Not realizing Dad was reading it on the TV. He filed for custody. At the age of 17, I was kicked out in the storm due to a falsehood perpetrated by my sister. My mother yelled, "Get out of my house." I didn't resist. I just walked away. 25 minutes later, she laughed about it in a text, unaware that Dad was reading it on the living room TV. The rain pounded against my bedroom window that October evening, each drop carrying the weight of what was about to happen. I sat cross-legged on my bed, algebra homework scattered across my blanket, blissfully ignorant that my entire world was about to come crashing down. Thunder rumbled across the sky, and I could hear my younger sister, Emily, running down the corridor toward our mother's room. Emily was 15 years old at the time, 2 years younger than me, and she mastered the art of manipulation in ways I didn't realize until it was too late. While I spent my afternoons working at the animal shelter and getting straight A's, she formed relationships based on what others could do for her. Our mother, Blair, had always been gentler with her. Emily understood precisely which buttons to press, which tears to shed, and which stories to tell. The shouting began before I could complete the equation I was working on. Blair's words rang through the walls with a rage I had never heard directed at me before. My gut twisted as I heard my name screamed, each syllable filled with hatred. I set down my pencil, hands quivering, and moved toward the tempest developing within our house. My mother stood in the doorway, her face flushed crimson, her eyes burning with rage, causing me to step back instinctively. Emily lingered behind her, and I caught a fleeting glimpse of something in her countenance. Satisfaction, or triumph. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and tears were still streaming down her cheeks, yet the way she looked at me was calculated. "You want to tell me what you did to your sister?" Blair asked, her voice shaking with wrath. I looked between them, truly perplexed. "I don't know what you're talking about. I've been doing homework all afternoon. Don't you dare lie to me." The volume caused me to cringe. "Emily told me everything. How could you do something so cruel to your own sister?" Emily's shoulders heaved with cries that appeared scripted. "I can't believe you're denying it. After what you said to me." "After you." "After what?" My voice was smaller than I expected. "Emily, I haven't even seen you since we got home from school. What are you saying I did?" Blair approached, and I could smell wine on her breath. She had been drinking again, which explained the violent reaction but made the situation far more perilous. When she drank, rationality faded and emotion took over entirely. "She told me that you have been harassing her for weeks, stealing her belongings, spreading stories about her at school, telling her she is useless, and that no one in this family wants her around." Blair shoved his finger at my chest with each accusation. "And today, when she confronted you about it, you told her she should just disappear because everyone would be happier without her." The words struck me like physical blows. None of this was true. Not one syllable. I had never spoken anything like that to Emily, or anybody else. If anything, I've been going out of my way to be supportive, helping her with her homework when she struggled, defending her when kids at school made fun of her braces. "Mom, that's not. I would never say those things. You know me. You know I wouldn't. I know you're standing here lying to my face while your sister is falling apart." Blair's hand flew up, and for a terrifying second, I thought she was going to slap me. She had never raised her hand to me before, but nothing about this situation felt familiar. Gab. The words were soft, yet they were more impactful than her shouting. "What?" My voice was almost a whisper. "Get out of my house." Each phrase felt like a different verdict. I will not have someone who treats family like this under my roof. You want to be cruel? You want to destroy your sister's mental health? You can do it somewhere else. Outside, the storm was intensifying. Rain beat across the windows, while lightning highlighted the lowering sky. It was about 6:30 p.m. The temperature was falling quickly, and I had nowhere to go. "Mom, please. It's pouring outside. Can we just talk about this?" "Let me explain." "There's nothing to explain. Emily told me everything, and unlike you, she doesn't lie." Blair crossed her arms, her stance firm. "You have 12 minutes to pack a bag and leave. If you're not gone by then, I'm calling the police and having you removed." I silently begged Emily to confess the truth and put an end to this madness before it escalated. She met my eyes for a brief period, and what I saw there chilled me more than the prospect of being out in the rain. She was not going to say anything. She had orchestrated the entire thing, and she was going to let it unfold just as she had intended. My father, Dean, was away on business. He traveled extensively for his consulting work, often for days or weeks at a time. He wouldn't be home until the weekend, which was 5 days away. I considered calling him, but Blair had already returned to her bedroom and dismissed me completely. I walked through my room in a fog, placing clothes into my school backpack with trembling hands. My phone, charger, toothbrush, the emergency cash I kept in my desk drawer, and the $100 I had saved from babysitting. I grabbed my jacket, knowing it wouldn't be enough protection from the cold outside. Emily entered in my doorway as I was zipping up the bag. "Maybe this will teach you to be nicer," she murmured softly, but clearly enough for me to hear. The tears had dried up, and her face was serene and controlled. "Why?" Came out broken. "Why are you doing this?" She shrugged and leaned against the doorframe. "You've always been the favorite. Perfect grades, perfect daughter. Everyone always talking about how wonderful you are. Maybe now Mom will see you're not as great as everyone thinks." Before I could react, Blair's voice came from downstairs. "Time's up." I walked past Emily down the stairs and ripped open the front door. My mother stood in the living room archway, arms still crossed, checking to make sure I had left. The disappointment and disgust in her eyes hurt more than anything she had done or said. "I love you, Mom." I tried one more time. "Please don't do this." "Out now." I opened the door, and the wind blew rain into my face. I went onto the porch and heard the door slam behind me, followed by the distinct click of the lock activating. Standing there in the deluge, my backpack already soaked, I had never felt more abandoned in my life. The trek to the bus stop took 17 minutes but felt like hours. Within the first block, my footwear were soaked, making each step uncomfortable. The jacket I grabbed was ineffective against the strong rain. Water flowed down my face, mixed with tears that I couldn't hold back. I had no strategy and no destination. My best friend, Ronan, lived 4 miles away, but I couldn't just show up at her house without an explanation. And how could I explain what had just occurred? My grandmother resided in Florida and was too far away to help. My Aunt Serafina moved to California last year. Everyone I could think of to call would ask questions I couldn't answer. The bus shelter offered little protection from the elements. I sat on the metal bench, brought my knees to my chest, and tried to think. My phone displayed 6:50 p.m. I opened my father's contact list and hovered my fingertips over the call button. He told us during breakfast before leaving that he had meetings all evening. But does this qualify as an emergency? Before I could make a decision, my phone vibrated with an incoming SMS. My mother's name flashed on the screen, and for a brief moment, I believed she had realized her error, that she was calling me back home, and that this nightmare was over. The message caused my blood to run cold. Wow, it was perfect. Have you seen her face? I've never seen anyone look that sad. She honestly assumed I'd let her explain. Smiley face emoji. Smiley face emoji. Smiley face emoji. My hands became numb. This was not intended for me. The letter was plainly intended for Emily, but Mom sent it to me by mistake, most likely because our names were close to each other on her contacts. A second message arrived immediately. Delete the wrong individual. Then a third. Don't tell your father about this. I stared at the screen, rain pouring down around me, as the entire scale of what had happened became painfully clear. It wasn't simply Emily's lie. My mother was in on it. This was something they planned jointly. The phony allegations, the staged fury, threw me into a tempest. It had all been planned precisely to harm me. My telephone rang. Blair's name displayed on the screen. I didn't respond. She called 7 times in fast succession. Each call went to voicemail. Text messages began pouring in. Answer the phone right now. This is not humorous. Call me back. You are overreacting. It was only a joke. Fine, be dramatic. You can return home once you've finished being ridiculous. I turned off my phone and sat in the dimly lit bus shelter, watching headlights blur through rain-streaked plastic walls. Something basic had broken within me. Not my heart. That would have been cleaner and simpler. This was deeper. A complete breakdown of trust, so that I could physically feel where my family used to be inside my chest and only discovered empty space. A city bus arrived, and the driver stared at me with alarm. You getting along, honey? You are completely saturated. I had no idea where the bus was headed, but I got on anyway, paying the fare with wet dollar bills from my backpack. The driver, an elderly woman named Carol based on her name tag, frowned at my appearance. You okay? You want me to call someone for you? I am fine, I lied. I'm just meeting my father at the next station. She didn't seem convinced, but she nodded and shifted the bus into gear. I took a seat toward the back and tried to decide what to do next. The phone messages ran over in my head, each syllable a new injury. It was only a joke. They had tossed me out into the storm as a joke. The bus went past places I barely recognized, and I rode to the end of the line with no clear plan. When Carol announced the final stop, she approached me rather than simply escorting me away. Sweetheart, I'm not sure what's going on, but I've been driving this route for 18 years and know what a troubled youngster looks like. She gave me a card with a phone number printed in neat handwriting. That is the Youth Crisis Hotline. They can help you figure out what to do and find a safe place to stay. Kindly call them. I took the card, whispered my thanks, and strolled back into the rain. The storm had not let up at all. If anything, it appeared angrier than before. I found myself roaming aimlessly, muscle memory taking me through places I'd known my entire life but suddenly seemed strange and hostile. Everything familiar has become untrustworthy. Eventually, my roaming led me to the animal shelter, where I volunteer every Saturday. The structure was dark and locked, but the covered entrance offered protection from the elements. I slumped against the wall, backpack alongside me, and eventually let myself fall apart. The tears fell silently, racking my body with uncontrollable sobs. 17 years old, discarded like junk because my sister craved attention and my mother thought it was amusing. Hours passed in a haze of cold and anguish. I must have drifted into a weary half-sleep because I was startled awake by the sound of approaching footsteps. My heart raced with panic until I recognized Mr. Harris, the shelter's night security guard. Freya, what are you doing here? His sweet face wrinkled with concern, as he noticed my drenched garments, and obvious distress. You, child, are frozen. Come in right now. He unlocked the door and led me inside the shelter's foyer, quickly draping a blanket around my shoulders. The warmth of the structure was nearly painful against my cold flesh. I'll make you some tea, and then you'll tell me what happened. Mr. Harris stated firmly yet compassionately. And don't even think about telling me you're fine because I have 4 daughters of my own, and I know that look. The whole story spelled out while I sat in his office, hands wrapped around a mug of hot tea I couldn't quite stop shaking enough to drink. He listened without interrupting, his gaze darkening with each detail I recounted. Do you still have the messages your mother sent by accident? I turned off my phone hours ago, but when I put it back on, I found 50 missed calls and more than 120 text messages. The majority were from Blair, ranging from angry to threatening to almost panicked. Emily sent me a couple messages telling me I was being immature. There were no apologies, but the original messages remained, providing unambiguous evidence of their actions. I need you to do something for me, Mr. Harris explained. Seriously. I need you to allow me to call your father right now. What your mother did was not only cruel, but it was also unlawful. You're a minor, and she can't simply kick you out of your home. Storm or not, joke or not, he's in California for business. He cannot. Then he needs to know what's going on in his home while he's away. Mr. Harris had already reached for his office phone. What is his number? My father answered the second ring, his voice sluggish from sleep. It was past 2:30 a.m. in California. Hello, Mr. Anderson. This is Michael Harris. I am the night security guard at the Riverside Animal Shelter, where your daughter, Freya, volunteers. I have her with me, and there is a situation that you should be aware of immediately. I could hear my father's voice change from sleepy perplexity to acute attentiveness. Freya, what is wrong? Is she hurt? Mr. Harris handed me the telephone. You tell him. He needs to hear it from you. My voice broke with the first word, and everything started rushing out again. Emily's falsehoods, Blair's fury, and being flung into the storm. The text exchanges that indicated the entire situation had been arranged. My father's breathing became heavier with each statement. I'm going to ask you a question, and I need you to tell me the absolute truth, he replied. When I finished, his voice was calm, but I could detect rage beneath. Did you say or do any of the things Emily accused you of? No, none of it. I swear. Dad, I believe you. The conviction in his voice brought tears to my eyes again. I'm flying on the next available aircraft, and I'll be home by morning. In the meanwhile, I'm phoning your Aunt Serafina, who lives 25 minutes from the shelter. She'll come fetch you, and you'll stay with her until I arrive. Don't go home. Do not respond to any text from your mother or sister. Do you understand? Yes. Put Mr. Harris back on the phone. I passed over the phone and listened to my father describe the problem to someone he'd never met, making arrangements to ensure my immediate safety. When Mr. Harris hung up, he smiled slightly. Your dad sounds like a good man. He's scared for you, but he's handling it. Your aunt is on her way. She should be here in about 35 minutes. Aunt Serafina arrived in 30 minutes, still wearing her pajamas with a raincoat thrown over them. She took one glance at me and drew me into a strong hug, which made me feel safe for the first time in hours. Oh, sweetie. Oh, my beautiful child. Blair jerked back, hands on my shoulders, eyes flaming. You are secure now. You are coming home with me, and no one will hurt you again. Her home was cozy and quiet. She led me to the guest room, gave me dry clothes that were too big but incredibly soft, and sat with me as I attempted to eat the soup she had heated up. I could not take more than a few nibbles. Try to get some rest, she said, pulling blankets around me like a young child. Your father will be here soon, and then we'll figure out what happens next. I slept fitfully, nightmares blending with memories until I couldn't tell them apart. When I awoke, the bleak morning light streamed through unfamiliar curtains. My father's deep rumble and Serafina's gentler answers echoed below. I found them in the kitchen. My father looked like he had aged 5 years overnight, his eyes red-rimmed and weary. When he saw me, he took 3 strides across the room and embraced me. He mumbled, "I'm so sorry," into my hair. "I'm sorry I wasn't there, that I didn't see what was going on, and that you had to go through it alone." We sat at Serafina's kitchen table, and I showed him the text messages. I saw his jaw tighten as he read the evidence of Blair and Emily's actions, the casual brutality reflected in those laughing emoji. "This ends now," he remarked gently. "I've already spoken to a lawyer. What your mother did constitutes child endangerment and neglect. Those text messages prove premeditation, which makes it worse." "What does that mean?" I inquired. "It means we're documenting everything. It means I'm filing for emergency custody of you. It means your mother is going to face consequences for what she's done." He stared at me with a soft and determined expression. And it means you get to decide how much contact you want with her and Emily going forward. If the answer is none, I will support that completely. We drove to the residence later that morning. My father had called ahead to let Blair know that he was coming to collect my possessions and that I would no longer be residing there. She attempted to disagree, arguing that I was being overdramatic about a trivial prank, but he cut her off. "We'll discuss the legality of your harmless prank with a lawyer I've retained," he said before hanging up. Blair and Emily were in the living room when we arrived. My mother's face was splotchy from sobbing, and her hair was uncombed. Emily sat on the couch, arms crossed, with an attitude that said she was the wrong person in this scenario. "Dean, thank goodness." Blair approached him. "Maybe you can talk some sense into your daughter. She's completely overreacted to a joke and now she's stopped talking." My father's voice was icy. "Right now, before you say something else that my lawyer will be very interested to hear." Blair's mouth jerked shut. She looked between us, as if she realized for the first time that excuses and explanations would not be enough to get through this. "Freya is going to pack her things, and then we're leaving," Dad said. "You and I will communicate through attorneys from this point forward regarding custody arrangements and the legal consequences of your actions." "Legal consequences?" Blair asked, raising his voice. "It was a joke. We were going to let her back in after an hour. Let her see that we pranked her. She wasn't supposed to run off and make this huge dramatic thing. You threw a 17-year-old child out of her home during a severe thunderstorm based on fabricated accusations, then sent text messages laughing about her distress." My father's control was remarkable. His rage was restrained but obviously visible. "That's not a prank. That's child abuse. And those text messages are evidence of premeditation." I'd never seen my mother look this pale. "You can't be serious. You're going to involve lawyers over this? You involved the police in your threats to call them if Freya didn't leave fast enough," he said. "You made this legal the moment you did that." I left them arguing in the living area and went to my room. Looking around at the room I'd been in for 17 years, all I could think about was how much I wanted to get out of there. I packed systematically: clothes, books, the images I treasured, my laptop, and the jewelry box my grandma gave me. Everything that mattered fit into 2 suitcases and a couple of cartons. As I stuffed clothing into my luggage, my hands came across the sweater Blair had given me for Christmas last year. She had made a big deal about choosing it out, stating she had spent weeks looking for the ideal hue. I held it for a bit before dropping it on the floor. "She may keep the gifts." The walls were adorned with images and trophies from track meetings, honor roll certificates, and volunteer recognition awards, all proof of a life I'd worked hard to create. None of this mattered when Emily decided she wanted to bring me down. I took down the images that only showed myself and my father, leaving the family photos hung. Those belonged to a version of us that no longer existed. My phone was continually buzzing in my pocket. I took it out and saw texts from classmates I barely knew. People from school who had somehow heard about what had occurred. In terms of rumor, little communities moved quickly. I turned off notifications and continued packing. The jewelry box held more than simply accessories. Inside was a locket that my grandmother had worn every day until she handed it to me on my 15th birthday. "For my serious granddaughter," she replied, smiling. "The one who thinks before she speaks and loves without conditions." Blair rolled her eyes at the sentence, accusing Grandma of favoritism. Perhaps she had been. Perhaps she noticed something in our family dynamics that I had overlooked. I discovered my old journals at the back of my closet, spiral notebooks containing years of thoughts and feelings. Part of me wanted to leave them behind, erase that history completely. But these were mine, proof that I existed as me before everything went wrong. I put them into the box I was filling. The door creaked, and I tensed, anticipating Emily. Instead, my father entered the room. His presence filled the entryway, substantial and reassuring in ways I sorely needed. "How are you holding up?" he said calmly. "I don't know yet," I admitted. Part of me still cannot believe this is happening. He entered the room and picked up one of the boxes I'd packed. "I should have seen this coming. The way your mother constantly made excuses for Emily's behavior, the way she downplayed your accomplishments as if they weren't important, I convinced myself I was imagining the partiality. You travel a lot for work. You weren't here to see everything, and that's not an excuse." His voice was tinged with remorse, which I did not want him to feel. "I'm your father. I should have paid better attention. I should have questioned why you always seemed a little separate from them. Like you were being careful all the time." He was correct about the last section. I had been walking on eggshells and hadn't completely realized I was navigating. I was always careful not to let my triumphs overshadow Emily's problems. Downplaying my accomplishments so Blair wouldn't make those remarks about how not everyone is naturally gifted. I apologized for things I hadn't done just to retain the peace in the house. "What will happen now?" I inquired about the custody situation. "I mean, The lawyer I dealt with specializes in family law. She plans to submit emergency custody paperwork on Monday morning, citing child endangerment. The texts your mother sent are smoking gun proof. No court will look at a parent laughing about tossing their child out in a storm and believe it's appropriate behavior. Will I have to see them in court or something? There will be a hearing. Yes. You'll have to tell the judge your story, but I'll be by your side the entire while. So will our lawyer. He sat on the box and stared at me straight. Freya, I need you to understand something. What happened wasn't your fault, not any part of it. Emily lied because she wanted to hurt you, and your mother participated because. He was no longer battling with words. I honestly don't know why she did what she did. But none of it reflects on you. I nodded, not trusting my voice. Do you want to take your desk? He inquired, evidently hoping to give me an opportunity to gather myself. It won't fit in my car today, but I can rent a truck and come back for furniture if you want it. I stared at the desk where I'd spent endless hours, studying, writing, and fantasizing about college, careers, and futures that seemed attainable when I was alone in this room. No, I don't want any of it. Just what fits in these bags and boxes. We worked silently for a time, packing up the parts of my life that still mattered. My father operated with steady efficiency, but I noticed him pause occasionally, his expression deepening as if he was recalling fresh information of Blair's actions. She called me 20 times last night, he said ultimately. After you talked to me, and I said I was getting on a plane. She started with anger. How dare I make this into such a big deal? How I was undermining her parenting. How you'd always been overdramatic. Then came bargaining. She promised it would never happen again. Swore she'd go to therapy. Begged me not to involve lawyers. What did you say? I told her she should have thought about consequences before she threw our daughter away like garbage. His fists curled around the book he was clutching. Then I hung up and bought a plane ticket. I've never been so angry in my entire life, Freya. The things I wanted to say to her. He grumbled. The lawyer advised me not to communicate with her directly anymore. Everything goes through attorneys now. Is that why she looked so scared when we got here? She received the preliminary custody filing this morning, hand-delivered by a process server at 7:30 a.m. She knows this isn't going away, that she can't charm or manipulate her way out of legal consequences. He mustered a gloomy smile. Your mother has always been very good at making people believe her version of events, but judges care about facts, and the facts are damning. We moved the first load of boxes downstairs. Blair was nowhere to be seen, but I could hear her crying in the kitchen, which sounded theatrical and loud. Emily remained where we had left her, browsing through her phone with practiced disinterest. Dad's really doing this? She inquired. Not looking up. Taking you away over something so stupid? My father's voice was as icy as I had ever heard it. Emily, I strongly suggest you stop talking. Anything you say right now will make this situation worse for you and your mother. She eventually looked up, and something about his expression made her shudder. I was just trying to. I know exactly what you were trying to do. You wanted attention. You wanted to hurt your sister, and you didn't care about the consequences. Congratulations. You got what you wanted. He pointed to the kitchen, where Blair's wailing persisted. You have your mother all to yourself now. I hope you enjoy it. We made 4 more journeys, filling the trunk and rear seat to capacity. Blair came from the kitchen on her final excursion, mascara pouring down her face. Please don't do this, she whispered. Dean, I'm sorry. I made a terrible mistake. But she's my daughter. You can't just take her from me. My father's laugh was harsh and unfunny. I'm not taking her from you. You threw her away. I'm just giving her a home where she's wanted and safe. It was supposed to be funny. We were going to surprise her. Let her see we decorated her room. That it was all just a prank to teach her. Blair's voice broke. She wasn't supposed to disappear for hours. She wasn't supposed to involve strangers and make this into some huge legal thing. Teach her what exactly? I asked myself. They both turned and looked at me. What lesson was I supposed to learn from being thrown out in the storm? Blair's mouth opened and closed. I've been distant lately, spending all your time on schoolwork and that shelter. I wanted you to appreciate your family more, to see that you needed us. So, you and Emily conspired to terrorize me, then laughed about how pathetic I looked when you succeeded. My voice was suddenly steady and detached. And you genuinely thought that would make me appreciate you more? You're twisting everything. It wasn't like that. I have the text messages, the ones where you laughed about my face, where you told Emily it was perfect, where you reminded her to delete the evidence. That's exactly what it was like. Blair's face wrinkled. I was drunk. I didn't mean those things the way they sounded. Mom, stop. The word felt strange in my mouth now, too intimate for who she had become. Stop making excuses. Stop trying to rewrite what happened. You did this. You chose this and now you get to live with the consequences. My father placed his hand on my shoulder. We're done here. Freya, get in the car. Like we pulled out of the driveway, I noticed Blair standing on the porch, still crying and acting like the victim in her own tragedy. Emily had joined her, arms crossed, and watched us depart with a look I couldn't interpret. I did not feel triumphant or vindicated. I felt exhausted and hollowed out, like if something important had been cut away, and I was still figuring out what remained. Emily entered in my doorway just as I was finished. "This is all your fault," she said. "If you just come back and played along, everything would be fine. But you had to be difficult about it." I glanced at my young sister, whom I had spent my entire life trying to protect and assist, and felt nothing. "Why did you do it?" "Really?" She shrugged. "I wanted to see if I could. I wanted to see if Mom would choose me over you. And she did. I hope that was worth it," I murmured gently. "I hope having Mom all to yourself makes you happy because you've lost me permanently." Her expression flickered with something, possibly sorrow or irritation at not receiving the desired reply. "You're being so dramatic. I'm being realistic. You and Mom showed me exactly who you are and what I mean to you. I'm done pretending we're a family." I carried my luggage downstairs. My father stood outside the door, arms crossed, having clearly won the dispute. "Are you ready?" he inquired, gently. I nodded. We moved everything into his car while Blair stood at the doorway, crying and trying one more time to persuade him that he was exaggerating. "Please don't do this," she begged. "She's my daughter. You can't just take her away from me." "You threw her away," my father stated simply. "I'm just making it official." We drove away, and I did not glance back. The following months brought about changes that I could not have predicted on that stormy night. Living with my father in his downtown apartment seemed awkward at first. The space was sleek and minimalist, unlike the house I grew up in. He'd transformed his home office into a bedroom for me, apologizing for how sparse it was. "We'll get you whatever you need," he promised that first week. "Furniture, decorations, whatever makes this feel like home." But I realized I didn't want much. The simplicity was a welcome change from Blair's chaotic home, where every surface was covered in decorative artifacts and family photos that now felt like lies. I mounted my honor roll awards on one wall, but my books on the shelf he'd built, and called it finished. School became more complicated than I had anticipated. The story of what happened had spread like wildfire through the hallways, evolving with each recounting. Some versions had me fleeing over a minor quarrel. Others stated that I had been molested for years and had finally escaped. Some people said that I made everything up to get attention. My best friend, Ronan, cornered me at my locker on my first day back. "Why didn't you call me?" she insisted. "I would have come to get you. You know that, right? You didn't have to sit in a bus shelter all night." I wasn't thinking clearly, I acknowledged. I just needed to get away from there. She held me tightly. "Your mom is insane. Everyone's talking about what she did. The text messages are everywhere." My stomach sank. "What do you mean, everywhere?" "Someone leaked them online. They're all over social media. Everyone's seen them." I took out my phone and searched for my mother's name. Sure enough, images of her communications had been shared hundreds of times, along with angry comments about child abuse and poor parenting. Someone even made a hashtag. The story had gone viral locally, with news sources using it as an example of a social media prank gone wrong. Blair must have felt mortified. Her entire social circle would have witnessed the evidence of what she had done. Read about her nasty laughing in her own words. Part of me felt validated. A larger part of me was horrified that this private misery had become public entertainment. I did not disclose them. I stated to Ronan, "I don't know who did. Does it matter? She deserves it. What she did to you was evil." The attention was tremendous. Teachers stared at me with sympathy. Students I barely knew approached me in the halls to offer encouragement or ask intrusive questions about that night. I started having lunch at the library to avoid the cafeteria chatter. My consistently high marks became my haven. Homework was something I could handle. Problems with clear solutions and definitive answers. My father was concerned because I immersed myself into my studies with such zeal. "You're allowed to just exist for a while," Dad reminded me gently one evening, as I sat at the kitchen table surrounded by textbooks at midnight. "You don't have to be perfect right now. I don't know how to just exist," I told myself. Every time I stop working, I start thinking about what happened and I can't. My words were raspy. "I need to stay busy." He sat down across from me and pushed my calculus book aside. "We need to talk about therapy. Dr. Harrison comes highly recommended. She specializes in family trauma and I think talking to her might help." "I'm fine." "You're not sleeping. You're having panic attacks when it rains. You flinch every time your phone buzzes because you think it might be your mother trying to contact you again." His gaze were affectionate but strong. You're surviving, which is incredible. But you deserve more than just survival. I began seeing Dr. Harrison twice every week. During the first few sessions, I scarcely spoke. She didn't push, just sat with me in peaceful stillness, occasionally offering soft questions that I could answer or ignore. You're carrying a lot of guilt, she commented at our fourth encounter. Guilt that doesn't belong to you. I keep thinking about what I could have done differently. If I'd just gone to Emily when I got home from school, talked to her before she had a chance to make up those lies. If I'd been a better sister, maybe she wouldn't have wanted to hurt me. Do you genuinely believe you deserved what happened to you? I was stunned when I heard the question. No, but I should have seen it coming. Should have recognized that Emily resented me, that my mother favored her. I was naive. You were 15 years old and believed that your family loved you. That is not naive, that is normal. Dr. Harrison leaned forward slightly. What your mother and sister did wasn't a failure on your part. It was a choice they made. A cruel, calculated choice. You can acknowledge your feelings about wishing things were different without accepting blame for their actions. The chats helped gradually. She provided me strategies to deal with the fear that arose whenever I saw someone who resembled Blair in public or heard Emily's name mentioned at school. We focused on rebuilding my faith in people, believing that not everyone would betray me in the same manner that my family had. Meanwhile, my father sued for divorce, citing the incident as proof that Blair was unsuitable to be a parent. Her text messages constituted central evidence, making it impossible for her to explain away. Her lawyer attempted to argue that they had been taken out of context, but there was no context to justify joking about throwing your child into a storm. I testified during the custody hearing, recounting all that occurred. The judge's look became more harsh as I showed him the texts, explained Emily's lies, and described the hours I'd spent alone in the rain. Mrs. Anderson, the prosecutor replied, I've presided over many difficult cases, but I have rarely seen such calculated cruelty toward a child. Your actions weren't just negligent, they were deliberately harmful. The court finds your explanation of this being a prank to be neither credible nor relevant. Even if we accepted that characterization, subjecting a minor to this treatment would still constitute abuse. He granted my father full custody. Blair received supervised visitation, which I declined to engage in. Emily, now facing the consequences of her actions, attempted to apologize in a letter. I returned it unread. My mother's friends and family members who learned what had transpired divided into factions. Some accepted her explanation that I had exaggerated things, that she had made a mistake but did not deserve to lose her daughter. Others, particularly after seeing the text messages, severed relations with her completely. My grandmother stopped talking to her for 6 months. Serafina became a constant presence in my life, the maternal figure I needed. She assisted me in finding a therapist to help me understand what had happened, supported me through the subsequent nightmares and panic attacks, and celebrated my admittance to college 3 years later. The storm that night was scary, but the true damage had been done by those who were supposed to love me the most, who used my terror for their own enjoyment. It took years for me to regain faith in others and think that those who claimed to care about me truly did. I'm 29 now and work as a veterinarian. Those Saturday volunteer hours at the shelter turned into a job. I've spent my life surrounded by folks that appreciate honesty and kindness. I'm married to someone who finds the concept of treating family as a joke baffling. Blair attempted to reconnect several times throughout the years. Cards on birthdays and holidays, emails requesting another opportunity, and notes stating she has changed. I do not respond. Emily contacted me after she got engaged, begging me to attend her wedding and unable to understand why I wouldn't celebrate with her. I replied with a one-line note. You made your choice that night. I'm making mine now. Every Sunday, my father and Serafina join me for a walk with my dogs. We eat dinner together once a week. We celebrate holidays as a family who decided to be together rather than merely because we share DNA. And on stormy evenings, when thunder rumbles across the sky, I stand by my window and remember the girl who ventured out into the storm with only a backpack and $100. She survived. She created something better than what she had lost. My parents spent my college fund on bros DUIs. Years later they begged for $38,000 for rehab. I refused. 10 months later, he's gone. I chose my peace. Hello, Reddit. My parents spent years bending the universe around my brother, expecting me to simply cope with the consequences. I eventually left and established my own life. I thought that would be the end of it. It was not. This is how it all began. My name is Wesley. I'm in my early 30s now, with a regular tech job that covers the bills yet leaves me alone. I'm married, have a small house, and lead a fairly typical life, yet none of this stems from where I grew up. My family was the kind you survived, not the kind you relied on. That's something I learned early on. My older brother, Atticus, has always been the center of my life. He was the type of child who could turn a routine morning into a disaster before breakfast. Broken lamps, screams, slammed doors, school calls, all normal for him. If he wasn't ranting, he was bashing holes into walls or fighting someone. If he wasn't fighting, he was lying about something unnecessary. That was simply who he was. My parents, Harlow and Ronan, treated him as if he were a vulnerable, misunderstood genius. Every time Atticus got into difficulty, they pretended that the entire world was out to get him. "He's sensitive," Harlow would reply. "People provoke him." Ronan said it as if the rest of us were the problem. Meanwhile, I remained silent in the background. I didn't need much. They didn't ask for much. Apparently, that meant I didn't deserve much either. I vividly recall the first time I saw the difference. I was 7, and I had earned a tiny reading prize at school. Nothing big, just a certificate and a small ribbon. I waited at the classroom door while everyone else was picked up. Atticus had thrown a fit at home that morning, smashing a cabinet door. So Harlow dealt with him. When she eventually arrived, she raced by me, using that clipped, impatient tone that usually indicated the same thing. "Get in the car, Wesley. I don't have time today." She didn't even glance at the ribbon in my hand. Things like that did not happen once. They happened until it no longer felt like bad timing and more like a law. My events became afterthoughts, and background noise behind whatever Atticus had set on fire that week. If I brought something home that I was proud of, I learned to keep it quiet since displaying it too much made it easier to overlook. After a while, I stopped inviting them to come. Not because I didn't care, but because I was tired of seeing hope turn into disgrace. One individual noticed. My uncle Elijah is Ronan's older brother. He was a mechanic with grease on his hands and a forthright style of speaking that left no room for foolishness. When he came by, he'd give me a nod and say, "You holding up, kid?" Not in a pity manner. He seemed to truly want to know. When Atticus screamed at everyone or threw something across the room, Elijah was the only one who spoke the truth. "Ronan, the boy's out of control," he'd say. "You're not doing him any favors." Ronan usually shrugged him off with a big line about how difficult parenting is and how others don't understand what we go through. Harlow always added something like, "Atticus is special. You wouldn't get it." One day in particular stood out. Atticus had gotten into another brawl at school, and Ronan returned home enraged with sluggish teachers. Harlow drifted behind him, as if they were experiencing a tragedy rather than Atticus's repercussions. I had a certificate for a district-wide arithmetic test. I placed it on the counter anyhow to see if they would notice. Ronan pushed it off without reading it. Harlow did not even pretend. "Not now, Wesley. Your brother is going through something serious." Atticus then strolled in, bragging about punching a youngster, and everyone laughed. Actually laughed, as if it were a funny story. Harlow ruffled his hair. Ronan remarked, "That's my boy." I picked up my certificate from the floor. That was the moment I realized I wasn't competing against my brother. I was competing against their desire to continue lying about him, and I was never going to win. Elijah showed up later in the evening. He sighed as he looked at the dent in the wall and Harlow caring for Atticus on the couch. He followed me to the garage, where I was hiding. "Don't let them make you small," he said. "You're not the problem here." I didn't know what to say, so I just nodded. But it was the first time an adult ever said it out loud. Something about my parents' style of running the house was unusual. That was the version of myself they promoted. The child who realized it was better to disappear than compete with the family favorite. By the time Atticus reached adolescence, our house felt like it was designed for pandemonium. Every month brought a fresh mess. A phone from school, a knock at the door, and Ronan pacing the kitchen as if the universe had targeted his son. What changed was not Atticus. It was my parents. They stopped questioning him. They protected him as if it was their job. The first time I witnessed that defense in public was at a family gathering at my aunt's house. Folding tables, paper plates, and children running in the yard. Atticus arrived with a tight wound. Ronan kept whispering, "Just be cool." Harlow looked at Atticus, as if she was waiting for the moment when the entire day would open up. We lasted about 20 minutes. A cousin joked about Atticus getting grounded again. Atticus snapped. "Say it again," he demanded, moving in. My cousin laughed awkwardly. "I'm kidding, man." Atticus shoved him anyhow. A chair scratched. Drink spilled. The yard became quiet. My aunt hurried over. "Stop it." Ronan approached my cousin first. "Watch your mouth," he yelled. "Don't provoke him." "Provoke him?" My aunt responded. "He shoved my kid." Harlow moved in behind Ronan, her voice shaking. "Atticus has been dealing with a lot. He doesn't respond well to people mocking him. Despicable." That is what she termed it. Uncle Elijah strolled over from the grill, wiping his hands with a rag. He took one look at Atticus. Enough, he stated. Atticus scoffed. Mind your business. It became my business when you put hands on family, Elijah said him. Ronan bristled. He's having a hard time. Elijah didn't flinch. Harlow screamed, you know what he's having? No consequences. Elijah, not here. Elijah nodded, as if he had expected it. Right. Not here. Not anywhere. That's why this keeps happening. Atticus walked away, smirking, and the group attempted to restart, stiff and strained. Later, my aunt gave me a Pepsi. How's school, Wesley? It's good, I said. I'm doing really well, she said, smiling. I heard you're at the top of your class. That's incredible. Harlow appeared quickly. Wesley's fine, she responded immediately. He's always been easy. Easy. As if I didn't count. Ronan glanced towards the yard, where Atticus was already arguing again. Atticus is the one we're concerned about. He has real problems. After that, the years blurred into the same script. Fights, suspensions, stolen property, angry phone calls, and my parents blaming teachers, neighbors, cops, and anybody else who treated Atticus as a person responsible for his actions. Atticus realized he didn't need to change. He simply had to wait for them to rework the story. My life was constantly on the edge. I had a recognition event because I finished the year at the top of my class. They promised to come. That afternoon, Atticus was dealing with a dilemma. They did not show. I accepted the award, walked home, and didn't mention it. Even so, Elijah heard. That night, he stopped over and sat at our table, as if my efforts were worthwhile. You did good, he said. Don't let their chaos rewrite what you earned. My birthdays always went the same way. One year, they forgot until the evening because Atticus had been yelling all day. Ronan pushed money at me and said we'd celebrate later. We never did. In 7th grade, I tried to speak lightly. It feels like everything is about Atticus. Harlow's expression tightened. Don't start. Wesley. Ronan didn't glance up. You've got it easy. Be grateful. My 7th grade graduation clinched the deal. I walked the stage, scanning the folding chairs. They were not there. They were cleaning up Atticus' latest messes all around town. They assured me I would be okay without them. I was. But that's when I stopped waiting. By the time Atticus was in high school, I knew my place in that house. He created gravity, and my parents orbited around him as if nothing else existed. And I learned to disappear before being forced there. To themselves. It was more secure than being spotted first. Atticus's 7th DUI arrest occurred on a Thursday night, only a few weeks after I graduated from high school. The first 4 DUIs were never upheld on paper. My parents paid enough lawyers to sand them down to minor charges and second chances. But this time, he collided with a parked car, and there were too many witnesses and too much damage for anyone to claim it was nothing. I was at the kitchen table, working on college paperwork, when the house phone rang. Harlow responded, fell silent, and then made a moan as if someone had punched the air out of her. She gave the phone to Ronan with trembling hands. All I heard was, "You've got to be kidding me." Then, my son would never do that. He wouldn't have that on him. His voice escalated to the point of yelling. Harlow had already started crying by the time he hung up. "They're out to ruin him," she said. "He's not that kind of boy." Part 2. But the report was unambiguous. Atticus had smashed into a parked car, knocking it halfway up the curb, and when authorities arrived, they saw him slurring and hardly able to stand. They also discovered a tiny bag inside his jacket pocket. The officers listed possession along with the DUI. It wasn't a misunderstanding. It wasn't someone else's jacket. It was Atticus, drunk and carrying something illegal. Ronan refused to hear it. "Those cops planted it," he exclaimed, rushing across the kitchen. "They've been harassing him for years." Harlow clung to his arm. "They know he has issues. They take advantage. He's too trusting." I sat there, listening to them alter reality in real time. They didn't say what it was. A child who had never faced consequences was finally at a stage where the system was not going to let things go. By the following morning, the legal bills had already started. Atticus hit a local company owner's automobile, causing substantial damage. Towing and storage expenses piled up, as did documentation regarding court dates, fines, and mandated programs. Ronan flung out figures as if they were nothing. "We'll get a lawyer, a real one, not some public defender trash." Harlow nodded rapidly, as if speed made it true. "We'll figure it out. We always do." That afternoon, I came home to find a large envelope addressed to me. I knew exactly what it was before I opened it. Acceptance. The first item I ever wanted for myself. I tore it open, read the message twice, and experienced something I hadn't felt in years. Excitement. I walked downstairs, holding it. I got in, I announced. This is good. I can finally start planning. So, can we look at the college fund? The one Grandma and Grandpa set up? The entire room became silent. Harlow froze totally. Ronan's expression transformed as if I had asked something offensive. He scratched his brow and sighed, sounding rehearsed. Wesley, he answered. About that money. What about it? I inquired. Harlow stepped forward. It's gone. But not all at once. Just seeped away over the years in legal retainers, court bills, and emergencies they claimed were just temporary, until there was nothing left. The word didn't register at first. I simply stared at her. Gone. How? Ronan demanded. Your brother needed help. Legal bills aren't cheap. We had to protect him. I assumed he was joking. You used my college fund on Atticus's arrests. It wasn't your fund, Harlow stated forcefully. It was for the family and Atticus needed it more. He wouldn't survive prison. I held up the letter. I've been planning for this since middle school. Grandma told me. Harlow cut me off. Don't bring her into this. She didn't know what Atticus would go through. So all of it? I inquired. Everything they saved for me. Ronan stepped closer, as if he were about to scold me. You're smart. You'll be fine. You'll get scholarships. You'll work. Real life isn't handed to you. But Atticus gets everything handed to him, I muttered. Harlow's face twisted. Don't talk about your brother like that. You should be proud we kept him safe. She said, proud. Proud that they depleted my only safety net because Atticus couldn't remain sober long enough to escape a felony. Ronan shook his head, as if I had disappointed him. I'm not going to argue. Family steps up. You should want to help. At that point, something clicked for me. Every ignored birthday, every missed event, and every time they advised me to take it easy. It all ended here. Atticus didn't just arrive first. He was the only person who ever counted. I did not yell. I did not argue. I headed back upstairs, grabbed 2 bags, filled them with what I needed, and returned downstairs. Harlow stared at the bags as if she couldn't believe it. Where are you going? She inquired. Somewhere that isn't here. Wesley, Ronan exclaimed. Don't be dramatic, but I was already on my way out the door. Outside, Elijah leaned against his truck, arms folded, as if he were waiting. Someone must have called him. Or maybe he just knew how nights like this ended in our family. He looked at the bags and then at me. You're done, huh? Yeah. I replied. He reached into his pocket, drew out a wad of dollars, perhaps a couple hundred, and put them into my hand. Take it. Get yourself set up somewhere. And listen to me, kid. You didn't break this family. He glanced toward the house. They did. I didn't look back as I departed. There was nothing to gaze at. I left my parents' place with 2 bags and enough cash from Elijah to cover around a week of groceries. I was 17, so I could rent a place despite having no knowledge how to live. I did not have a plan. I just needed some distance. The cheapest accommodation I could find was a shared house on the outskirts of town. I'd never met these 3 guys before. We were all renting rooms in a place kept together with duct tape and luck. The bathroom door was barely closed. The kitchen sink leaked nonstop. And the living room smelled like old takeout. My room was just wide enough for a mattress and a folding table, but it was mine. I obtained a job at a petrol station within a week. Minimum salary, rotating shifts, and a boss who pretended that stocking shelves was complicated. I did not complain. It was the first time I felt completely responsible for my own life. Despite the fact that my rent was low, I was barely making ends meet. Some weeks, I'd open my bank app and see only single digits. Overdraft costs became a recurring penalty for making incorrect assumptions about how much I could afford. Food was basic. Instant noodles, $1 pre-made entrees, and whatever was marked down at the end of the week. I rode the bus everywhere. Some nights, the last bus home might not arrive. And I'd walk 50 minutes back to the house, hoping no one would follow me. I learned to stretch each dollar until it shattered. After a few months, I started working extra shifts in a warehouse, loading trucks, stacking pallets, and doing whatever else was needed. It paid slightly more, but the task left my back sore and my hands torn up. I'd arrive home fatigued, wipe off the sweat and dust, and fall asleep as soon as I touched the mattress. The housemates did not help. One guy ate everything remained in the fridge. Another person played loud games till 2 a.m. The third smoked inside despite our complaints, but we all had the same purpose: survive the month and pay your rent on time. That was sufficient to maintain the calm. Budgeting was something I learned by failing repeatedly. I would splurge and then eat peanut butter sandwiches until payday. I'd forget a bill, get charged a fee, and have to forego a bus pass. It took time, mistakes, and silent frustration, but I eventually started keeping track. a notebook, a cheap calculator, and a tight checklist tacked to the wall. Elijah checked on me every few weeks. He'd drive by in his truck, gaze at my worn-out sneakers, and ask, "You eating?" I'd nod. He never lectured. He would give me tools and show me how to patch, fix, or stretch something. When I eventually got a junky old automobile for a few $100s, he spent an afternoon in the driveway assisting me with hose and belt replacements. That car trembled at every stoplight, yet it got me to work without using the bus. After nearly a year of scraping by, I began to consider returning to school. The acceptance letter was the only bright spot in an otherwise bleak situation. I didn't have a college fund anymore, but I still wanted anything better than swinging a mop or hauling pallets at 3 a.m. I applied to a community college instead. Cheaper, closer, more realistic. I used a borrowed laptop to complete financial aid forms, write scholarship essays, and save every penny from overtime shifts. When the permission emails arrived, it felt like a door opened. I registered in a couple classes to get started. Nothing heavy, just enough to test if I could manage it with work. My days evolved into a rough structure. Warehouse at dawn, gas station in the afternoon, class in the evening, return home, study, sleep, and repeat. It seems horrible when written down, but it wasn't. It was the first time in my life that I had a plan that wasn't influenced by someone else's disarray. Meanwhile, Atticus continued his downward spiral. I'd learn about him from Elijah or neighbors. More battles, another wreck, and fresh charges. Harlow and Ronan didn't modify their tune. They contacted me a few times, always using the same method. No greeting, no check-in, only guilt. "Your brother is going through something tough," Harlow would say. "You should come home and help," Ronan said. Help what? Calm him down? Pay something? Sit in the background while they pretended he was fine? I ultimately stopped responding. If I picked up, the chat was always about Atticus. If I didn't, they sent me lengthy texts about how I was abandoning my family. They never asked how I was doing, but I didn't need them anymore. That was the difference. With employment and education, things gradually stabilized. I paid the rent on time. I learned how to cook actual meals. Rice, eggs, and vegetables, from the cheap section. I mended my own car, learned how to handle my finances, and determined which costs were important and which were not. I didn't have much, and I didn't owe anyone anything. There were times when I sat at my small desk, textbooks open, the home loud and chaotic around me, and understood something I'd never felt growing up. I was building something. Tiny, rough, and unstable, yet mine. For the first time in my life, I wasn't attempting to navigate someone else's mess. I was finally establishing my own life. One shift, one class at a time. I worked through all of community college, so it took longer than the customary 2 years to complete. But I eventually graduated with an associate's degree and a transcript that I was pleased with. I then transferred to a 4-year university. It wasn't a well-known school, but it was reliable, reasonably priced, and close enough that I could continue working part-time shifts at the warehouse and weekends at the gas station. My schedule appeared absurd on paper, but I understood how to get through long days by then. Elijah kept checking in, appearing whenever I needed assistance with something practical. Car repairs, moving apartments, and even simple tasks like fixing a broken lock. He never made a big issue about it. He'd hand me a tool and say, "Figure it out." Then he'd step back and let me learn. It was the first parenting style I had ever seen that involved teaching someone something. My final year of university was when I met Ruby. I was working at the front desk of a college building during the extra hours granted to students in need of money. She came in one evening and asked where a specific lecture hall was, so I led her in the appropriate direction. She halted before going away and added, "You look exhausted. Long day." It was not impolite. She simply had this way of gazing at you that rendered lying worthless. I chuckled and said something like, "Long month." We kept bumping into each other. She'd study in the same building, bring an extra coffee, and deliver it to me without asking if I needed it. We began talking between my shifts. Nothing intense, just simple, everyday discussions. That alone seemed unusual. I wasn't used to people being curious about me without wanting anything. When she found out I was working 2 jobs and attending school full-time, she didn't seem impressed or pity me. She said, "You know, you don't have to downplay that, right?" It was the first time anyone chastised me for dismissing my own efforts. After graduation, I started my first full-time job in a mid-size IT department for a manufacturing business. The compensation was not great, but it was steady with health insurance and actual weekends. I texted Elijah the news, and he said, "Good. Now you can finally stop buying garbage tools." That was his idea of congrats. Ruby and I started dating more seriously around that time. She assisted me in creating a budget that didn't rely on last-minute scrambling. She forced me to apply for positions for which I felt unqualified. When I doubted myself, she didn't sugarcoat it. You've done harder things than interview for a job, she'd tell you. Stop selling yourself short. No one had ever said that to me in a plain manner. We moved in together the following year. It wasn't a huge decision. We already spent most of our time together, so dividing rent made economical sense. She assisted me in organizing my papers, setting up auto-pay for bills, and restructuring my student loans in a way that didn't feel like drowning. I handled the repairs, cooking, and errands. It works. Eventually, I proposed. Nothing extraordinary happened, just a calm evening at home, a ring I had saved for, and a moment that felt appropriate. She gazed at the ring and grinned. Took you long enough. With 2 paychecks and careful savings, we were able to purchase a small starter home. It was not fancy. The siding was old, the carpet was faded, and the yard was small, but it was ours. We spent the weekends painting walls and repairing light fixtures. Ruby put up her small reading nook. I put up a modest workspace in my spare room. Elijah dropped over with a toolbox and helped us mend a loose handrail before staying for dinner. Elijah came in the first week. You bought a house with loose railings and a crooked porch light, he told me. Ruby laughed. Good means you didn't overpay. Elijah growled. Translation. He's proud of us. Sure, that too. Throughout this, I made consistent payments on my school debts. The balance decreased slightly month after month. Ruby celebrated my victories alongside me, no matter how tiny. When I eventually made the final payment, I wasn't expecting it to hit so hard. Ruby made a modest cake with debt-free inscribed and slightly crooked icing. We sat at our kitchen table and ate cake directly from the pan. And for the first time in my life, I felt like I had found firm foundation. Around this time, Harlow and Ronan began to resurface. The tone of their messages differed substantially. Overly pleasant and cheerful, as if they were trying too hard. We're so proud of you, Wesley, Harlow wrote. You've built such a nice life. Ronan texted me, wondering if I wanted to stop by anytime soon. The most obvious red flag was that they made no mention of Atticus. When my parents avoided talking about him, it implied there was something wrong. Ruby looked at their texts and stated, they want something. She was not mistaken. My folks had never phoned me simply to check in. The kindness was not warmth. It was bait. I wasn't sure what the hook was yet, but I could feel it approaching. Regardless of what was ahead, I was unshaken. I had a degree, a steady job, a home, a marriage that seemed like a partnership, and Elijah, the one guy who had always been honest with me, was still on my side. For the first time in my life, I created a foundation entirely by myself, with no assistance from others. The call arrived on a random Tuesday evening, just as Ruby and I were finishing dinner. My phone vibrated, and I saw Mom on the screen. I hadn't heard her voice for years. Ruby lifted an eyebrow. Are you going to answer? Yes. I responded. Let's see what they want. Harlow said nothing. Wesley. It's your brother, she said abruptly. Her voice was shrill and furious. He needs help again. It's serious this time. Before I could respond, Ronan's voice broke through the background. Tell him to stop dragging his feet. We don't have time for this. I entered the corridor. What's going on? Harlow asked, sniffling loudly. She would wail like this any time she desired something. Atticus is struggling. He's been through so much lately. That's not an answer. I told him. Ronan snatched the phone. Listen, Wesley, there's a facility, real good place, 12-month program, cost $38,000. We need you to cover it. I quieted down and laughed. Why would you think I'd do that? Because you can, Ronan said. You've got a house, a good job, a stable life. You owe it to your family. Oh, we said to who? For what? To us, Harlow replied, her voice returning. We raised you. We supported you. Your life turned out well because we gave you structure. I was staring at a wall. Structure? Yes, she replied. We made sacrifices for Atticus, I explained. She did not acknowledge it. Family helps family, Wesley. You didn't help me, I said. Not once. Ronan's tone changed from entitled to annoyed. Don't start rewriting history. You're doing well now. You can afford to help your brother. $38,000 is not help. That's a bailout. He needs you, Harlow told him. He won't survive without treatment. Suddenly, my phone buzzed with notifications and voicemails from Atticus. Harlow continued to speak one by one. If you don't step up, he could hurt himself. I listened to one of Atticus' messages before responding. Wesley, man, just help me, dude. You don't get it. Everything sucks right now. Mom and Dad said you would help. Come on, don't leave me like this. An additional note. You think you're better than me? You're not. You had everything handed to you. I should have gotten that money, not you. One more. I swear I'll do something stupid if no one helps me. Is that what you want? Is it? It was a complete failure. Begging, blaming, and threatening are all mingled together. Typical Atticus. I put the phone back to my ear. I'm not paying for rehab. Harlow exclaimed. As if I'd confessed to a crime. Ronan began to raise his voice. How could you say that? He's your brother. You selfish little. After everything we did for you, this is how you repay us. What exactly did you do for me? I requested an explanation. Name one thing. A long pause. Then Ronan exploded. You think you got where you are without us? You think you built that life alone? We gave you a foundation. No. I told you. Elijah provided me with a foundation. I built everything else on my own. Harlow broke down totally. Her voice became high and unsteady. You've turned cold. Ruby changed you. You used to be sweet. You used to care about this family. Ronan said, he wouldn't talk like this if she hadn't poisoned him. Ruby overheard this in the kitchen and muttered, wow, charming. I kept my voice calm. I'm hanging up right now. You walk away from this. Ronan warned, and you're no son of mine. You made that decision years ago, I answered, ending the conversation. Atticus' voicemails kept arriving. Long, unpredictable texts that alternate between sobbing, yelling, blaming, and rambling apologies. I blocked him. I then blocked Harlow and Ronan. Ruby sat next to me on the couch. You okay? Yeah. I responded, just tired of the same cycle. The next morning, my extended family had exploded. I awoke to messages, group chats, and Facebook notifications rife with guilt and accusations. How could you abandon your brother? Your parents sacrificed so much. You're heartless. You think you're better than the rest of us now. Growing up, none of these folks raised a finger for me. None of them had turned up during my years of scraping by, but they had a lot to say now. So I typed one long email. I noted every rehab, jail, bill, and time my parents used Atticus as a reason to ignore me. I mentioned how they squandered my education fund, how I worked 2 jobs to live, and how they never asked how I was doing. I closed with a single sentence. If you are so committed to helping Atticus, the rehab costs $38,000. There were about 17 of you blowing up my phone, so split it up and it's about $2,533 each. I pushed send. Not one person responded with money. I did receive messages such as, you're cruel. You're embarrassing the family. You're twisted for putting money over blood. I also blocked all of them. Later that night, Ruby dropped a cup of tea in front of me and said, Elijah called. She stated, he said you did the right thing. I nodded. Good. The storm didn't let up for days. Atticus kept setting up new accounts to message me. Harlow and Ronan tried calling from various numbers. Relatives attempted to submit vague complaints online. Chaos followed them wherever I went. But for the first time, I didn't feel drawn to it. I did not owe them anything. I didn't have to be consumed by their calamity again. Their situation was no longer my responsibility. 10 months after the final phone call, Atticus overdosed. No build-up, no dramatic warning, simply a message from an unknown number in the early morning. This is Officer Harris. We need to inform you, your brother Atticus was found deceased. The remainder merged into formal language and logistical details. I thanked him, hung up, and sat silently on the side of the bed. Ruby walked in, her hair still untidy from sleeping. What happened? Atticus. I answered. He's gone. She sat alongside me, not saying anything else. There wasn't much to say, anyway. His entire life had been a collision course, and nothing about the outcome shocked me. True, it is sad. No, that is shocking. Harlow did not call. Ronan did not either. I didn't expect them to. They were presumably too preoccupied trying to figure out who to blame this time. I received a sent funeral notice from a cousin I scarcely remember. Ruby read it over my shoulder. You're going? She inquired. No. She nodded as if she had expected that response. Instead of dressing in black and listening to speeches about a fictional Atticus, Ruby and I traveled an hour away to a hiking area. The weather was clear, chilly, and quiet, the kind of day that didn't fit the gravity of what had happened, but made it feel more honest. We walked miles. There was no great conversation or dramatic observations, just the sound of leaves under our shoes and the occasional bird overhead. Ruby came to a halt somewhere up the ridge and asked, Are you okay? I'm not sure. I replied, but this feels better than pretending we were close. She grasped my hand. You gave enough to that family, this moment is yours. The hike was not symbolic because I had planned it that way. It was symbolic because it was the first time nothing else mattered. There is no guilt, pressure, repairing, or rescue, just breathing. Later that afternoon, my phone vibrated with an unexpected number. I didn't need to save it to find out who it was. Harlow and Ronan had previously tried contacting from various phones. Ruby gazed at me silently and asked whether I wanted to respond. "I'll deal with it now," I said. I went outside and picked up. Ronan did not say hi. "You didn't come," he remarked in a strained voice. "No," I responded. "He was your brother. He was also your responsibility, not mine." There is a long silence, followed by a trembling exhale. "We lost him, Wesley." "You lost him a long time ago," I corrected you. "This is just the end of the same story." Harlow took the phone, her voice hoarse. "We tried everything. You don't understand how hard it was." "I understand more than you think, I told you." She breathed hard. "How could you not come?" "Because I stopped being part of that world a long time ago." She didn't have any arguments. She did not yell. She only breathed unevenly, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. I was the one who ended the call first. 2 weeks after the funeral, the consequences started. I heard bits and pieces from extended family. Harlow and Ronan battled with almost everyone. Ronan lashed out at Atticus's old buddies for influencing him. Harlow said the treatment center had turned them away years ago. Never mind that Atticus refused to go half the time. They destroyed bridges with neighbors, family, and even those who sought to console them. Grief, combined with their prolonged denial, created a storm that no one wanted to be near. The financial impact came next. The home had been mortgaged twice. Credit cards are maxed out. Old legal debts have emerged. They could not keep up. They eventually lost their entire house. Someone forwarded Ruby a link to the auction listing. We did not click on it. Throughout this, Elijah communicated more frequently than normal. He came over one weekend with a pizza and placed the box on the counter. "Have you heard about your folks?" he inquired. "Bits and pieces. They're not taking anything well, but that's not on you." "I know." He looked at me for a second. "You did right by your own life, Wesley. Not many people climb out of what you climbed out of." I replied. "Yes. Thanks, Elijah." He wasn't the type of man to say huge emotional things all the time, but he did place a hand on my shoulder before leaving. "I'm proud of you," in case no one ever said that. That stuck with me more than anything my parents had ever said. A month later, Ruby discovered an envelope in our mailbox that had no return address. Inside was a letter from Harlow and Ronan, written in unsteady handwriting. I read it while standing in the kitchen. "Wesley, we failed Atticus. We failed you. We made choices we thought were right and they ended up hurting both our sons. We're sorry. We don't expect forgiveness, but we hope someday you'll understand. We tried. Mom and Dad." Ruby observed my expression. "Anything you want to say back?" "No," I replied, "there's nothing to respond to." "You feel okay?" "I feel nothing. Not anger, not relief, not forgiveness, just distance. A flat, steady distance that wasn't cold. Just final." People assume that closure entails a significant emotional shift, similar to lifting a weight. However, closure is not the same as a door that locks shut. It is realizing that the door no longer matters. My parents were a part of my life once. They no longer were. The disaster was theirs. The consequences were theirs. They had their own regrets. My life, which they had never helped construct, was still standing. Later that evening, Ruby and I sat on the porch with the lights turned out, listening to cars pass in the distance. "You did everything you could," she whispered, leaning into me. "I did everything I was supposed to do," I said. Peace does not come from resolving the past. It stems from finally going outside of it. And I did. Entirely. My sister kicked my pregnant belly, calling my baby A. Family shame. The quiet guest was a D.A. who executed a legal revenge. For the sake of comprehending the complete and utter catastrophe that took place at my baby shower, it is essential to have a knowledge of the dynamic that exists within my family. My mother, Susan, is a retired luxury real estate broker who gets her income mostly from her investments and her membership in a country club. She is a member of the club by virtue of her membership. The age of her is 58 years. My older sister Brittany, who is 32 years old, has been the undisputed golden child throughout my whole life, while I have been the family's scapegoat for as long as I can remember. The social media platform Instagram identifies Brittany as a lifestyle and beauty influencer and claims that she has more than 250,000 followers. She is a being that has been meticulously made in every manner. In addition to wearing Prada and driving a Porsche that she leases, she is always posting messages on social media about her perfect marriage to her husband, Mark. She also appears to be wearing a Porsche. When I was a child, everything was a competition, and I never really made an effort to take part in any of them. On the other hand, I was never successful, and always ended up losing. When I graduated from college with honors, my mother spent the entire lunch talking about Britney's new brand contract. I was very proud of her. During the brief and intimate ceremony that Liam and I had, my mother voiced her displeasure with the absence of an open bar, and Britney wore a white silk gown that touched the floor in order to spit on me. Both of these events took place during the ceremony. I was instructed at a young age to simply keep my head down, to limit the amount of time I spent interacting with other people, and to create my own family of choice whenever possible. 2 years ago, when we were both on the same page, Liam and I made the decision to start a family by having a child. Immediately after that, we went through the most challenging period of our complete lives. For a period of 18 months, we were unable to have a child due to infertility that we didn't understand. My heart was broken because I was forced to go through a never-ending series of doctor's appointments, tears on the floor of the bathroom, and tests that came back negative. This was something that I had to go through month after month. Liam was my rock throughout the entirety of my existence. He would console me whenever I was crying by hugging me and reminding me that we were a team, regardless of the circumstances. He would do this to me whenever I was crying. Without any miraculous occurrences, I was finally able to conceive a child. If we had been happier, we would have been. After taking on all of the tasks around the house and preparing the meals that I appreciated the most, Liam treated me as if I were made of spun glass. He did this by taking on all of the responsibilities. On the other hand, everything came to a halt when we had our anatomy scan at the level of 20 weeks. Following the departure of the ultrasound technician, she came back with a specialist in maternal fetal medicine. Since her departure, she had shown a remarkable lack of vocalization. We were seated down by the physician, who introduced himself in a kind manner, and informed us that they had found something that would be reason for concern. An examination revealed that the infant's lateral ventricles had a measurement of roughly 11 millimeters, which indicated that they were slightly enlarged. The term that was taken into consideration was a mild ventriculomegaly. From what the physician has indicated, it is possible that it will disappear on its own, or it may be an indication of hydrocephalus, genetic abnormalities, or future developmental difficulties. Both of these possibilities are probable. It was a complete and utter failure on my part. My thoughts were preoccupied with the total terror of either losing this baby or bringing into the world a child who would suffer when they were born. Both of these possibilities were terrifying to me. At the 2-6-week mark, we were intended to undergo a fetal magnetic resonance imaging (MRI) examination, but, until that time, we were compelled to just wait. This was done so that we might gain a better knowledge of the issue. Chloe, she is our daughter. No matter what happens, she is ours, and she will be loved fiercely. We will handle whatever comes. Liam would gently take my laptop away from me, hold my hands, and say, "Chloe, she is our daughter." I would spend evenings whirling on Google, reading horrible worst-case scenarios. At night, I would spend my time reading until Liam would say something like this. My mother was the one who was informed about the results of the initial scan, and I made the mistake of doing so for whatever reason. Because I was in a vulnerable state at the moment, the only thing I required was the consolation of my mother. Susan's response, on the other hand, was a frightful silence, which was then followed by the statement, "Well, let's hope it fixes itself. You know how people talk. A disabled child would be such a heavy burden on the family's image." I was so appalled by her attitude that I hung up on her and never spoke to her again for a number of weeks. Despite the fact that the MRI results were looming over me with fear, my closest friend Olivia, who is 29 years old and works as a professional event planner, insisted on giving me a baby shower. She was even more concerned about the outcome of the test. She told me, "You deserve to celebrate this little girl. You've fought so hard for her." I agreed with her, because I wanted to focus on the positive elements of the circumstance. I wanted to celebrate the fact that she had fought so hard for her. Olivia made sure that everything was taken care of. She planned and coordinated the celebration, which took place in a breathtaking private banquet room at a boutique hotel with a view of the Boston Harbor. The event was attended by over 60 of our best friends, co-workers, and Liam's family members. Despite the fact that I ought to have known better, I sent invites to Susan and Brittany because I felt a false feeling of obligation to complete a familial obligation. I should have known better. It was a chilly, foggy drizzle that blanketed Boston on the morning of the baby shower that was being hosted there. The baby shower was being held in Boston. During the time that I was sitting in the nursery folding miniature yellow onesies, my child was kicking against my ribs. In my arms, I could feel her presence. During the time that Liam was strolling and bringing a plate of fresh cinnamon waffles and caffeine-free tea, I told my stomach, "It's okay, little one, you are safe. You are so loved." He kissed me on the forehead, and his eyes gleamed with an emotion that I was unable to describe. I was unable to determine what he was trying to tell me. After assuring them, "Today is going to be perfect," he declared. "My phone's ringer is not working. At all times, you give off the impression of being so exhausted." It was a text message from my mother, and it read, "Chloe, make sure you wear something that flatters you today. To prevent appearing too dowdy, next to Brittany, you should keep in mind that she is coming directly from a brand shoot. This will help you avoid being too sophisticated." Rolling my eyes, I put on the pregnancy dress that Liam had bought for me, which was a soft pink color, and we started our trek to the hotel. I was wearing the dress that Liam had chosen for me. This sight was just breathtaking. Olivia had organized for the celebration to include a number of elements, including a champagne and mocktail bar, a big balloon arch in pastel colors, and gorgeous floral centerpieces. The atmosphere in the room was one of genuine warmth, and my colleagues in the technology department were present. Near the window, you could hear the laughter of Liam's engineering mates, and the atmosphere was quite welcoming. At the beginning of the exercise, which lasted for 2 hours, it was wonderful. On the other hand, my mother and sister were noticeably absent from the event. Following a wait of 1 hour and 15 minutes, the doors were finally opened. This was a long time coming. After Brittany, who was wearing a full Gucci ensemble that was ready for the catwalk and was teetering on 6-inch stiletto heels, my mother, who was dressed in Chanel, went in behind her. She was following closely after Brittany. A shift occurred in the atmosphere of the room almost instantly, and it was noticeable to everyone. The loud announcement that Brittany made, "Sorry we're late," helped to ensure that everyone stopped what they were doing in order to look at her. My makeup artist took forever, and when you have 250,000 followers, you literally cannot leave the house looking less than perfect. It is exhausting. I developed a smile that was lovely to look at. "Glad you could make it, Brittany. Hi, Mom." The scowl that appeared on my mother's nose was a result of her thorough examination of me from head to toe. "That dress is very pink, Chloe. It makes you look quite round. But I suppose at this stage, there's not much you can do." My senses told me that Liam was getting closer to me. In spite of the fact that he abhorred the manner in which they interacted with me, we had come to the conclusion that it would be best to remain peaceful for the time being. Afterwards, we moved on to the next stage, which consisted of opening the gifts. After settling into a comfortable armchair in the front of the room, I proceeded to open a variety of presents that were quite considerate. These included a collection of classic children's books that were given to us by my coworkers, a collection of handmade knitted blankets that were given to us by Liam's aunt, and products that were both essential and practical and that we were in desperate need of. Brittany, on the other hand, was unable to accept the idea that she was not the center of attention. From her vantage point in the front row, she made a snide remark at each and every one of the presents that I unwrapped. "An opening is made in this crocheted blanket. Oh, wow. How rustic. I would have just bought the cashmere one from Restoration Hardware. The baby monitor is now ready for use. Is that the base model? I thought you guys made good money. You really shouldn't skimp on safety." My friends were sharing unpleasant looks with one another, and it was really uncomfortable. My sister was being openly disapproved of by Liam's supervisor, who was an older man who was widely admired and respected by that group of people. As far as my physical self was concerned, I was starting to feel dreadful. In addition to the fact that I was 28 weeks pregnant, the strain was causing me to feel lightheaded despite the fact that I was pregnant. After grabbing my stomach, I slouched back in my chair and sat down. "I just need a quick break," I muttered to Liam, and then I walked away from the situation. Brittany's eyes rolled back in a dramatic manner as she said, "Oh, here we go. The pregnancy victim card. You are so dramatic, Chloe. Women have babies every day in literal fields, and you need a fainting couch, because you opened some cheap presents?" Olivia made a bold step forward, her cheeks flushed with anger as she expressed her determination. "Brittany, that is enough. Chloe is exhausted, have some respect." When Brittany stood up, she scoffed and questioned, "Respect?" The insane and venomous stare that emerged from her eyes caused my blood to quickly turn ice cold. "You all think Chloe is this perfect, brave little mother-to-be. But you don't know the truth. You don't know what she's actually bringing into this world." The room was entirely devoid of any sound whatsoever. Liam stood in front of me and immediately yelled, "Brittany, please stop talking right now and leave." This occurred before I had the opportunity to answer. And Brittany yelled out, "No." She reached inside her luxurious purse, which was pretty large, and the purse was full of money. Everyone deserves to know. Chloe is hiding a massive secret, because she's ashamed. My heart was beating so hard against my ribs that I could feel it. No, they were unable to do so. Brittany singled out a stack of papers from the pile that was available. A printout of an ultrasound that was in black and white and covered in medical observations was placed on top of the stack to be viewed by the individual. It was time for my 20-week scan to take place. This is the medical file that is extremely confidential and safe, and it contains information regarding the brain measurements of my baby. I said in absolute and complete terror, "Where the hell did you get that?" My voice was quivering with alarm as I uttered those frightening words. She shook the papers in front of the shocked crowd and exclaimed, "Look at this. Her baby is defective. It has water on the brain, ventriculomegaly. The doctor said it's probably going to be severely mentally disabled, and she's still having it. She is knowingly bringing a broken, disabled burden into our family." Brittany then continued to shake the papers. Repeated reverberations of gasps could be heard throughout the room. It seemed as though my coworkers were completely out of their minds. Liam saw that a crimson color was present. He raced forward and yelled, "Give me those papers right now, you psycho." However, my mother moved in front of him and held up her hand to block him from reaching her. She was able to keep him from reaching her. When Susan spoke, her voice was loud enough for everyone in the room to hear, and her tone was cold and harsh. "Brittany would be correct," she stated. "Chloe, you are incredibly selfish. To knowingly give birth to such garbage. It is a family shame. How do you expect me to explain to my friends at the club that my grandchild is a drooling vegetable? You should have terminated the moment you found out." Tears were streaming down my face, and I could feel them. The fact that my own mother referred to my unborn daughter as garbage was so absolutely and completely offensive that it had the effect of shattering something within me. It was my intention to be ahead of Liam, so I stood up. I was shaking from head to toe at the same time that the adrenaline was masking the dizziness that I thought I was experiencing. I screamed out, "How dare you?" And my voice echoed around the room that was completely empty. "How absolutely dare you? This baby is my daughter. She is loved. She is wanted. Whether she is perfectly healthy or needs care for the rest of her life, she is 1,000 times the human being you two will ever be." I got closer to Brittany, while pointing a finger that was shaking at her. I did this while I was moving closer to her. "You are empty, Brittany. You have a fake life, fake followers, and a fake marriage. You are so utterly miserable and consumed by jealousy that you have to steal my medical records just to try and ruin my baby shower. You aren't perfect. You are a monster. You are the defective one." A mask of unadulterated, unrestrained rage suddenly appeared on Brittany's face, and it deformed itself into a mask. The facade that she presented as a powerful individual was completely shattered. She screamed in a whisper, "Shut up!" in a very loud voice. "You pathetic little bitch. You think you're better than me?" It appears that time is moving more slowly. Brittany suddenly rushed forward with a surge. At no point did she intend to strike me in the face. There was no intention on her part to strike me on the shoulders. I was 7 months pregnant at the time, and she kicked me with all of her strength, putting her foot in that sharp, metal-tipped Gucci stiletto. Her leg was raised, and her foot was covered in the stiletto since she was wearing it. In the midst of wearing the stiletto, she carried out this action. The impact that it had was really negative. Pain that was both piercing and agonizing to the point of tearing apart my abdominal region. During the moment that my legs were giving out, I let out a scream that was so loud that it caused my blood to boil. The palms of my hands sank to my body. As I collapsed onto the wooden floor, I rolled into a fetal position and gasped for air that refused to come. I was unable to escape the situation. A total and absolute anarchy broke out in the situation. The people who were yelling were females. A number of tables were knocked over by knocking. Liam let out a noise that could be described as a primordial and horrific growl, and then he threw himself into the floor next to me, cradling my head. Up until that point, I had never before heard him make a sound like that. "Chloe. Chloe. Oh my God, the baby. Someone call 911. While she was standing there, Brittany was taking deep breaths and looked down at me with a twisted smile on her face. I was able to see her despite the tears and the overwhelming misery that I was suffering at the time. She murmured, "Perhaps that will have the effect of bringing some sense to you." Despite this, the smile did not vanish for anyone. The woman, who was dressed in a fashionable blue blazer, made her way through the chaotic crowd as she approached from the nooks and crannies of the room. My interactions with Valerie, Olivia's aunt, were numerous. She was the person I had met on countless occasions. In a constant manner, she exhibited a high level of composure and observance. There was no yelling coming from Vale. Her voice was strong and firm when she spoke, and it quickly distinguished her from the screaming that were being heard. She pointed directly at Brittany, who suddenly appeared to be a deer caught in headlights, and said, "You are under arrest for aggravated assault on a pregnant woman. Stay exactly where you are. Nobody moves. I am Valerie Vance, Assistant District Attorney for Suffolk County. I have recorded this entire altercation on my phone. Keep your position." During the same instant, a man came sprinting up to my side and surrounded me. Liam had known Dr. Aries from his time in college, and he was currently employed as a pediatric specialist at Boston Children's Hospital. The physician in question was Dr. Aris. After getting down on his knees, he positioned his hands, which were hovering over my stomach, in a position of command. "Liam, let me see her. Chloe, breathe with me." Short, shallow breaths. "Where is the pain?" As I cried out, My stomach. It's cramping. I was terrified that I was experiencing the sensation of the placenta being torn away from my body. Please, save my baby. Please. When Dr. Aris looked up, his face whitened with wrath, and he focused his gaze on Brittany. Brittany was the target of his staring. You kicked a woman in her third trimester. You could cause a placental abruption. You could kill the mother and the fetus. If this baby dies, you are looking at fetal homicide. Brittany seemed to start shaking all of a sudden. Her narcissistic delusion was ultimately destroyed when she was confronted with the truth of what she had just done in front of 60 witnesses, a pediatric specialist, and a district attorney. This was the moment that she was finally called out on her actions. She stutteringly muttered, I didn't mean to kick her that hard," as she ran from the situation. "I apologize for the intense kick. She provoked me. You all heard her." In a frenzied attempt to get her hands on the bag that belonged to my mother, Susan, she was quickly grabbing it. "This is ridiculous. It was just a sisterly spat. We are leaving." "Brittany, come on. I will have the Boston Police Department intercept your vehicle, and you will be charged with fleeing the scene of a violent felony. I suggest you sit down and shut up," the district attorney Valerie stated as she stood immediately in front of the doors. "I will have your vehicle intercepted. If you attempt to flee this venue, I will have Boston Police Department intercept your vehicle." It was possible to hear the wailing of ambulance sirens in the distance, and the level of their tone rose with each passing second. When Liam was holding my hand, he was doing so with such force that his knuckles were becoming white, and tears were streaming down his cheeks. "Hold on, Chloe. Please, God, hold on." When they busted through the doors, the paramedics utilized a stretcher to transport the injured patient. They transferred me onto the gurney, with a moving efficiency that was quite terrifying. I was lifted onto the gurney. It was called out by one of the paramedics to the other: fetal distress, possible blunt force trauma to the abdomen, 28 weeks gestation, Ka. And the other paramedic heard the same thing. Liam continued to hold my hand throughout the entire process of climbing into the back of the ambulance with me. He did not let go of my hand at any point. At precisely the moment when the doors of the ambulance were about to close, I saw officers from the Boston Police Department storming into the banquet room. I was present when a law enforcement officer grabbed Brittany by the arm and compelled her to stand against the wall in order to place her in handcuffs. I was present when my mother was not only brought into custody and placed in handcuffs, but I also saw her ranting at the police officers who were on the scene. After that, the doors were secured, and the sirens started giving off their alarms. The ride in the ambulance was a blur, and the terrible pain and blinding despair that accompanied it were both completely overwhelming. During the time that I was still being restrained on the gurney, I was crying uncontrollably as my eyes were fixed on the ceiling. The pangs in my tummy felt like a sentence of death for my little girl, and each and every one of them was a sentence of death. Liam positioned himself in such a way that he was bending over me and rubbing his forehead to mine before he leaned back. It was clear that tears had flooded his face. "Chloe, listen to me. Listen to me right now. You need to stay calm. The baby is going to be okay. She is perfectly healthy." I shook my head in an uncontrollable manner. "You don't know that. The ultrasound." He placed a soft hand on my face and cried out, "Chloe, stop." His voice was firm yet strangled with passion as he yelled out the words. "The MRI results came back yesterday. I got the call from the specialist this morning while you were getting ready. I didn't tell you because I wanted to surprise you at the shower. I was going to make a toast." I momentarily stopped crying and looked at him as I continued to stare at him in surprise despite my tears. "What?" When Liam told Chloe, "The fluid is gone, Chloe," his voice carried a mixture of relief and profound trauma. "My heart is broken." The ventricles shrunk back to normal size. It was a developmental anomaly that resolved itself. Her brain is perfect. She is 100% perfectly healthy. I swear to you. It was so overwhelming that I found myself unable to catch my breath as a result of the overwhelming sense of relief that came over me. The brain of my infant was functioning normally. The sense of a burning anguish in my abdomen, on the other hand, brought an immediate end to the delight that I had been experiencing. It is probable that my sister would have killed her regardless of the fact that she was in good health for the time being. I was immediately transported to the trauma maternity unit at Boston General Hospital once my family arrived there. This occurred immediately after our arrival at the hospital. I found myself around by a group of medical experts, which included both nurses and the attending physician. Additionally, they joined me up with a fetal heart monitor and connected me to it. Over the course of a few agonizing seconds, the only sounds that could be heard were the rustling of scrubs and the beeping of devices. After that, the room was filled with music that was considered to be the most breathtaking music in the entire world. The thump-clank sound. The thump-clank sound. The thump-clank sound. The heartbeat is robust, steady, and rapid all at the same time. An ultrasound was performed in an emergency situation by Dr. Evans, who was also the attending obstetrician and gynecologist. The heartbeat is strong. I am not seeing any signs of placental abruption. No internal bleeding. The amniotic sac is intact. You have a severe contusion on your abdominal wall, but by an absolute miracle, the baby was positioned in a way that she didn't take the direct force of the blow. The moment Liam buried his face in my neck and started crying, I sank back into the hospital pillows and started crying uncontrollably. I was unable to stop myself from crying. In addition to that, he was trembling wildly at the instant. Our safety was not in jeopardy. My young kid was in a secure and safe place. During my stay in the hospital, I was subjected to near constant surveillance for a period of 48 hours. During that time period, there was an explosion that took place in the outside world. Olivia paid me a visit the following morning, bringing with her a cup of coffee and a comprehensive narrative of the events that took place after the ambulance had left. She also brought a cup of coffee. Olivia continued by saying, "It was a bloodbath," giving the impression that she was entirely satisfied with her performance. Valerie didn't mess around. The police arrested Brittany on the spot for aggravated assault and battery on a pregnant person, which is a severe felony in Massachusetts. She was screaming, crying, begging them not to ruin her influencer career. She literally yelled, "You can't arrest me, I have a brand deal with Sephora tomorrow." By the time I responded, "And what about my mother?" my voice was low and hoarse. "Arrested," Olivia answered with a smirk. Valerie instructed the officers to arrest Susan for inciting the crime of conspiracy and inciting the crime of incitement. Valerie was documenting everything that was going on with her phone. She was able to catch Susan calling the baby garbage and enthusiastically praising Brittany's behavior, after which, she attempted to assist Brittany in escaping the scene. In front of everyone, they were both brought out in handcuffs and shown to the public. It goes without saying that that was not even the most bizarre aspect of it. We were looking for information regarding how Brittany managed to acquire access to my highly confidential medical data, and the violation of HIPAA was incredibly serious. While I was here in the hospital, Liam made a phone call to a highly accomplished civil attorney. We were looking for information. The leak was identified by the time the day drew to a conclusion, and the hospital started conducting an internal audit almost immediately after it was discovered. My file was read by Chad, who was a low-level information technology technician working in the records department of the hospital. At the moment that he was approached by the administration of the hospital and the police, Chad instantly gave up. The fact that he was Brittany's hookup from her college days was something that he admitted on his own. Brittany had reached out to him on Instagram, flirting with him, and they ultimately reached a point where she offered him $500 to retrieve the medical data of her estranged sick sister because she was worried. However, Brittany did not provide the necessary sum of $500. To be more specific, my mother, Susan, was the one who started the transfer of funds to Chad, using Venmo. Susan had paid for the illegal theft of my medical information, and Brittany had done it especially so that she could disgrace me at my baby shower. Susan had paid for the theft. I severed all communication with my entire mother's side of the family. It made no difference to me who tried to phone or text me. In addition to installing security cameras and changing our locks, Liam and I concentrated our attention exclusively on my rehabilitation and the growing baby. The unusually swift pace of the legal procedure was partially owing to the fact that District Attorney Valerie was personally monitoring the prosecution effort. There were 60 reliable witnesses, video evidence, and a confession from the IT guy, all of which contributed to the unexpectedly rapid pace of the legal proceedings. At the time, I was 38 weeks pregnant and waddling into the Suffolk County Courthouse while clutching Liam's hand. This was happening 3 months later. During the sentencing hearing for Brittany and Susan, I was presented with the opportunity to deliver a victim impact statement. Due to the fact that going to trial with that amount of evidence would have resulted in maximum terms, both of them had committed to entering into plea deals. While I was sitting in the courtroom, I was finally able to acquire the complete and mind-boggling reality regarding the reasons why Brittany behaved in the manner that she did. A subpoena was issued to Brittany's personal and financial data by the prosecution during the discovery phase of the criminal case. The purpose of the subpoena was to uncover the motivation behind the crime, and the prosecution discovered something that completely broke the illusion of the perfect golden child. Brittany's life was a complete and utter lie, and I have no doubt about it. 6 months prior to the baby shower, her husband, Mark, had quietly filed for divorce through the court system. His new girlfriend was staying with him now that he had moved out. Brittany had been pressuring him to visit her home once a week for the sole purpose of filming fictitious happy couple footage for her Instagram account. This was done in order to maintain her sponsors. His new girlfriend was living with him. She was in a state of financial adversity. She had a credit card debt of $180,000 at the time. The payments on the leased Porsche were 3 months behind schedule. and she was in the process of having her house foreclosed upon. For the purpose of preserving her influencer title, she was purchasing false followers, and the engagement rate she actually achieved was below average. The information that was revealed about her medical history, on the other hand, was the most horrifying and distressing of all. Over the course of the previous 5 years, Brittany had been making a valiant effort to have a child. In the past, she had endured 3 ectopic pregnancies and 4 unsuccessful rounds of in vitro fertilization, IVF. The primary reason that her spouse left her was because she was unable to conceive a child. According to her medical condition, she was unable to carry a kid to term. Her fragile and egotistical psyche was shattered when she learned that I was pregnant, which was unavoidable given the difficulties I had been going through. Brittany recognized an opportunity when my mother informed her about my 20-week scan and the possibility that my unborn child would have a disability because of the condition. She had the intention of destroying me in public. It was her intention to demonstrate that despite the fact that I was capable of being pregnant, my child was defective, which would result in Brittany being considered the superior sibling. Jealousy erupted in a manner that was a typical example of psychotic extinction. While the prosecutor was reading these facts out loud in the courtroom to demonstrate her mental state, I turned my attention to the defense table. Brittany didn't even resemble the person she used to be. Her hair, which had been dyed blonde, had grown out and revealed black roots. Makeup was not something she wore. Her jumpsuit was a dull gray color, and she was wearing it. During the time that her most private and intimate details were made public, she cried hysterically while staring at the ground and shedding tears. As she sat next to her, my mother, Susan, appeared to be both elderly and afraid. Nothing was left for Susan to find. After learning that she had been arrested for instigating violence against her pregnant daughter, the country club decided to revoke her membership in the club. Those who were wealthy among her pals utterly shunned her. My mother was the last person I glanced at before I stepped up to deliver my victim impact statement. I began by looking at the judge, then I looked at my sister, and last I looked at my mother. My response was, "Your Honor," and I kept a level head throughout the entire conversation. I have spent my entire life believing that I am not worthy, for the reason that my mother and sister instilled in me the belief that love was contingent on position, perfection, and brutality. I was under the impression that I was not deserving of love. My sister did not merely physically assault me when she kicked my unborn child, she also verbally assaulted me. She was hollow on the inside, and as a result, she attempted to kill the one thing in my life that was pure and lovely. In addition, my mother paid for the opportunity to stand by and witness it. I took a big breath as I did so and said, "I used to feel sorry for them. At this moment, I have no feelings whatsoever for them. I would want to request that the court impose the greatest penalty that is permitted by the plea deal. This would allow me to protect my baby from these monsters and bring her into a world where she is secure." It was clear to everyone that the judge, who was an elderly woman with a stern expression on her face, was looking down from the bench. Her disdain was plain to everyone. She started out by stating, "I have sat on this bench for 22 years. And her voice boomed throughout the room, which was utterly silent. "And I have rarely seen such a profound display of malicious envy, depravity, and maternal failure," she said. "Illegally obtaining medical documents in order to make fun of a pregnant woman who is afraid is a heinous act. What a horrific act it would be to kick that mother in the stomach." She drove her gavel into the ground with great force. As a result of the accusation of aggravated assault and battery on a pregnant person, Brittany Miller, I have decided to sentence you to 3 years in state prison, with the prospect of release being suspended for a period of 15 months. Following your release, you will be subject to a permanent restraining order regarding the victim and her child, and you will be placed on tight probation for a period of 5 years. Brittany screamed and collapsed into the arms of her attorney as the bailiffs were moving in to cuff her. This occurred during the time that the bailiffs were moving in. At that point, the judge added, "Susan Miller," while directing her eyes toward my mother. "For the offenses of conspiracy and incitement, I sentence you to 1 year in county jail, suspended for 3 years of supervised probation. You are also subject to a restraining order, that is in effect permanently. In the event that you even write an email to your daughter, you will be required to spend the entire year in imprisonment." When I stepped out of the courthouse with Liam, the air in Boston was so fresh and clean that I had never experienced it before. This was the end. It was now able to eliminate the toxic rot that had been tormenting my life. After 2 weeks had passed after the sentencing was handed down, my water broke. I gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, who was in wonderful health after a labor that lasted for 14 hours. I was surrounded by Liam and Dr. Aris during the delivery. I gave her the name Mia. Just like her father, she had a full head of dark hair, and weighed 7 pounds and 4 ounces. Her father was also a man. They placed her on my chest, and she let out a big howl that was entirely typical for her. Instantaneously, The pediatric staff gave an examination on her. There was no deviation in her head circumference. Reflexes were immaculate in her hands. The miracle that she was. In the midst of my recuperation in the maternity unit, the door suddenly opened, and members of my chosen family rushed in. The enormous bouquet of sunflowers that Olivia brought was amazing. A stunning silver rattle was brought by D.A. Valerie when she came to visit. While holding their granddaughter, Liam's parents, who had traveled all the way from Chicago to be with him, brought tears of happiness to their eyes. As I took in the surroundings of that area, I came to realize something essential. Blood is not the only aspect that creates family. I was presented with a mother who referred to my child as garbage, as well as a sister who attempted to take her life. My trauma was produced by blood. True family members are those who are there for you in times of need and when the world is attacking. Having a partner who comforts you while you cry on the floor of the bathroom is an example of true family. The buddy who throws you a party, the aunt who arrests your abuser, and the doctor who catches your baby are all types of people who are considered to be true family. I understand. And what about the violation of the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, HIPAA? Liam and I filed a major civil case against Boston General Hospital for their egregious carelessness in allowing an IT technician to access and sell my documents. The lawsuit was filed at the Boston General Hospital. Due to the fact that the violation was so serious and directly resulted in a violent assault, the hospital reached a settlement out of court in a very short amount of time and in a very discreet manner. The settlement was in a significant amount. Just for the sake of argument, let's say that Mia's college tuition is completely paid for, that her trust fund has been established, and that Liam and I have just put down a down payment on a stunning 4-bedroom house in the suburbs, which is some distance away from my mother. As of right now, Brittany is serving her sentence in a correctional facility located in the state of Massachusetts. As a result of her lack of income, the bank eventually took possession of her home. After finalizing the divorce, Mark took half of any assets that she had left over after the divorce. Her Instagram account was widely reported by others who became aware of the situation, and Sephora made the decision to officially terminate her employment. The only thing she has left is the 4 walls of her cell because she has nothing else. On the outskirts of the city, Susan resides by herself in a studio apartment that is very small and is rented. Her reputation has been demolished. She is unable to communicate with any of her former friends. From time to time, she makes an attempt to send letters to my previous address. However, the letters are automatically returned to the sender. Right now, I am enjoying the fresh air on the porch of our brand new home. As the sun gets lower in the sky, it paints the sky with various shades of pink and gold. At the same time that he is preparing dinner, Liam is singing an off-key rendition of a classic rock song. And little Mia is sound asleep on my chest, breathing softly, completely secure, and completely adored throughout her entire life. I came out on top, but you did. Sister lied I paid her $25,000 venue for clout. Parents begged me to fix it. I faked a paper trail, and sent 200 guests to a locked construction site. I, 29 male, never expected to be the kind of guy who gets blindsided by his own family, but looking back, I really should have seen it coming. My name is David, I work in corporate finance. It's nothing glamorous, no one is making a movie about my spreadsheets, but it pays the bills, keeps a roof over my head, and lets me take my fiancée, Sarah, 28, female, out to nice dinners without constantly checking my bank app. I've always been the low-maintenance one in my family, the easy kid, as my dad used to put it, the one who didn't cause drama, didn't ask for much, didn't need rescuing, and definitely didn't require special treatment. When I was younger, I thought that role was a compliment. I thought being independent meant they respected me. Now I know it was just code for, the one we can safely ignore. My sister Chloe is 27, but you'd think she was the undisputed center of the solar system. She is loud, aggressively blonde, and TikTok famous, for absolutely nothing of substance. She's one of those people who makes every single family gathering revolve entirely around her latest brand collaboration, her gut health journey, or how her fiancé, Braden, just totally vibes with their couples therapist. Yes, they started couples therapy 3 weeks after they started dating. Red flags everywhere, an entire parade of them, but try pointing that out to my parents. They treat Chloe like absolute royalty. Everything she touches gets framed, celebrated, and funded. When I passed my CPA exams and got a major promotion at my firm, my mom's only reaction was, "Oh, that's nice, honey, so you're finally moving up from that little math job." Meanwhile, Chloe got a brand deal for a detox tea that gave people diarrhea, and my parents took her out for a $400 steak dinner to celebrate her entrepreneurial spirit. Despite all of this, I've always kept my distance without outright burning bridges. I show up for the big stuff. Birthdays, holidays, the occasional agonizing family dinner where Chloe holds court while I sip my beer and pray for an early dessert. It's not that I hate her, I just don't trust her. There's a massive difference. Chloe is the kind of person who gives you a birthday gift with one hand and a ring light camera in the other so she can post your reaction online. Everything is a performance. Everything is content. Including our family. A few months ago, she got engaged to Braden during a spiritual retreat in Sedona. A trip she made sure we all knew about via her 24/7 Instagram stories. I found out my sister was engaged through a mass group text that included a champagne emoji, a boomerang of the ring, and the caption, "He finally locked it down. Number Chloe and Braden forever. Number wifey vibes." My mom followed up with a personal text a day later. It didn't say, "Have you seen the news?" It said, "Aren't you so happy for your sister?" No question mark, just a heavy expectation. Of course, I played my part. I texted back, "Congrats." I double-tapped the photo of the ring. And of course, I RSVP'd yes to the engagement dinner, even though I already knew it was going to be an unbearable, over-the-top event with forced speeches and aesthetic centerpieces. Sarah was the one who pushed me to go. She's thoughtful like that. She's quiet, incredibly kind, but sharp as a tack. She sees the underlying dynamics in my family, much clearer than I do sometimes. It's just one night. Sarah told me while we were making coffee the morning of the dinner. "You show your face, you smile for the photos so they can't say you ruined anything, and then we leave early and go get tacos. We can handle one night." That's the kind of partner she is. She makes everything feel manageable, even when my family is being their absolute worst. The dinner was held at this rooftop venue downtown. It was one of those aggressively trendy places where they hang exposed Edison bulbs over everything, play loud house music, and serve $32 craft cocktails with burnt rosemary and floating flower petals. The kind of place Chloe would have tagged on her vision board months in advance. We showed up 10 minutes early because Sarah is chronically punctual. The moment we stepped out of the elevator and into the reception area, I felt it. It was that distinct, awful shift in the atmosphere, like walking into a party where the music skips just long enough for you to realize you weren't actually invited. There was a long, stunning white table near the back of the rooftop, dressed up with elaborate floral arrangements, tall candles, and little gold place cards written in Chloe's loopy calligraphy. Each card had a name. Mom, Dad, Uncle Mark, Aunt Linda, Braden's parents, Braden's siblings, even some influencer friends of Chloe's I didn't recognize. I scanned the row once. Then I scanned it again. Sarah looked too. Nothing. "No card for us?" Sarah asked gently, keeping her voice low, like maybe we had just missed it. I gave her a tight-lipped smile, trying desperately not to let the heat rise to my face. I knew exactly how this would look if I said anything. I'd be the difficult, quiet brother making a scene over a piece of cardboard. I glanced around and caught Chloe walking toward us. Her arm was linked with Braden's, and her free hand held a glass of something fizzy and pink. Her dress was covered in sequins, her heels were impossibly high, and she looked like she was floating above the rest of us mere mortals. "David," she gasped, placing a hand on her chest like she was genuinely shocked to see me. Then, she let out a loud laugh. "Oh my God. I didn't think you'd actually show up." I forced a smile, my jaw tight. "Why wouldn't I? I RSVP'd weeks ago." She shrugged, casually tossing her hair over her shoulder. "I don't know. You're always so busy with your little office job. Plus, you're not really the luxury dinner party type, you know?" She didn't wait for me to answer before turning to Sarah, giving her that fake, hover hug people do when they're terrified of getting makeup on their clothes. "Sarah, you look so cute. I love that dress. Is it from Target?" Sarah didn't flinch. Calm as ever, she just smiled. "Thanks, Chloe. Congratulations on the engagement." "Yeah. Thanks." Chloe waved her drink vaguely toward the back of the rooftop, near the elevators. "Listen, there's some open seating over there by the bar. It's way more casual, but you guys can totally hang there. Dinner should be starting soon." And just like that, she flitted off to greet someone else, acting as if she hadn't just told her own brother that there wasn't a seat for him at her engagement dinner. Sarah and I made our way to the bar area, where a few high-top cocktail tables stood like absolute afterthoughts. I sat down on a stool, suddenly hyper-aware of how out of place I felt in my tailored blazer. Sarah didn't say anything immediately. She just reached under the table, rested her hand on my knee, and gave me a look that communicated everything. She saw it too. The blatant pettiness. The utter dismissal. I tried to shake it off. I told myself it didn't matter. I wasn't here for their validation. I was here to support my sister, even if she barely acknowledged me as part of her guest list. I ordered an overpriced bourbon and made small talk with Sarah while the speeches started at the main table. Speeches I wasn't asked to give. Dad toasted with tears in his eyes, calling Braden the son he always wanted. Mom beamed like she had birthed royalty. Chloe sat in the center of it all, like it was her coronation. Occasionally, one of Braden's relatives would glance over at our tiny table by the bar, probably wondering who the guy in the corner was and why he looked like an extra who had wandered onto the wrong movie set. Dinner came and went. Plates of microscopic, overpriced tapas were passed around the main table, followed by extravagant desserts served on literal slates. Sarah and I eventually got some cold leftovers, dropped off by a sympathetic bartender who whispered, "Sorry about the delay, guys. We were treated like backstage crew, not blood relatives." I kept waiting for Chloe to come over, just once, to offer some half-hearted apology about a seating mix-up, or to at least bring us a slice of cake. She never did. Then came the final act of the night. A waiter in a crisp black apron walked directly toward our little table by the bar, holding a black leather folder. He paused in front of me with a polite, professional smile. "Sir, the bill," he said, handing it out to me like it was the most natural thing in the world. I blinked, staring at the leather folder. "I'm sorry?" The waiter hesitated, his smile faltering slightly. "The hostess. She said you'd be handling the check for the evening?" I opened the folder. The total was $850. For a dinner I wasn't allowed to sit at. For food I barely ate. Before I could even process the absolute audacity of the situation, Sarah leaned forward. Her voice was incredibly soft, but it cut through the loud house music like a knife. "We aren't even on the guest list," she said, flashing the waiter a perfectly sweet smile. "Try the bride." The waiter's eyes flicked from me, to the folder, to Sarah, and back again. He instantly registered the absurdity of the situation, his face turning bright red. He gave a quick, jerky nod, snatched the folder back, and practically sprinted away. I sat there, stunned. My hand was still hovering in the air where the check had been. I looked at Sarah. She just raised her eyebrows, picked up her water glass, and took a sip. That was the exact moment something inside me permanently shifted. It was quiet, but it was absolute. It wasn't about the money. It was never about the $850. It was about being invisible in a room full of people who were supposed to love me. It was about being used as a prop and an ATM at a party I was never truly welcome at. It was the crushing realization that sometimes, family stops being a place where you belong, and starts being a stage where you are only expected to clap and pay the admission fee. I didn't say a word to Chloe or my parents that night. Sarah and I quietly took the elevator down, walked to our car, and left. You could say that was when the revenge really began. The next morning, I woke up with that heavy, hollow feeling you get after a long night of pretending nothing is wrong. Sarah and I went out for breakfast at our favorite diner. It was a quiet rebellion against a night that made us both feel worthless. She didn't push me to talk at first. She just kept refilling my coffee and holding my hand across the sticky diner table. But somewhere between the eggs and the toast, she finally looked me dead in the eye and said it. "David, you know this isn't normal, right?" I looked down at my plate. "What isn't?" "The way they treat you. The way they talk to you. The way they expect you to just sit in the corner and absorb their disrespect." I wanted to argue. I wanted to give her the same tired excuses I had been feeding myself for decades. Families are complicated. Chloe is just being Chloe. It's not personal. I don't really care anyway. But the words wouldn't come out, because for the first time in my life, I couldn't lie to myself. I did care. It was incredibly personal. Deep down, I had known for years that I was always going to be the placeholder in my own family. The backup plan. The one they could forget about without ever facing a single consequence. That day, I muted the family group chat. I didn't answer any of my mom's texts gushing about how perfect the dinner was. I didn't watch the video of Chloe and Braden kissing that got 10,000 likes on Instagram. I wish I could say I cut them off right then and there, completely went no contact, and lived happily ever after. But real life is messier than that. You don't just wake up and burn a 2-9-year-old bridge in a day. You hesitate. You hope, stupidly, that maybe it was just a one-time misunderstanding. Over the next few weeks, the Chloe wedding train kept chugging along at full speed. She sent out save the date cards that looked like the cover of Vogue. Her and Braden, standing on a cliff at golden hour, wearing designer clothes. My invitation arrived 3 weeks after everyone else's. It was bent at the corners, and my name wasn't even printed on it. It just said, "David, plus guest," scribbled in blue ballpoint pen. When I casually mentioned it to my mom on a phone call, she actually laughed. "Oh honey, you know how frantic Chloe is right now. She must have just mixed up the envelopes. Don't be so sensitive." Sensitive. That word has followed me around my entire life like a shadow. Chloe can throw a screaming tantrum in a restaurant because her iced latte has regular milk instead of oat milk. She can guilt-trip my parents into paying her rent for 8 months. She can post passive-aggressive quotes on her Instagram story about cutting out toxic energy whenever someone gently disagrees with her. But if I point out that I wasn't given a seat at a dinner, I'm the sensitive one. I started pulling back. I stopped engaging in the family fantasy. No more pretending I was part of the inner circle. No more asking for updates. Sarah watched me slowly detach. She watched my jaw clench during awkward phone calls. She watched me delete text threads. She never pushed me to move faster. She just supported the boundaries I was finally building. Then came the bridal shower. It was supposed to be a girls-only event, but Chloe decided she wanted a modern co-ed twist, which translated to, she wanted the men there to carry the heavy gifts, pay for the drinks, and act as background extras for her TikToks. Sarah was officially invited. She received a massive, elaborate box in the mail filled with gold tissue paper, a mini bottle of champagne, and a bride squad candle. My invitation? A text from Chloe, at 9 p.m., on a Tuesday. Hey, you can come to the shower on Sunday if you want. Make sure you bring something off the luxury registry. We really want the espresso machine. I didn't want to go. I really didn't, but Sarah nudged me. Let's go. Just to observe, she said. I want you to see them clearly, without making excuses for them. The shower was held at a high-end vineyard about an hour outside the city. Apparently, the vineyard was giving Chloe a 50% discount in exchange for her tagging them in 5 separate posts. When we arrived, there were literal frame signs with hashtags like #Chloe gets her ring and a photo booth station. It felt like a corporate marketing summit, not a family celebration. I kept to myself, standing near the back patio, sipping watered-down sangria and nodding along as Braden's frat brothers talked about cryptocurrency. Sarah was roped into some humiliating trivia game about the couple. That's when I overheard it. I was walking past the indoor lounge area to use the restroom. The door was slightly ajar. Chloe was inside with 3 of her bridesmaids, tearing through a mountain of expensive gift bags. Her voice carries, especially when she's trying to be funny. David is so painfully awkward. Chloe laughed, not even bothering to keep her voice down. He's literally like a background character in his own life. I seriously didn't think he'd show up today. Sarah definitely dragged him here. One of the bridesmaids giggled. He's kind of cute though. Like, quiet cute. Chloe scoffed loudly. You, please. He's like the Walmart version of Braden. He just sits there doing math all day. He has zero aesthetic. I froze in the hallway. My blood ran completely cold. My hand clenched around my plastic cup so hard it cracked, spilling red wine onto my shoes. Sarah found me a few minutes later standing by the car. One look at my face and her polite smile vanished. What happened? We're leaving, I said. I didn't explain it in the car. I couldn't. I was too angry. But I wasn't just angry at Chloe. I was furious with myself. For showing up. For playing the game. For letting my own sister reduce my entire existence to a punchline in front of strangers. That night, sitting on our living room floor, I told Sarah everything. Every slight I had buried. Every insult I had swallowed. Every time I played the easy brother so my parents wouldn't think I was a burden. She listened to every single word. And when I was finally done, she said the one thing I desperately needed to hear. Sharing DNA does not give them the right to destroy your peace. You are allowed to be done. I didn't sleep that night. Something massive was shifting inside me. The anger was solidifying into something cold, calculating, and final. But the universe wasn't done pushing me. 3 days later, I was at my desk at work when my phone buzzed. It was a text from Sarah. Just a link to Instagram. No caption. I clicked it. It was Chloe's newest reel. The video was highly edited, featuring Chloe twirling around a breathtaking, glass-ceiling botanical greenhouse venue. She was wearing a white silk dress, laughing, acting like she was living in a fairy tale. The text on the screen read, "Secured my dream luxury wedding venue." But it was the caption that made my stomach drop. "Can't wait to marry my soulmate at the most stunning venue in the state." A massive, special shout-out to my amazing big brother, David, for fully funding this venue and making my dreams come true. I love you so much. Sponsored. Wedding vibes. Best brother. I stared at the screen until my vision blurred. I hadn't given her a single cent. I hadn't even spoken to her since the bridal shower. She had lied to her 50,000 followers. She was using my name, painting me as her deep-pocketed savior, just so she could look wealthy and secure a brand deal with a wedding planning app she had tagged in the post. She was using my supposed generosity for clout and profit. My phone started blowing up. Texts from extended family members. Aunt Linda, wow David, $25K for the venue? You are such a good brother. Cousin Mark, bro, can I borrow some cash if you're throwing it around like that? LOL. I didn't call her. I didn't text my parents to complain. I just put my phone face down on my desk. I didn't push the anger away this time. I welcomed it, because in that exact moment, I knew exactly what I was going to do. After the Instagram post, I went completely dark. I didn't respond to the family texts. I didn't comment on the video. I let Chloe soak up the praise and the brand deals built on a foundation of absolute lies. I spent the next few weeks focusing entirely on myself. Sarah and I took a weekend trip to a cabin in the mountains. No cell service, no social media. We hiked, we cooked, we talked about our future. A future that didn't include managing my family's delusions. My work performance skyrocketed because my mental energy wasn't being drained by family drama. I led a major quarterly project and got a massive bonus. I told no one in my family. It was mine. Then, exactly 1 month before the wedding, the cracks in Chloe's perfect facade shattered. It was a Tuesday night. Sarah and I were eating dinner when my phone rang. It was my dad. He never calls me, ever. If he needs something, he makes my mom do it. I let it ring 3 times before answering. "Hello? David," he said. His voice was shaky, lacking its usual booming confidence. "Listen, I know you've been distant lately, but we really need to talk. Something bad has happened with the wedding." Sarah paused with her fork halfway to her mouth. I put the phone on speaker. "What happened?" Dad exhaled heavily into the receiver. "The venue fell through." I raised an eyebrow. "The botanical greenhouse? The one she posted about?" "Yes," Dad stammered. "Look, Chloe." She sort of jumped the gun. She posted all those videos and tagged the venue to get a sponsorship deal, but she never actually signed the contract or paid the deposit. She thought because she was giving them exposure, they would just hold the date for her. They didn't. They booked it to someone else yesterday. She has nowhere to hold the wedding, David. It's a disaster. I sat back in my chair, staring at the ceiling. Wow. That sounds incredibly stressful for her. "It's a nightmare," he continued, completely missing my sarcasm. "She's hysterical. Your mom is crying. The wedding is in 4 weeks, and we have 200 guests flying in. We need to pull together as a family right now." Then came the pivot. The real reason for the call. "Your mom and I were talking," Dad said, his voice dipping into that pleading tone he uses when he wants me to do his dirty work. "You're so organized, David. You work in finance, you know how to negotiate with corporate people. We need you to fix this. Call some places, pull some strings, throw some extra money at a venue if you have to. We will pay you back eventually, I swear. Just save your sister's big day, she trusts you." The absolute audacity. They ignored me my whole life. They humiliated me at the engagement dinner. They let Chloe call me the Walmart version of her fiancé. They let her publicly lie about me paying for a venue just to boost her influencer status. And now, when her own narcissism had literally destroyed her wedding, they demanded I swoop in and act as her savior. I looked across the table at Sarah. She wasn't angry. She was just watching me, waiting to see what the man she loved was going to do. A few months ago, I would have exploded. I would have yelled at my dad, hung up, and blocked their numbers. But I had learned something crucial during my weeks of silence. Screaming at a brick wall just hurts your hands. If you really want to destroy a foundation, you have to let them build the house on quicksand. "Okay," I said, my voice perfectly calm. "Let me see what I can do." My dad let out a massive sigh of relief. "Thank you, son. I knew we could count on you. You're a lifesaver." I hung up. Sarah looked at me, her eyes wide. "You are not actually going to help them." I smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. "Oh, I'm going to give Chloe exactly the wedding she deserves." The next day, my phone was flooded with texts. "Mom, David, you are an angel. Thank you for stepping up. Braden, yo man, respect for helping out." Chloe was losing her mind. "Chloe, oh my God, David, I knew you wouldn't let me down. I need something with massive windows, marble floors, and a garden aesthetic. Love you." I didn't reply. Instead, I got to work. I called a guy I know named Julian. Julian used to date Sarah's best friend. He is an events coordinator for high-end corporate retreats. He knows every venue, every vendor, and every loophole in the state. "Julian, I need a favor," I said when he picked up. "I need a venue for my sister's wedding in 4 weeks. But here's the catch. I don't actually want to book it. I just need it to look like I booked it." Julian laughed. "Buddy, what kind of psychological warfare are you pulling?" I gave him the short version of the story. The disrespect, the fake Instagram post, the demands. Julian, who hates influencers with a burning passion, was immediately on board. "I have the perfect spot," Julian said. "It's an old 1920s estate about an hour north. Massive gardens, stone archways, totally breathtaking. A billionaire bought it and is renovating it into a luxury resort. It's currently an active construction site. Absolutely closed to the public. High security. No one is getting in there until next year. Can you get me photos of it?" I asked. "I'll send you the investor prospectus. It has highly edited, gorgeous mock-ups of the finished estate. She'll drool over it." Julian sent the PDF. It was perfect. I took the photos, created a burner email address that looked like the estate's management team, and mocked up a wildly official-looking contract. I forged a confirmation receipt showing a paid-in-full deposit of $15,000. I forwarded the entire package to Chloe with the message, pulled some major strings. The Oakfield estate is yours. Keep it quiet, they are letting us use it before the grand opening. She replied in 30 seconds. David, you are a literal god. This is better than the first one. I'm posting a teaser right now. I checked her Instagram 10 minutes later. She had posted a blurred photo of the estate with the caption, when one door closes, a literal mansion opens. So blessed. God is good. Number Oakfield bride. Number luxury wedding. Step 1 was complete. But I wasn't done. A week later, Chloe texted me again. Hey big bro. So, the photographer we wanted backed out because we changed the date. Do you know anyone who does high-end editorial wedding shoots? She was treating me like her personal concierge. I texted my cousin Leo. Leo is an incredibly talented freelance videographer and photographer. He is also gay. 5 years ago, when Leo brought his long-term boyfriend to a family Thanksgiving, Chloe threw a fit, claiming Leo was trying to steal her spotlight by being so outwardly political at dinner. Our family sided with Chloe. Leo was quietly uninvited from all future gatherings. I was the only one who still talked to him. I called Leo and pitched the idea. Let me get this straight. Leo said, laughing so hard he was wheezing. You want me to pretend to be a high-end, mysterious European photographer named Matteo, accept her booking, string her along, and then just not show up? No, I said. I want you to show up, but I want you to hide across the street and film the exact moment she realizes the venue is locked. David, Leo whispered reverently. I am going to win an Oscar for this footage. I'm in. I created a fake portfolio website for Matteo, filled it with stock images of moody, editorial weddings, and sent the link to Chloe. I told her Matteo was incredibly exclusive but owed me a favor. Chloe swooned over the photos. She booked him immediately. Finally, Sarah and I decided to add a little cherry on top. The gift registry. Chloe had circulated a link to her registry in the family group chat. It was filled with absurd demands. A $1,200 espresso machine, a $3,500 Amalfi Coast honeymoon fund, designer luggage, and a PS5 for Braden. Sarah, who is a genius, cloned the registry website. She created an identical-looking page under Chloe and Braden's names. We kept a few of the normal items, but we slowly peppered in increasingly unhinged gifts. A $400 gold-plated garlic press. Matching adult-sized, monogrammed feeding bibs. A $500 emotional support boulder. A personalized wooden cutting board engraved with Braden's meat zone. A framed 8x10 photo of me, David, with the caption, because literally none of this would be possible without me. We paid a bot service $50 to quietly boost our fake registry link on Google so it ranked higher than her real one. Within days, the texts started rolling in. Aunt Linda. Chloe. Sweetie, why are you registered for matching adult bibs? Cousin Mark. Bro, Braden's meat zone? What the hell is this? Chloe was frantically trying to explain that her registry had been hacked by jealous haters. She was so distracted by the registry drama she didn't bother double-checking the venue or the photographer. The trap was completely set. All I had to do was wait. September 14th. The weather was an absolute nightmare for a bride, but a dream for me. It was 85 degrees, incredibly humid, with zero cloud cover. Chloe's wedding ceremony was scheduled for 4 p.m. sharp. At 3 p.m., Sarah and I were sitting in a small, air-conditioned cafe exactly 2 blocks away from the massive wrought iron gates of the Oakfield estate. We had iced coffees, a plate of pastries, and a perfect, unobstructed view of the main road leading to the venue. My phone was resting on the table. Leo was parked in a discreet black SUV directly across from the estate gates, armed with a telephoto lens. At 3:15 p.m., the first texts from Leo rolled in. Leo, the Eagles are landing. 3 shuttles just pulled up. It's a bloodbath. I smiled, taking a slow sip of my coffee. Over the next hour, Leo provided a minute-by-minute play-by-play, complete with high-definition photos. 3:30 p.m. The shuttles unloaded 200 guests, in the sweltering heat. They were dressed in black tie attire, sweating profusely, standing on a dusty gravel road in front of a massive padlocked gate. 3:40 p.m. Chloe arrived in a rented vintage Rolls-Royce. The photo Leo sent belonged in the Louvre. Chloe was standing outside the car in her massive, heavy silk gown, shaking the locked iron gates like a prisoner in a Victorian asylum. 3:45 p.m. 2 private security guards, hired by the estate's billionaire owner, approached the gates from the inside. According to Leo, they did not look friendly. I had anonymously emailed the estate management 2 days prior, warning them that a rogue influencer might try to trespass for a photo shoot. The guards were ready. 4 p.m., the exact time she was supposed to walk down the aisle, Leo sent a video. Chloe was screaming at a security guard through the bars. Braden was standing 10 feet behind her, aggressively loosening his bow tie and staring into the distance like a man recalculating every life choice he had ever made. My phone started vibrating off the table. Mom. David, where are you? The gates are locked. The owner won't let us in. They say there is no reservation. Fix this now. Dad. David. Pick up the phone. Chloe. David, what the fuck is happening? Where is the manager? Tell them to open the gates. I am going to sue everyone. I watched the screen light up. Call after call. Text after text. I didn't answer a single one. I looked at Sarah. She was quietly eating a croissant, looking completely serene. Do you want to leave? She asked. Not yet, I said. The finale is just starting. 4:30 p.m. The guests were revolting. Without shade, water, or anywhere to sit, elderly relatives were retreating to the shuttles. Braden's groomsmen were visibly arguing with Chloe's bridesmaids. 5 p.m., the breaking point. The security guards called the local police to disperse the crowd for loitering and blocking a private road. A squad car pulled up, with its lights flashing. Leo sent the final masterpiece. A wide-angle shot of the entire circus. The police car, the sweating, miserable guests, boarding the shuttles in defeat, and in the center of it all, Chloe. She was sitting on a decorative rock by the side of the road, her makeup completely melted down her face, sobbing into her hands while my parents frantically argued with a police officer. The dream wedding was officially dead. I picked up my phone, blocked my parents, blocked Chloe, blocked Braden, and turned the device on airplane mode. Okay, I said to Sarah, tossing some cash on the cafe table. Now we can leave. The aftermath was nuclear. By Sunday morning, the hashtag #Oakfield disaster was trending locally. Several of the guests who were mostly influencers and friends of friends Chloe only invited for aesthetic purposes started posting TikToks about the Fire Festival wedding. They complained about being stranded in the heat, the police showing up, and the bride having a total meltdown. Chloe tried to do damage control. On Monday, she posted a tearful, 1-0-minute video sitting on her living room floor. She claimed she was the victim of a cruel, targeted scam by a fraudulent venue coordinator. She cried about her ruined day and begged her followers to send donations to her Venmo to help recoup the devastating financial losses. It backfired spectacularly. The management team of the Oakfield estate caught wind of the video. They issued a public, very legally aggressive statement on their official pages. They clarified that the estate was an active construction site, they did not accept any bookings, and they released the emails I had sent them under the burner account, warning them about her trespassing. Within 48 hours, the wedding planning app that sponsored her dropped her. The Detox Tea brand dropped her. Her follower count plummeted by 15,000 inches a single week. The internet dragged her relentlessly. Then came the family fallout. Since I had blocked their numbers, my dad actually showed up at my apartment building on Wednesday evening. He bypassed the buzzer and waited by the garage entrance. When Sarah and I walked out to walk the dog, he ambushed us. He looked exhausted. His face was red, his clothes were wrinkled. David, he barked, marching up to me. What the hell is wrong with you? You ruined your sister's life. You gave her fake documents. You humiliated our entire family in front of 200 people. I didn't step back. I handed the dog leash to Sarah and stepped directly into his space. I am 3 inches taller than him, a fact he usually tries to ignore. I gave her exactly what she asked for, I said, my voice dangerously low. She wanted a venue she couldn't afford, for a wedding that was entirely about her ego. She lied to the world and said I paid for it. You demanded I fix her mess. So I did. I gave her a piece of paper she could post online for clout. That's all she actually cares about anyway. You are a sociopath, he yelled, pointing a finger at my chest. She is your sister. Family protects family. Where was that protection when she was stealing my money in college? I snapped back, the years of venom finally spilling out. Where was that protection when she humiliated me at her engagement dinner? Where was that protection when she called me a joke behind my back? You don't want a son, Dad, you want a servant, and I quit. He stared at me, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. He had never heard me raise my voice in my entire life. If you, Mom, or Chloe, ever contact me or Sarah again, I will release the unedited video of Chloe screaming at the police, courtesy of cousin Leo. Have a nice drive home. I turned my back on him and walked away. He didn't follow us. Final update. It's been 6 months since the non-wedding. Sarah and I moved out of the city. We bought a beautiful, quiet house in the suburbs with a big backyard for the dog. We are getting married next spring. It will be a tiny, 30-person ceremony in the woods. My parents are not invited. Chloe is not invited. Cousin Leo is the official photographer, and Julian is helping us coordinate the catering. I heard through the grapevine, Aunt Linda, who I occasionally still speak to. That Chloe and Braden ended up getting legally married at the courthouse a month after the disaster. There were no photos. No sponsors, just a quick signature. Braden is apparently miserable, and Chloe has rebranded herself as a mental health advocate who survived family trauma. I honestly just laugh about it now. Last week, a package arrived in the mail. There was no return address. I opened it up. It was from Leo. Inside was a beautiful, expensive oak frame. Housed inside the frame was a high-resolution, perfectly color-graded photograph of Chloe sitting on that rock, mascara running down her face, screaming into the void while the police car lights flashed in the background. Attached to the glass was a small yellow sticky note. "We don't forgive. We don't forget. We frame it. Leo." I hung it in my home office, right above my desk. I don't keep it there out of bitterness or malice. I keep it there as a daily reminder. A reminder that silence can be incredibly loud. That being the quiet one doesn't mean being weak. And that sometimes, the absolute best revenge isn't screaming, fighting, or burning the house down. Sometimes, the best revenge is just handing them the matches, walking out the front door, and watching them set themselves on fire. I didn't just get revenge, I got my freedom, and that was worth more than any wedding ever could be. "Nobody wants you here. Failure," Dad texted. Family laughed. I smirked, canceled their secret, $3,200 B-day dinner, and moved away. I never thought I would be the kind of guy pouring my heart out to strangers on the internet, but the events of the last 2 years have been so intensely surreal that I just need to get this on paper. Or screen, I guess. Fair warning, this is going to be a massive, detailed saga. Grab a drink, get comfortable, and buckle up, because the absolute audacity of my family needs to be documented in full. Names, locations, and identifying details have been changed to protect the innocent and to keep the guilty from trying to contact me again. I am Marcus. I'm 39 years old, and I've been married to the love of my life, Clara, 38, since we met in a psychology elective during our sophomore year of college. We have 2 incredible kids, Leo, who is 10, and obsessed with anything that has an engine, and Mia, who is 6 and firmly believes she is a descendant of royalty. Up until recently, we lived in a very modest, slightly drafty 3-bedroom ranch house on the outskirts of Columbus, Ohio. The house needed a lot of love, but it had good bones, a big yard for the kids, and a garage that I had converted into my personal sanctuary. I run my own custom carpentry and high-end renovation business. I specialize in luxury kitchen and bathroom remodels, custom built-ins, and historic restorations. It's dirty, physically demanding work. I come home with sawdust in my hair, calluses on my hands, and aching joints, but I love it. I started with nothing but a rusted-out Chevy Silverado and a collection of second-hand power tools I bought at estate sales. Through sheer grit, I built a solid life, pulling in about $92,000 a year. In Ohio, that's a decent living. We weren't flying first class, but the bills were paid, the kids were happy, and we had each other. But in my family, $92,000 a year, working with your hands, made me an absolute peasant, a pariah, the ultimate black sheep. Let me paint a picture of the toxic swamp I grew up in. On paper, we were the perfect, affluent, Midwestern family. In reality, my childhood home was a sterile, suffocating museum governed by appearances, bank account balances, and an unspoken caste system. My father is a commercial investment broker. He made an absolute killing in the late 90s and early 2000s flipping massive commercial properties, and he has spent every single day since making sure everyone in a 5-mile radius knows exactly how much his watch costs. My older sister, Sarah, is a luxury real estate agent who married a corporate defense attorney. They live in a gated community, drive matching pristine white Range Rovers, and treat service workers like gum on the bottom of their designer shoes. My younger sister, Chloe, works in high-end medical device sales. She drives a company Porsche, lives in a penthouse loft downtown that my parents heavily subsidized, and spends her weekends at exclusive country clubs networking with people who use the word summer as a verb. Growing up, our house was unbearable. We had a pristine mahogany dining table that we were literally forbidden to touch. We ate in the cramped breakfast nook so the formal dining room could remain a pristine showroom for my mother's country club friends. My mother's entire personality was a revolving door of interior decorating trends and desperately trying to outdo the neighbors. Love wasn't freely given in our house. It was transactional. You earned affection by achieving things they could brag about at cocktail parties. I derailed their perfect narrative the moment I decided I didn't want to sit in a cubicle or wear a suit. I went to college to appease them, earned a perfectly respectable business degree, but during my summers, I worked for a local general contractor. The first time I framed a wall, hung drywall, and stepped back to see a physical, tangible structure that I had built with my own 2 hands, I was hooked. I loved the smell of cut pine. I loved the satisfaction of measuring twice and cutting once. I loved the exhaustion at the end of the day. My parents treated my career choice like a terminal diagnosis. They never forgave me for putting on steel-toed boots instead of a silk tie. At family gatherings, the discrepancy in how we were treated was nauseating. My dad would hold court in the living room, puffing out his chest. Sarah just closed a $4 million estate, and Chloe broke her regional sales record. He'd boom, beaming with pride. Then, someone would politely ask about me. My dad's smile would falter, his eyes would glaze over, and he'd wave a dismissive hand in my direction. Oh, Marcus is still swinging hammers, doing his little construction thing. He'll figure it out eventually. I was in my late 30s, running a fully insured, profitable LLC, and they talked about me like a confused teenager going through a punk rock phase. But the absolute worst part wasn't how they treated me, it was how they treated Clara. Clara is an angel on earth. She is a dedicated, passionate special education teacher who pours her heart and soul into kids who need it most. She makes a fraction of what my sisters make, but she impacts more lives in a single Tuesday than they will in a lifetime. To my family, Clara was basically the hired help. During Thanksgiving dinners, Sarah would lounge on the sofa sipping a $100 bottle of Cabernet, casually telling Clara, "Hey, Leo and Mia are making a mess in the playroom, can you go handle that?" Or Clara, "Be a doll and help the caterers clear the salad plates." My mother would introduce her to friends by saying, "This is Marcus's wife, Clara. She's just a teacher." She'd say, "Just a teacher," with the exact same tone you'd use to say, "She has a mild contagious disease." For years, I swallowed the anger. I kept the peace. I showed up to the excruciating holiday dinners, bought the obligatory expensive gifts I couldn't really afford, and fixed their leaky pipes, broken garage doors, and flooded basements for free, because that's what family does. I thought that if I just kept being a good son, a good brother, they would eventually see my worth. I was an idiot. It all shattered on a freezing Tuesday morning in early March. It was a chaotic morning. Leo had forgotten his geography diorama, so we had to turn the truck around, making me 20 minutes late. I dropped the kids off, kissed Clara goodbye, and stopped at my favorite local coffee shop to grab a black drip coffee before heading to a massive kitchen gut job I was doing for a local tech executive. I was standing in line, shivering slightly, scrolling through my phone to check a lumber delivery status, when my screen lit up with a notification. It was the family group chat, titled Mom's 65th Extravaganza. For context, my mother treats her birthday like a national holiday. She expects a multi-day festival of worship. The previous year, Sarah had flown her to a luxury spa in Sedona, dropping at least $5,000. I obviously couldn't compete with that, so I usually leaned into sentimental gifts. The year prior, I had spent 40 hours meticulously restoring a 19th century music box that had belonged to her grandmother. I sourced period-accurate brass fittings and hand-polished the mahogany. She had looked at it, said, "Oh, how quaint," and I literally never saw it again. It probably went straight into the attic. This year was her 65th, a milestone. I wanted to do something that would finally bridge the gap, something undeniable. So, I opened the group chat, expecting the usual barrage of messages about color palettes for the party or debates over which designer shoes everyone was wearing. Instead, there was just one message. From my dad. "Marcus, do not come to your mother's birthday dinner. Nobody wants you there. You embarrass us with your cheap clothes and your complete lack of ambition. You are a total failure, and we are done pretending otherwise. Stay home." I stopped breathing. The bustling noise of the coffee shop, the grinding espresso beans, the chatter, the indie music faded into a high-pitched ringing in my ears. I just stared at the glowing pixels on my cracked screen. There was no cushion. No, we need to talk. Just a brutal, unfiltered assassination of my character, dropped directly into a group chat with my sisters, their husbands, and a few extended cousins. "Marcus? I have a large dark roast for Marcus." The barista was looking at me with concern. I mechanically walked up, took the cup, and stepped to the side, my eyes glued to the phone. I waited for the, "Oh my God, Dad, that's harsh," or "Dad, what the hell?" from my sisters. I waited for someone, anyone, to defend me. Instead, Sarah replied with 3 crying laughing emojis. "Honestly, it's about time someone said it," she typed. I was dreading having to explain his dirty work boots to the Johnsons. Chloe chimed in seconds later. "Seriously. And please, Dad, tell me Clara isn't going to wear that awful Target dress again. It's mortifying." My cousin Derek, a smug crypto bro who once asked me to build him a custom humidor, and then paid me an exposure, sent a gif of a garbage truck driving off a cliff. They were all piling on. Decades of thinly veiled contempt were suddenly out in the open, raw and bleeding. They were feasting on my humiliation. And you know what happened? After the initial nauseating gut punch, after the sting of rejection washed over me, I felt a bizarre, creeping sensation starting in my chest. It was relief. The mask was finally off. I didn't have to play the game anymore. I didn't have to try to win the affection of people who viewed me as subhuman. I set my coffee down on a small table. My hands weren't shaking. I felt a cold, crystal clear calm settle over my mind. I tapped the text box and typed my reply. Understood. So cash matters more than your own blood. Enjoy the celebration. I hit send. Then, I didn't block them. I didn't leave the chat. I just closed the app. I pulled up my contacts and dialed a number I had saved under favorites. It was Anton, the owner and head chef of L'Étoile d'Or, the most exclusive, ridiculously expensive French restaurant in the city. Getting a table there required knowing a politician or booking 6 months in advance. Plates started at $110, and the wine list required a second mortgage. My mother had been aggressively hinting about wanting to go there for months, complaining that she couldn't get a reservation. What my family didn't know was that 6 months prior, I had completely rebuilt Anton's commercial kitchen and designed a breathtaking, temperature-controlled subterranean wine cellar for the restaurant. I worked nights and weekends to ensure it was flawless. Anton was so blown away by the craftsmanship that he refused to let me pay for meals and gave me his personal cell number. I had called in the ultimate favor. I had booked the private diamond room for my mother's birthday. I had put down a $3,200 non-refundable deposit money I had saved by skipping lunches and taking side jobs for a year. I had arranged a custom 7-course tasting menu featuring all her favorite delicacies, hired a private string quartet, and ordered a custom cake. It was going to be the ultimate surprise. I wanted to prove that even though I wore a tool belt, I could still give her the world. Anton picked up on the second ring. Marcus, my friend. We are all set for Saturday. The truffles just arrived from Alba. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Anton, I need to cancel the reservation. There was a pause. Cancel? Marcus, my friend, is everything all right? You know the deposit is non-refundable, yes? It is company policy. The ingredients are already purchased. I know, Anton. Keep the deposit. Pay the staff for their time. The family had a change of plans. I won't be needing the room. I am so sorry, Marcus, he said softly, sensing the absolute deadness in my voice. If you ever need anything, you call. I hung up. $3,200. Gone. Poof. And, honestly, it was the best money I ever spent. Because it bought my absolute freedom. I grabbed my coffee, walked out to my truck, and drove to my job site. I strapped on my tool belt, fired up my miter saw, and worked for 10 hours straight. I didn't check my phone. I didn't shed a tear. I just measured, cut, and built. When I got home that evening, the house smelled like roasted chicken and garlic. Clara was at the kitchen table, helping Leo with his math homework while Mia colored a picture of a dragon. It was warm. It was real. It was everything my parents' sterile museum of a house was not. After the kids were tucked into bed, I poured Clara and myself a glass of cheap wine. We sat on our worn-out couch, and I handed her my phone. Read it, I said quietly. I watched her eyes scan the screen. I saw the moment she read my dad's message. Her breath hitched. I saw her jaw tighten as she read my sister's cruel jokes about my boots and her clothes. Her eyes filled with tears, not for herself, but for me. She gently set the phone down on the coffee table. She didn't say, "I told you so," even though she had every right to. She had been gently trying to point out their abuse for over a decade. Instead, she reached out, took my rough, calloused hands in hers, and looked me dead in the eye. "I am so sorry, Marcus," she whispered. "You have a beautiful heart, and they have never deserved a single ounce of it. What do we do now?" "I'm done," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, but vibrating with absolute certainty. "I am completely, entirely done. I'm cutting them off. But I'm not just going to walk away quietly. I want them to realize exactly what they threw away. And then, I want to leave." Clara squeezed my hands. "Okay. Let's build a new life. Where do we start?" That night, the plan was born. It wasn't about petty revenge. It wasn't about slashing tires or screaming matches. It was about achieving a level of success so undeniable, so astronomical, that it would shatter their fragile, elitist worldview. The next morning, I called my buddy Julian. Julian and I played college baseball together. He was a brilliant tech guy who ran a boutique digital marketing and SEO agency. 2 years ago, when his business was struggling and he couldn't afford a proper office, I converted his dingy, damp basement into a stunning, soundproofed modern workspace at absolute cost. I didn't charge him a dime for labor. "Julian," I said when he answered, "I need a favor. I need to rebrand. I need to go from local handyman to exclusive luxury contractor. I need the kind of website and marketing that makes rich people salivate." "Say no more, brother," Julian said. "You saved my business. I'm going to make you look like the Elon Musk of carpentry. Julian went to work. What my family never bothered to understand was that my work wasn't just fixing drywall. I had quietly developed a reputation among elite architects for precision custom woodwork. I had a portfolio of insane projects I had never bragged about. Julian sent a professional photographer to my past job sites. They shot drone footage of the historic estates I had restored. They took high-definition, dramatic photos of a $1.5 million modern kitchen I had built for a CEO, highlighting the seamless smart glass integration and the hand-carved walnut island. He built a sleek, minimalist website. He rebranded my company to Ethel Custom Restorations. He set up aggressive, highly targeted social media ads aimed exclusively at the wealthiest zip codes in the state. Within 3 weeks, my phone started ringing off the hook. And not just for standard remodels, I was getting calls for massive, blank check projects. A retired NFL player wanted a 2-story custom library with secret doors and mahogany paneling. A tech billionaire wanted his entire estate retrofitted with custom, hidden smart home tech integrated directly into antique woodwork. Because I was no longer undercharging to be the nice guy, I tripled my rates, and the wealthy clients didn't blink. In fact, the higher my prices went, the more they wanted me. Exclusivity breeds demand. My projected revenue shot from $92,000 to over $275,000 in a matter of months. While my business was exploding behind the scenes, I was executing phase 2 of the plan. I reached out to my cousin Evan. Evan was the only other outcast in the family. Years ago, my uncle, my dad's brother, had manipulated Evan into investing his entire $150,000 inheritance into a guaranteed commercial strip mall project. My dad was the broker. The project went bankrupt, Evan lost everything, and my dad essentially told him it was his own fault for not reading the fine print. Evan had moved to Boulder, Colorado, completely cut off the family, and slowly rebuilt his life buying and managing rental properties. I called him up and laid it all out. The text message, the cancellation, the plan to leave. Evan laughed a deep, booming laugh. It's about damn time, Marcus. Welcome to the dark side. Listen, I have a gorgeous 4-bedroom house sitting on an acre of land right at the foothills of the mountains. The current tenants are breaking their lease and moving out in 2 months. It has a massive detached barn with a reinforced floor, perfect for a heavy carpentry workshop. If you want it, it's yours. Below market rent until you're ready to buy. I looked at Clara, who was listening on speakerphone. She was already nodding vigorously, tears of excitement in her eyes. We'll take it, I said. Meanwhile, the radio silence with my family continued. I hadn't spoken to them since the group chat incident, but I knew they were watching my social media. So, I gave them a show. Julian helped me curate my Instagram. I started posting subtle, high-quality photos. A shot of my custom leather tool belt resting on the marble counter of a multi-million-dollar kitchen. A photo of Clara and me dressed to the nines at an exclusive charity gala, tickets gifted by a grateful wealthy client. A video of Leo hitting a home run, with the caption, "Building strong foundations, in work and in family." I never mentioned them. I never posted a single angry quote or passive-aggressive meme. I just projected overwhelming, undeniable success and happiness. And it drove them absolutely insane. The cracks started showing right around my mom's birthday. Because I had canceled the L'Etoile d'Or reservation without telling them, my dad had assumed he could just throw money at the problem at the last minute. I heard the full story weeks later through the grapevine, a gossipy aunt who couldn't keep a secret if her life depended on it. Apparently, my dad had bragged to all their friends that he was taking my mom to L'Etoile d'Or. When Saturday night rolled around, he showed up with my mom, Sarah, Chloe, and their husbands, all dressed in designer clothes, demanding their table. Anton, the owner, came out personally. He looked at my dad and said, "I'm sorry, sir, you have no reservation here." "My son Marcus made it, check again," my dad demanded, causing a scene. Anton coldly replied, "Marcus canceled the reservation weeks ago. The room is booked by the mayor. Please lower your voice, or I will have security escort you out." Humiliated in front of the entire lobby, my dad had to drag the family out. Because it was a Saturday night in the city, everywhere decent was fully booked. They ended up eating my mother's milestone 65th birthday dinner at a crowded, sticky-floored chain steakhouse, surrounded by screaming toddlers and neon beer signs. My mom cried the entire time. Sarah's husband got food poisoning from a blooming onion. It was poetic justice of the highest order. A week later, the texts started trickling in. My mom texted me directly, bypassing the group chat. "Marcus, we need to talk. Your father is very upset. How could you ruin my birthday like that? Please call me. I saw your pictures from the gala. Since when do you know the Henderson family?" Translation: I ruined her image. But now she sees I have access to wealthy people she wants to impress, so she's willing to feign interest in my life. I left it on read. A few days later, Sarah texted, "Okay Marcus, joke's over. Dad wants to know who is funding your new projects. He said there's no way you're securing these contracts alone. He has some investor friends who might be willing to buy a stake in your little company if you apologize for the birthday stunt." Translation: they couldn't fathom that I was succeeding on my own merit. They needed to believe I had a wealthy backer, and my dad wanted to swoop in, take control, and take the credit. I left it on read. During this time, I landed the biggest whale of my career. One of my clients, a venture capitalist named Harrison, was so impressed with the custom automated hidden vault I built for his home that he took me out to lunch. "Marcus," Harrison said, swirling his scotch, "the craftsmanship you have is a dying art. But the way you integrate modern smart home technology into classic woodwork, that is the future. I want to partner with you. I'll inject $600,000 of capital to expand AITA Custom Restorations into a regional powerhouse. We'll target the luxury remote worker migration happening out west. Specifically, Colorado." I almost choked on my steak. "Colorado?" "Yes." Harrison smiled. "Boulder, Aspen, Telluride. Tech money is flooding in, and they want custom luxury. I have the network. You have the talent. We split the new division 60/40. You keep full creative control." It was the universe handing me a golden ticket. I signed the paperwork 3 days later. With the partnership secured, Clara and I went into overdrive. We spent our evenings quietly packing our lives into cardboard boxes. We sold our house off-market to a young couple for cash, negotiating a flexible move-out date. We told the kids we were going on a grand adventure to the mountains. The night before we left, the moving truck was fully loaded, sitting quietly in the driveway. The house was empty, echoing with our footsteps. I sat on the floor of my former living room, opened my phone, and went to the family group chat. It had been dormant for weeks. I didn't write a manifesto. I didn't hurl insults. I simply uploaded a single photo, the signed partnership agreement with Harrison's venture capital firm, showing the $600,000 investment and the new company address in Boulder, Colorado. Underneath the photo, I typed one sentence. "I guess the blue-collar loser figured it out. Have a nice life." Then, I hit leave group. I went into my settings and systematically blocked every single member of my immediate family: my dad, my mom, Sarah, Chloe, their husbands. I blocked them on my phone, Clara's phone, email, and all social media platforms. I severed the digital cord with a surgical precision. The next morning, we drove away as the sun rose over the Ohio highway. I rolled the window down, letting the crisp morning air rush in. I looked at Clara in the passenger seat. She had her feet on the dash and a serene smile on her face. From the back seat, Leo and Mia were chattering excitedly about seeing bears and mountains. For the first time in my 39 years on this earth, my chest felt completely light. The suffocating weight of my family's expectations, their judgment, their constant belittling, it was gone. Left behind, in the dust of the Midwest. We arrived in Boulder, and Evan's house was even better than promised. The workshop was massive. I unpacked my tools, and immediately got to work. The first year in Colorado was a blur of absolute, unmitigated success. Harrison's network proved to be a goldmine. I was building custom ski chalets, outfitting millionaire retreats with invisible tech, and hiring a crew of 10 highly skilled craftsmen, who I paid exceptionally well. AITA Custom Restorations cleared $2.5 million in revenue in our first 12 months. Clara got a job at a progressive, highly funded private school that treated her like an educational expert, paying her double what she made in Ohio. Leo joined a travel hockey team, and Mia started competitive gymnastics. We bought a dog, a goofy golden retriever mix. We spent our weekends hiking the Flatirons, breathing in the thin, clean mountain air. We were happy. Genuinely, deeply happy. Occasionally, Evan would give me updates on the circus back in Ohio. When I had dropped that photo in the chat and vanished, my family had apparently lost their collective minds. My dad had tried to call my old business line, only to find it disconnected. My mother had driven to our house, only to find the new owners painting the front door. They spun a narrative, of course. They told their country club friends that I had suffered a mental breakdown, and fled the state, abandoning my responsibilities. They claimed the $600,000 contract was a scam I had fallen for. It was easier for them to believe I was insane than to accept that I had outgrown them. But the truth has a funny way of catching up to people who build their lives on lies. I thought I had written the final chapter of my family drama. I thought I would just live out my days in the mountains, getting rich and watching my kids grow up. I severely underestimated the universe's sense of irony. About 18 months after we moved to Boulder, I was in my office reviewing blueprints for a massive lodge renovation when my phone buzzed. It was an unknown number with an Ohio area code. Usually, I let those go to voicemail, but I was waiting on a call from a specialty lumber supplier back east. I picked it up. Hello? There was heavy breathing on the other end. Then, a shaky, tearful voice. Marcus. Please don't hang up. Please. It was Chloe. My younger sister. The one with the company Porsche, and the penthouse. I froze. My thumb hovered over the end call button, but the sheer desperation in her voice made me pause. She didn't sound arrogant. She sounded broken. How did you get this number? I asked coldly. Julian, she sobbed. I went to his office and begged him for an hour. Marcus, everything is gone. Everything is completely gone. I leaned back in my leather chair. What are you talking about? And then, the dam broke, and the entire pathetic, horrifying story spilled out. Remember how my dad was a commercial investment broker who made a killing in the 90s? Well, it turns out, the market had changed, but his expensive lifestyle hadn't. To keep up appearances, to keep paying for the country club memberships, the leased Mercedes, and the subsidies for my sister's extravagant lives, my dad had started cutting corners. Then, he started crossing lines. For the past 5 years, he had been running a sophisticated wire fraud and embezzlement scheme. He was siphoning funds from new investor capital to pay off older investors and skimming millions off the top to fund his personal accounts. It was a classic, textbook Ponzi scheme disguised as commercial real estate development. 2 months ago, the house of cards collapsed. A massive commercial deal fell through, an audit was triggered, and the SEC came knocking. They raided the office, Marcus, Chloe cried, her voice echoing hollowly over the line. The FBI raided the house. They seized everything. The bank accounts are frozen. The cars were repossessed. Dad is facing federal indictments. He's looking at 5 to 10 years in federal prison. I sat in stunned silence. The great, infallible patriarch of the family. The man who called me a loser, because I worked with my hands. He was a common thief. And what about you and Sarah? I asked, my voice devoid of sympathy. It's a disaster, she choked out. The feds realized Dad had been funneling illicit money into our accounts. They seized my penthouse. My company fired me the second the news broke. Sarah's husband's law firm forced him to resign to avoid the PR nightmare. They are foreclosing on Sarah's house. The empire hadn't just crumbled. It had been nuked from orbit. Why are you calling me, Chloe? I asked, staring out my window at the snow-capped peaks. Because we have nowhere else to go, she whispered. Dad's lawyers drained whatever clean money was left. Mom is a wreck. We pooled our last few $1,000s in cash. We are driving to Colorado. We thought, since you have that big company now, maybe you could give Dad a job consulting? Or I could do your sales. Marcus, we are family. We need you. The sheer, unadulterated audacity of it physically took my breath away. They had treated me like garbage for nearly 40 years. They had humiliated me, mocked my wife, and uninvited me from my own mother's birthday, because I wasn't successful enough. And now, stripped of their stolen wealth, facing prison and poverty, they wanted to leech off the very success they had mocked. I felt a cold, dark smile spread across my face. Chloe, I said softly. Yes, Marcus, we are just past Kansas. Do you remember the text Dad sent to the group chat? The one where he called me a total failure and told me not to come to the party? Silence on the line. Do you remember what you replied, Chloe? I pressed, my voice dropping an octave. You told Dad you were glad I wasn't coming, because Clara's clothes were mortifying. Marcus, please, I was just playing along. You made your bed, I interrupted, my tone absolute ice. All of you. You built your entire identities on money that wasn't even real. You worshipped status and treated people like dirt. And now, you have nothing. Do not come to Boulder. Do not look for me. I have no family in Ohio. Marcus, you can't do this. Mom is crying in the back seat. We have no money, she screamed, panic fully setting in. Then I suggest Dad learns how to swing a hammer, I said. I hear construction pays well if you're willing to work hard. I hung up. I immediately called Julian, chewed him out for giving away my number, and changed it that afternoon. I told Clara everything that night. She sat in shock, her hand covering her mouth as I relayed the details of the FBI raid and the fraud. Oh my God, she whispered. Are they really coming here? It's a big state, I said, pulling her close. Even if they do, they can't touch us. We are protected. We are safe. A month passed. The news broke nationally on a few financial blogs. I read the articles with a morbid fascination. My father's face, looking haggard and terrified, plastered across the screen under the headline, Prominent Ohio Broker, Indicted in $15 M Real Estate Fraud. Then, the surreal climax of this entire saga happened. It was a rainy Tuesday afternoon. I was downtown in Boulder, grabbing a quick lunch at a cheap, greasy spoon diner, I liked to frequent when I wanted a simple burger. The place was known for its $6.99 lunch specials. It was the exact kind of place my parents would have previously burned to the ground rather than step foot inside. I was sitting in a booth in the back, sipping a coffee, when the bell above the door chimed. I looked up. Walking through the door, dripping wet from the rain, were my mother and father. I froze, sinking lower into the vinyl booth. They looked unrecognizable. My father, who used to strut around in custom Italian suits, was wearing a faded, oversized windbreaker and cheap, scuffed sneakers. He had aged 20 years. His posture was stooped, his face gray and hollow. My mother, the queen of the country club, was wearing a threadbare sweater. Her dyed blonde hair was showing 2 inches of gray roots. They looked small, frail, broken. They sat down at a small table near the window. I watched as my mother picked up the laminated menu, her hands shaking slightly. They ordered 1 bowl of soup and a side of fries to share. They asked the waitress for extra tap water. I sat there, watching the architects of my childhood misery splitting a $5 bowl of diner soup. Part of me, the angry, wounded kid inside, wanted to walk over there. I wanted to slam my platinum business card on their table. I wanted to show them the keys to my $80,000 customized truck parked outside. I wanted to scream, "Look at me. Look at the blue-collar loser now." But as I watched my father carefully divide the fries, making sure my mother got exactly half, the anger just evaporated. There was no triumph in confronting them. There was no joy in kicking a dying dog. They were living in a hell of their own creation. The federal trial was looming. They had lost their friends, their status, their stolen wealth, and their dignity. Confronting them would mean giving them my energy. It would mean acknowledging that they still mattered to me. And the beautiful, profound truth was, they didn't. I didn't care anymore. I was completely, fundamentally indifferent to their existence. I caught the waitress's eye. I gestured for the check. When she brought it over, I pulled out a $100 bill. "Keep the change," I told her quietly. "And see that older couple by the window? Pay for their meal. But do not tell them who paid. Just tell them it's covered." The waitress smiled. "That's really sweet of you, hon." "It's not sweet," I thought as I stood up. "It's closure." I pulled my collar up, pulled my baseball cap low, and walked out the back exit of the diner into the rain. I climbed into my truck, started the engine, and listened to the low, powerful rumble. I drove back to my massive house, to my beautiful wife who loved me when I had nothing, to my kids who viewed me as their hero, and to a business I built with my own 2 hands and honest sweat. I heard through Evan a few weeks later that my parents had moved into a rundown trailer park on the absolute outskirts of the county. My dad was awaiting trial with a public defender. Sarah and Chloe were living in a cramped apartment in Denver, working entry-level retail jobs to survive. They are living out their worst nightmares, trapped in the very socio-economic class they spent their entire lives mocking. And me? I'm sitting on my wraparound porch, watching the sun set over the Rocky Mountains, drinking a cold beer, and getting ready to build a treehouse for my kids this weekend. The best revenge isn't destroying your enemies. The best revenge is realizing you don't even need to look in the rearview mirror anymore, because the road ahead is too damn beautiful. Thanks for reading. "Why an Uber?" Grandpa asked. Mom smiled. "Bro needed your SUV more. He called the cops for grand theft and changed his $1 million will at the table." The Uber driver's tires crunched on gravel at precisely 7:15 p.m. On a Friday in November, the sound seemed like a statement I wasn't prepared to make. I looked through the window at Grandpa Xavier's house. White columns, clipped hedges, and warm golden light streaming through every window like a welcome card. The kind of residence where family dinners were held every Friday. Until lately, I had always felt welcome in this house. I paid the driver, tipped him using the app, and headed up the stone pathway, carrying a bottle of wine I'd purchased expressly because Mom remarked last week that Grandpa was running out on his favorite Malbec. I was always making tiny gestures to alleviate the sense that I was always getting in the way. My entire life, I'd been the easy child, the one who didn't make a fuss, who understood, and whose needs were adaptable, negotiable, and postponable. When we were youngsters, Asher had first pick of everything. Mom said he got car sick in the rear seat, so he sat in the front seat, even though he never did. He preferred the larger bedroom because he was older and need more space. The better Christmas presents since he was more social and required nice items to preserve his image among peers. When I was 16, I saved up for a used game console. Mom borrowed it for Asher's birthday party since his buddies were eager to play. "And you won't be utilizing it that weekend anyway." It never returned. She had given it to him. When I asked about it 3 weeks later, she appeared perplexed. "You said he could have it," she persisted. I hadn't, but arguing made me the difficult one. When Asher graduated from college, the family planned a large party at a country club, booked a venue, invited 100 guests, and provided an open bar, live music, and other amenities. When I finished with honors in 3 years rather than 4, 7 of us went to Applebee's for supper. Mom explained that Asher overcome more challenges, and his achievement was more significant because he battled more in school. The pattern has always been present. I just didn't want to view it clearly until the car. The front door was unlocked. It was always for family meals. I came in, and the fragrance of roasted chicken enveloped me, making my stomach grumble. I had skipped lunch to work on a website makeover for a client. The dining room was already filled. My mother, Kennedy, sat closest to the kitchen. Her auburn hair was tied back in the stiff bun she preferred. My stepfather, Wyatt, sat next to her, looking through his phone like he often did until the dinner arrived. My older brother, Asher, stood across from them, dressed casually and confidently in a button-down shirt that probably cost more than my rent. And at the head of the table, Grandpa Xavier Crane, 74, sat like a beneficent king, surveying his dominion. His white hair was carefully brushed back, and his blue eyes were sharp for his age. "There's my boy," Grandpa said as he saw me, his face lighting up. I smiled. "Hey, Grandpa, brought you some wine." "You didn't have to do that," he said. But he was already reaching for it, inspecting the label with satisfaction. Then he looked beyond me to the front door and the empty driveway where my car should have been parked. His brow wrinkled. "Mateo," he inquired, his tone becoming confused. "Why did you arrive in an Uber? What happened to the SUV we bought you for your 25th birthday?" The room became silent, as if someone had sucked all the oxygen out. Heat crept up my neck. My stomach sank. I opened my mouth and nothing came out. Before I could say anything, my mother broke the stillness. Calm, practiced, and agreeable. "Oh, Dad," Kennedy replied carelessly, waving her hand dismissively. Asher needed it more. The words landed like stones. Grandpa's expression did not shift instantly. He just sat there, absorbing. Asher did not appear astonished or uncomfortable. He merely sipped his wine, eyes down, as if everything was usual. I stared at my mother. "You what?" Kennedy maintained the same pleasant face. "Asher's automobile died last week. Complete transmission failure. He has critical client meetings. Real career obligations. You work from home creating websites. You do not need an unused SUV in your parking lot." Grandpa's jaw relaxed. Wyatt's eyes flashed between us, like if he were watching a tennis match. My cousin Piper, who I hadn't spotted sitting at the far end, had stopped chewing in the middle of the bite. "That SUV is the 2025 Toyota Highlander in gunmetal gray. On my 25th birthday 9 months ago, Grandpa handed me the keys and told me he wanted me to be secure and independent. It was the first gift that felt completely mine, not a family gift with strings attached. Mine. And Mom had just reassigned it. I never agreed to that," I muttered. Kennedy's smile tightened slightly, as if I was being difficult. "Mateo, this is family. We share. That is what families do. Asher needs it more urgently than you do. It's not personal." Grandpa's hands, which had been lying on the white tablecloth, went very still. His eyes kept on my mother, and something in his expression shifted, like a door closing or a choice being taken in real time. He pushed his chair back. The scrape of wood on hardwood was loud in the silence, and with the entire room holding its breath, Grandpa Xavier stood up slowly and said, "Kennedy, bring me the keys to Mateo's SUV. Right now." My mother's face held its pleasant shape for too long, as if she thought this was a joke she hadn't figured out. Then she understood Grandpa wasn't joking. His expression was carved from granite. "Dad," she murmured, lowering her voice to the tone she used when she tried to appear sensible. "It is already handled. Asher has the automobile. It's fine," Grandpa said without raising his voice, which was scarier. My stomach turned when I heard my name used as a bargaining chip, as if my needs were negotiable. "I'm not the one who took something that wasn't hers without asking." Asher's cheeks flushed red. "Grandpa, it's temporary. I needed it. Mateo doesn't even drive every day. He works from home. It makes more sense for me to have it until my car is fixed." "So, you do have it?" Grandpa asked flatly. "At my apartment," Asher admitted. "I drove it to work today." Kennedy stood up, her chair scraping. "Dad, be reasonable. Asher has clients and important meetings. You want your grandson to lose his job because he doesn't have reliable transportation?" Grandpa's gaze sharpened. "Then you find a solution that doesn't involve stealing from your other son." He turned to Wyatt. "Did you know about this?" Wyatt cleared his throat, looking uneasy for the first time. Kennedy said it was fine. She'd talked to Mateo about it. Mateo wouldn't mind sharing because he doesn't use the car often. "I did mind," I said louder than I meant to, my voice cracking slightly. "You didn't even ask me. You simply snatched my keys while I was sleeping and gave them to Asher." I awoke to find my automobile gone. I had to take an Uber to a client meeting. Kennedy's nostrils flared. We didn't take it, Mateo. It's remaining in the family. Stop being dramatic. This is exactly why you need to grow up. You have no idea how the real world works. Reagan. It's 8 p.m. on a Friday. Grandpa pulled out his phone, and the entire room fell silent as he tapped the screen with steady fingers and placed a call on speaker. Xavier Crane, said a professional woman's voice, crisp and efficient. This must be important, Grandpa said, his voice formal. Reagan, I need you to do 2 things tonight. First, report my 2025 Toyota Highlander gray license plate 7XRT449 as unauthorized use, as the vehicle was taken without the intended recipient's permission. Second, email my estate attorney, Thomas Garrett, and schedule an emergency meeting for 9 a.m. tomorrow. My mother's face was drained of color, actual color, as if someone had pulled a plug. Dad, what are you doing? I'm doing what I should have done the moment I realized you confuse family with entitlement. Asher sat up straight, his wine glass frozen halfway to his mouth. Grandpa, unauthorized use. That's what it is. I bought that car for Mateo as a birthday present, and the title is still in my name because I wanted to handle the insurance for the first year. I promised Mateo that I'd transfer the title at the end of the year, but he looked at Kennedy after he'd had time to get used to it. Then Asher used that detail as a loophole. You took his keys, handed them to Asher, and expected me to smile because you wrapped it in words like needed and sharing. Kennedy's mouth opened and closed, no sound came out, and Wyatt looked like he'd been punched. Reagan's voice crackled through the phone speaker. Mr. Crane. Do you want me to contact the local police department about the unauthorized use? Grandpa didn't hesitate. Yes. You're calling the police on your own daughter? Kennedy's voice rose to a shriek. On your grandson? Grandpa leaned forward, both hands flat on the table. No, Kennedy, I'm calling them on thieves. Family or not, theft is theft. Asher's eyes widened, Piper dropped her fork, and Wyatt's face turned red. This is insane, Asher protested, finding his voice. Grandpa, it's a car. We're family. You can't seriously. Exactly, Grandpa interrupted. We're family, and family doesn't take what isn't theirs and then shame the person who was wronged for being upset about it. Kennedy stood up, her chair screeching backwards. Dad, stop this right now. Think about what you're doing. Mateo will be embarrassed. This will cause problems. I almost laughed. I would be embarrassed. I'd been taking Ubers for a week, watching my bank account drain, trying to figure out how to ask for my car back without causing drama, and she was worried about me being embarrassed now. Grandpa pointed to the foyer. Mateo arrived in an Uber tonight because you stripped his independence without even having the basic decency to ask him first. You didn't discuss it, you didn't negotiate, you just took, and the embarrassment belongs exactly where the behavior belongs, with the people who did the taking. Mr. Reagan's voice came through again. Crane, I'm making the call now, officers should arrive within 20 minutes. Thank you, Reagan. Wait. Kennedy's voice cracked. Dad, please think about this. Think about the family. Thanksgiving is in 2 weeks. You're going to ruin everything over a car. I'm not ruining anything, Grandpa said quietly. You already did that when you decided Mateo's property was communal just because he's the younger son, the quiet one, the one who doesn't make waves. Wyatt stood up and said, Xavier, maybe we can work this out privately. Asher can return the car tonight. We don't need police involved. This is family business. You would have handled it like family, Grandpa said. You would have asked Mateo. You would have offered to help Asher rent a car. You would have done anything except steal, but you didn't, so now it's legal business. 17 minutes later, headlights swept across the windows, and red and blue lights reflected off the white columns of Grandpa's house, as a police cruiser rolled into the circular driveway. Grandpa approached the door calmly, as if greeting dinner guests, and opened it before the officers could knock. 2 officers stood there, the older one, perhaps 50, with the nameplate SGTR. Mitchell had the look of someone who'd seen everything, and the younger one, late 22nds, with Officer D. Park on her nameplate, had a notebook out. Good evening, Grandpa said. Thanks for coming. I'm Xavier Crane. I reported unlawful car use. Sergeant Mitchell nodded. Mr. Crane, could you please clarify the situation? Grandpa stepped aside and motioned them in. They entered the foyer, taking in the scene, the interrupted dinner, the frozen family members, and the tension thick enough to cut. I purchased a 2025 Toyota Highlander as a birthday gift for my grandson, Mateo, 9 months ago, Grandpa explained clearly. The vehicle was intended solely for him. The title is currently in my name for insurance purposes, but it was explicitly given to him. 1 week ago, my daughter Kennedy and my other grandson, Asher took the vehicle without Mateo's knowledge or consent. Mateo had to take an Uber here tonight because his car was in Asher's possession. Kennedy stepped forward, her voice shaking, and said, "Officers, this is a misunderstanding. It's a family vehicle, we're just sharing it within the family. My father is overreacting to a simple arrangement." Officer Park gently but firmly asked, "Ma'am, who currently has the vehicle?" Asher stood up slowly. "It's at my apartment. But I'm family. Grandpa bought it. And it's not like I stole a stranger's car." Sergeant Mitchell explained that the vehicle was given as a gift to a specific individual. And even though the title is in Mr. Crane, do you have documentation proving this was a gift to Mateo specifically? "Yes," Grandpa said. Asher slowly pulled the keys from his pocket and held them up. "I have them, but Mom gave them to me. She took them from Mateo's apartment." He took out his phone, tapped it a few times, and then showed them a photo from Mateo's birthday dinner 9 months ago. "I'm giving him the keys. And the card in the photo reads, 'For your independence and safety. Love, Grandpa.' I also have the purchase receipt, the insurance policy that names Mateo as the primary driver, and a draft title transfer document that my attorney prepared for December 31st. Sergeant Mitchell studied the phone and nodded. "Mr. Crane, what outcome are you looking for here? I want the vehicle returned to Mateo as soon as possible tonight, and I want both sets of keys, the primary and the spare." Asher's voice cracked. "I needed it. My transmission had failed. I can't afford repairs right now." "Then you ask for help," Grandpa said, turning to face him. "There's a difference." Officer Park looked at Asher. "Sir, where is the vehicle currently located?" "My apartment, Riverside Complex on Morrison Street, Unit 3B. "We'll need you to return it tonight," Mitchell said. "Mr. Crane, do you want to press charges?" The room held its breath. Grandpa looked at me. "Really? Mateo? It's your car. Your decision." Everyone turned to stare at me. Kennedy's eyes were pleading. Asher looked terrified. Wyatt looked resigned. Piper was texting furiously, most likely telling the rest of the family. I thought about all the times I'd been overlooked. "I don't want to press charges," I finally said. "I just want my car back tonight with both keys. And I want Mom to know she can't just take my things." Kennedy's shoulders sagged with relief. "Thank you, Mateo." My needs were considered negotiable, while Asher's were urgent, and I'd kept quiet to keep the peace. "See, we can work this out." "I'm not done," I interrupted, and the room went quiet again. I also wanted clear that this doesn't happen again, not with my car, not with anything else. I'm not a kid anymore, and my things are mine. If you need something, you ask, not take. Sergeant Mitchell nodded. "Okay, Mr. Asher Crane. If you do not return the vehicle to this address within the next 2 hours, we will file a report and Mr. Xavier Crane will be able to pursue charges." Asher nodded mutely. "And ma'am," Officer Park said, looking at Kennedy. "Taking someone's property without permission, even if it is family, can result in criminal charges in the future. Even if your intentions were good, the law doesn't discriminate based on relationship." Kennedy's face was red, humiliated, and angry, but she nodded. The officers left, and Grandpa closed the door behind them. The dining room was silent, except for the sound of cooling food and quiet breathing. Kennedy turned to me. "Are you happy now? You caused your grandfather to call the police on his own family. You humiliated us over a car." I said, my voice steady despite my shaking hands. "You did. Grandpa just refused to pretend it was normal. You could have just shared." "I would have," I said louder, "if you'd asked. If you'd told me Asher needed help. If you'd treated me like an adult with agency instead of just taking what you wanted, but you didn't ask. You took my keys while I was asleep. You handed them to Asher. When my client inquired why I needed a ride, you made me appear ridiculous. You didn't even inform me till I noticed the car was gone." Wyatt spoke up quietly. "Kennedy is correct. You should have inquired." Kennedy glared on him. "Don't you start. You agreed this was fine, and I agreed because you said Mateo knew about it." Wyatt shot back. "You lied to me, too." Grandpa walked back to the table, but instead of returning to the head, he pulled out the chair next to me and sat down. "Mateo," he said softly. "I'm sorry you felt alone in this family. I should have noticed earlier." My throat was tight. "You notice now that matters." He put his hand over mine. "Your grandmother would be ashamed. She hated favoritism. She hated when people took advantage of the quiet ones." Asher stood up. "I should go get the car." "Yes." Grandpa said. "You should. And Asher, tomorrow morning, you and I are going to have a conversation about what help looks like when it doesn't harm someone else." Asher left without looking at me, and Piper stood up as well. I should probably leave. This was getting intense. After she left, it was just the 5 of us, me, Grandpa, Kennedy, Wyatt, and a table full of cold food. I believe Grandpa said we needed to have a family meeting, a real one about patterns, about respect, about how this family operates, because what happened tonight shouldn't have been necessary. Dad. Kennedy started tomorrow, Grandpa said firmly. 2 p.m. At my house. You, Wyatt, Asher, and Mateo. We're going to talk about why you thought this was acceptable, and we're going to talk about what changes. If I don't want to come, Kennedy asked, her voice cold. Grandpa stood up. But you should know that I've scheduled a meeting with Thomas Garrett, my estate attorney, tomorrow morning. I'm reviewing my will, my trusts, and I'm making certain that the people who benefit from my estate respect boundaries and treat one another with basic decency. Kennedy's face turned white. You're threatening to cut me out. Grandpa looked at me and said, I'm not threatening anything. I'm informing you that I'm reviewing everything. If you think taking from Mateo is acceptable, then you need to understand that there are consequences. Maybe not from him, because he's too kind to fight back, but from me, I don't tolerate theft, manipulation, or treating one grandchild's needs as less important than another's. Mateo, you're welcome to stay here tonight. The guest room is always ready, or I can drive you home when your car arrives. I'll wait for my car, I said quietly. Good. He smiled at me. I'll keep you company. Kennedy and Wyatt left 20 minutes later, their exit silent and stiff, and the dinner roasted chicken, mashed potatoes, green beans sat untouched and cold on the table. Grandpa started putting food in containers. I'm sorry, I said. I didn't mean to ruin dinner. You didn't ruin anything, Grandpa said firmly. Your mother did. I'm just sorry I didn't notice it sooner. How long has this been going on? I thought about it. Really thought about it. My whole life, I guess. Asher gets first choice. He gets the benefit of the doubt. Grandpa said he was loading the dishwasher with practiced efficiency, and your grandmother always said that the quiet ones get overlooked, so I promised to keep an eye out for that. I'm supposed to be understanding, flexible, and the easy one, but that's not going to happen anymore. What are you going to do? He turned to face me. I'm meeting with Thomas Garrett tomorrow morning to revise my will. Everything is currently split equally between your mother and Uncle David, but that's changing. Grandpa, you don't have to. I want to. He said, not because I'm angry, though I am, but because I'm clear now. Your mother sees assets, not people. She sees resources to be allocated, not relationships to be nurtured. Until she learns the difference, she will not benefit from my estate. As for Asher, he made a choice tonight. He took something that wasn't his and justified it by saying he needed it more. This is not how adults behave. At 10:47 p.m., headlights swept across the windows again, but this time there were no red and blue lights, just a gray Toyota Highlander pulling into the driveway. I stood up, my hands shaking, and Grandpa placed his hand on my shoulder. Do you want me to come with you? No, I've got this. I walked outside. Asher was getting out of the driver's seat. He looked exhausted and defeated. Here, he said, holding out both sets of keys. Main key and spare, tank's full. I was going to fill it anyway. I took the keys. They felt heavy in my hand. Real. I'm sorry, Asher said quietly. I didn't think, I just needed transportation, and Mom said it was fine. So I didn't ask. You should have questioned it. I said it was my car. You should have asked me. I know. He looked at the ground. I've been thinking about it all night, about how many times I've just taken things and assumed you'd be fine with it. Mom always said you didn't mind, but I did. I said, I just didn't know how to fight back without being the bad guy. You're not the evil guy tonight, Asher replied, finally looking at me. I am, and I apologize. Really sorry. I wanted to stay angry, to make him feel worse. But as I looked at him, I saw something I hadn't expected. Guilt. Real shame. Don't do it again, I pleaded, not with my property or anyone else's. If you need help, ask, but don't take it. I won't, he replied. And Mateo, I'm paying for the Ubers, however many you had to take this week, bring me the receipts. You don't have to, I do, he said. I cost you money, convenience, and embarrassment. I owe you more than gas money, but it's a start. He turned and walked to a Honda Civic parked at the curb, presumably a rental or borrowed from a friend. I got in my car, started the engine, felt the familiar rumble. When I pulled forward to leave, Grandpa was standing in the doorway, raising his hand in a wave, and I waved back. I drove home feeling lighter than I had in weeks, perhaps years. The next morning, at 10:47 a.m., my phone rang. Grandpa, meeting with Thomas is done, he said. New will is drafted, and it's a doozy. What did you do? Thomas Garrett, my estate attorney for 32 years, Helped me build my entire estate plan. When your grandmother was still alive, he thought I was harsh. I think I'm being clear. How harsh? I'm splitting my estate 3 ways now, instead of 2, 1/3 to your Uncle David, who has never had problems with boundaries. 1/3 to you in a trust that gives you full control when you turn 30. And 1/3 to your mother in a restricted trust with very specific conditions. What kind of conditions? Grandpa's voice was firm. She receives enough income from the trust to sustain a comfortable lifestyle, but she is unable to touch the principal, liquidate assets, or redirect funds. This is crucial. If she ever takes something from you without your permission again, whether it is a car, a book, or a coffee mug, the trust will collapse. My stomach dropped. Grandpa, that's fair. He interrupted. Thomas put something in there called an anti-abuse clause, which he's used in cases involving family members with boundary issues. In this case, you're the vulnerable beneficiary. Not because you're weak, but because you're too nice. You don't fight back, so I'm fighting for you. What did the attorney say? Thomas questioned if I was sure. He said it was an aggressive action that may cause family fissures. I told him the family was already broken. I was simply accepting reality. He drafted it, and we had it witnessed by 2 of his paralegals, Linda Chen, who has been with his firm for 18 years, and Marcus Patel, who has been with it for 7 years. When does Mom find out? There will be a family meeting at 2 p.m. She knows there will be a meeting, but she doesn't know why. I want everyone to attend, including you, your mother, Wyatt and Asher. I felt sick. This is going to explode. It already exploded, Grandpa said gently, last night when I had to call the police because your mother stole from you. We're just dealing with the aftermath now. What did Mom say? I don't know yet. The family meeting is at 2 p.m. Will you be there? I considered it. The family meeting was tense from the moment I walked in at 1:57 p.m. Mom was already there, sitting stiffly on Grandpa's leather couch. Wyatt sat next to her, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else, and Asher arrived 2 minutes later, his eyes red as if he'd been crying. Grandpa sat in his big armchair by the fireplace, which had been his spot for as long as I could remember, with a folder in his lap, official-looking documents visible inside. Thank you all for coming, Grandpa said formally. We need to talk about what happened last night, and more importantly, we need to talk about patterns. Mom's face tightened. Dad, if this is about the car, I've already apologized. You haven't, I said quietly. You said, sorry for the misunderstanding. That's not the same thing, Mom's eyes flashed. I'm sorry you felt hurt by a practical arrangement. See, that's the problem, Grandpa interrupted. Let me be quite clear about what occurred. You entered his residence using a spare key. You snatched his automobile keys without his knowledge or consent. You handed them to Asher. When Mateo found his car was missing and contacted you, you did not apologize. You told him to take an Uber since his needs were not as essential as Asher's. Kennedy said defensively, Asher's car was broken. What was I supposed to do? Allow him to miss work? Can you help him rent a car? Grandpa spoke. Would you lend him your car? Do you drive him to meetings yourself? Any option that did not entail taking from Mateo. But you didn't even examine such choices since you believe Mateo's property isn't truly his. It's shared family resources that can be reallocated as needed. Mom's face turned red. That's not how I think. Let me show you something, Grandpa said. He opened the folder and took out a piece of paper. I instructed Mateo to jot down instances where family members infringed his belongings or boundaries. There were times when he was overlooked in favor of Asher. He sent me this list this morning. Would you like to know how long it is? It's time, Dad. Mom started. Grandpa reported 25 incidences dating back to age 8. The game console was borrowed and never returned. The college graduation party was downsized to Applebee's. When Asher's computer failed, Mom retrieved the laptop from his apartment and gave it to him. I did not ask, just took. Mateo's room request was handed to Asher's girlfriend since she required a better view. Mateo's wants were negotiated 25 times, according to records. While Asher's was considered as urgent, his voice remained quiet. I was unaware of all of these. That's because Mateo never complained, Grandpa explained. He remained quiet. He was the easy one. The one who understood. The one who didn't make waves. And you, he looked at Mom. You took advantage of that over and over until last night, when I finally saw it clearly. Mom's hands were shaking. I never meant to hurt him. Asher needed things. I was just trying to help. At Mateo's expense, Grandpa flatly stated. Every time. And here's what's going to change. I met with my estate attorney, Thomas Garrett, this morning, and I've revised my will. The room went absolutely silent. I'm not cutting you out, Kennedy, Grandpa continued. But I'm protecting Matteo. Your inheritance will be in a restricted trust, and you'll have income for life but no access to principal. You will not be able to redirect funds, and if you ever take anything from Matteo again, no matter how small, the entire trust will collapse, with everything remaining going directly to Matteo. Mom's face turned white. You're punishing me. I'm protecting your son from you. Grandpa corrected. Because obviously, you won't do it yourself. This is insane, Mom said, standing up, her voice rising. You're destroying this family over a car. No, I said, finding my voice. You destroyed trust. Grandpa's just responding to reality. Mom turned on me. So, you're happy now? You got your grandfather to turn against me, threatening my inheritance, all because you couldn't just share a car for a few weeks. It wasn't a few weeks, I said, my voice steady despite the shaking in my hands. It was indefinite. You never intended to give it back. Asher was driving it like it was his. You told people it was the family car now. I overheard you on the phone with Aunt Rachel saying Asher needed it more than I did, so you redistributed resources. Mom's mouth opened and closed. You were listening to my phone calls. You were on speakerphone in Grandpa's driveway 2 days ago when I said I was driving up for our weekly lunch. You told Aunt Rachel that I didn't really need a car because I work from home. That Asher's career was more important. And that I was overly concerned with ownership. Grandpa stood up. Kennedy, I'm going to say it again. Matteo is your son, not your resource allocation problem, not your backup plan, not your spare parts for Asher's life. He's your son. Start treating him like it, or accept the consequences. Wyatt spoke for the first time, and Kennedy, he's right. I've been watching this for 2 years since we got married. You treat the boys differently. I've tried to bring it up privately. You always have reasons and explanations, but they're excuses. It's obvious that you favor Asher. Mom rounded on him. Don't you dare. I'm not done, Wyatt said, his voice firmer than I'd ever heard it. You lied to me last night, telling me Matteo knew about the car when he said he didn't. You lied to me to get me to go along with taking his property, and that makes me complicit in theft, which I'm not okay with. Asher stood up abruptly. This is also my fault. I took the car and used it. I knew Matteo didn't really agree, but he didn't fight back. He never fights back, and I've been taking advantage of that my entire life. He looked at me. Matteo, I'm sorry for everything, not just the vehicle, for every time I stole something from you and kept it, for every time I got first choice, and didn't question it. For every time you were neglected, and I allowed it happen because it benefited me. His voice cracked. You are my little brother. I meant to look out for you, but I've been taking from you for 24 years. The room was silent except for Mom's quiet tears. Grandpa sat back down. This is what occurs now. The will has altered. The trust is founded. The repercussions are clear. Kennedy, you've got a choice. You can recognize that your habit of favoritism was bad and seek to alter it, or you can keep doing what you've been doing and face the financial consequences. In any case, the taking must end today, now, and forever. He stared at me. Matteo, you have full permission from me, this family gathering, and everyone in this room to say no, maintain your boundaries, and advocate for yourself. You don't have to be easy anymore. You do not need to be understanding. You do not need to smooth things over. Your needs are equally important to those of others. My throat felt tight. Thank you. Mom looked up, mascara streaked across her face. Matteo, I love you. I do. I never intended to hurt you, but you did, I admitted gently. Over and over. And you never noticed since I didn't complain loudly enough. That is on both of us. Teach you obedience. Hubby laughed, stranding me in the rain. Brother rescued me. My lawyer froze, his $15 million. He woke up broke. Bye. From the outside looking in, Julian Vance was Seattle's golden boy, and I was the luckiest woman in the world to be his wife. He was a wildly successful hedge fund manager, polished, charismatic, and ruthlessly confident. At social events, charity galas, and corporate dinners, he would wrap his arm around my waist, introduce me as his better half, and smile that $1,000,000 smile that made neighbors admire him and colleagues envy him. We lived in a stunning multi-million-dollar home overlooking the water, drove luxury cars, and seemed to have the perfect life. But the moment our heavy oak front door clicked shut, the mask slipped. At home, Julian believed that absolute control was the only acceptable form of love, and blind obedience was the only measure of respect. It didn't start with shouting or violence. It started small, almost invisible, disguised as care and financial prudence. He would review our credit card statements and question my everyday purchases. He would ask why I chose organic produce when the regular vegetables were $2 cheaper, even though he had just spent $4,000 on a custom Italian suit. He called my volunteer work at the local animal shelter a massive waste of time. insisting my primary focus should be keeping our massive house in pristine condition for whenever he decided to bring clients over, unannounced. When I tried to push back, reminding him that I had a master's degree in marketing and used to have my own successful career, he would just laugh. A cold, dismissive laugh. He mocked my background, reminding me constantly that he was the one who earned the real money. He managed it, he grew it, and according to him, I only existed to spend it. The imbalance in our marriage grew slowly, like water eroding stone. Year after year, he chipped away at my independence. He convinced me to leave my job, claiming the late nights and travel were straining our marriage, and that he needed a wife who could support his demanding lifestyle. He asked me to let him handle all the joint accounts, claiming it would just avoid confusion and save me the headache of dealing with the taxes. Before I knew it, I was signing massive stacks of financial forms without reading them, entirely convinced it was just routine wealth management. At dinner parties, if I dared to contradict his opinions on politics or the economy, he would silence me with a sharp, terrifying look across the table. Over the course of 7 years, I became smaller, quieter, and more isolated, until I almost believed his version of me. I became a ghost in my own life. Yet, even in my darkest moments, a small, stubborn part of my brain knew something was deeply, fundamentally wrong. The way he dismissed my concerns, the way he made me feel incredibly foolish for asking simple questions about our mortgage. It wasn't a partnership. It was a dictatorship. And his absolute control over our finances was the iron foundation of his power. Julian thought he had successfully trained me to accept my place as a silent, pretty accessory. What he never realized was that I had finally woken up. I was paying attention, memorizing every single crack in his carefully constructed mask, and waiting for the exact right moment to rip it off completely. The first major crack in his polished world appeared on an ordinary Tuesday morning. I had logged into our joint checking account to pay a contractor for some landscaping work, and I noticed a sudden, unexplained withdrawal of $15,000. It wasn't categorized, and there was no invoice attached. When I calmly asked Julian about it that evening, he didn't just brush me off, he viciously waved his hand in my face, claiming it was a complex business expense that my brain simply wouldn't understand. His tone was razor sharp, acting as though my basic curiosity was a massive insult to his intelligence. That night, I lay awake staring at the ceiling, telling myself not to overthink it. But once your eyes are open to the inconsistencies, you can never unsee them. 3 days later, while changing the sheets in the guest bedroom, I found a heavy, expensive silk scarf tucked beneath the mattress. It was not mine. I didn't own anything like it. When I held it up to him later that day, I saw a brief flicker of sheer panic in his eyes, instantly replaced by irritation. He smoothly claimed it belonged to a wealthy client's wife who had too much wine and left it behind during a dinner party weeks ago. But the lie was too smooth, too rehearsed. My gut screamed that he was lying. That exact day, I stopped being the victim and started being the investigator. I bought a small leather-bound notebook and hid it inside a hollowed-out compartment of an old standing mixer in the back of the pantry, the one place in the house Julian would never look. Every odd bank withdrawal, every flimsy excuse, every late-night phone call he took in the garage, I wrote it down. At first, the pages were sparse, but within weeks, they were filled with dates, exact dollar amounts, and verbatim snippets of his gaslighting conversations. I also started using an old, deactivated smartphone to record our arguments, keeping it carefully hidden in the pocket of my cardigan. To anyone else, it might have looked like pure paranoia, but I knew better. Control always leaves traces. Lies always leave patterns. The missing $15,000 and the silk scarf were not isolated accidents, they were blaring alarms. I knew I couldn't fight a man like Julian alone. His entire world was built on intimidation and deep pockets. He had spent years convincing me that if I ever left, he would ruin me, take everything, and ensure no one would ever believe my side of the story. So, I silently reached out to the only 3 people on this earth I trusted completely. The first was my older brother, Leo. Leo is a former military communications technician who now runs a high-end private security firm. He understood exactly how to gather concrete evidence without drawing an ounce of suspicion. Under the guise of upgrading our home security system while Julian was away on a weekend golf trip, Leo installed completely undetectable, microscopic cameras in the living room, Julian's home office, and the hallway. He also set up a hidden router that cloned Julian's phone backups to a secure, encrypted server. Every late-night text, every secret visitor, every time Julian rifled through his personal safe, it was all perfectly preserved in high definition. The second ally was Maya Sharma, a brilliant forensic accountant I had met years earlier during a charity fundraiser. Maya specialized in uncovering financial abuse in high-net-worth divorces. When I called her from a burner phone and explained the situation, she didn't hesitate for a second. She began quietly tracking Julian's movements through the few accounts I still had access to. Using her software, she noticed a massive, sprawling pattern of small, structured transfers to shadow LLCs in Delaware, which then funneled money into offshore banks in the Cayman Islands and Switzerland. The deeper Maya dug, the more horrifying the reality became. Julian wasn't just hiding his bonus money from me. He was actively siphoning funds from his own hedge fund clients and building a massive, untraceable escape plan to leave me with absolutely nothing. Finally, there was Evelyn Croft. Evelyn was a ruthless, legendary family law attorney with a terrifying reputation for utterly dismantling wealthy men who weaponized their bank accounts against their spouses. Evelyn knew the legal system was slow and heavily biased toward whoever had the most money. She instructed me to keep documenting everything, to never, ever confront Julian directly, and to prepare for a massive, coordinated legal strike the absolute second we had bulletproof evidence. Together, the three of them formed my invisible army. Leo gave me the surveillance and physical protection. Maya uncovered the dizzying financial web of deceit. Evelyn plotted the legal execution. For 10 agonizing months, we worked in total secrecy, building a federal-level case brick by miserable brick. On the surface, I played the role of the beautiful, submissive wife, flawlessly. I smiled at Julian's obnoxious colleagues, I laughed at his degrading jokes, and I cooked his perfect dinners. But beneath that fragile facade, I was meticulously gathering the heavy artillery needed to completely vaporize his empire. He thought he held all the cards. What he didn't know was that I owned the casino. But as the investigation deepened, one discovery absolutely shattered my heart and almost broke my resolve. It wasn't just Julian hiding money or sleeping with his assistant. It was someone far closer, who had actively helped him betray me. My younger sister, Sophie. Sophie had been struggling for years with a severe, hidden gambling addiction. I knew about her occasional late-night calls asking for small loans to cover her rent, but I never realized how incredibly desperate and drowning in debt she had become. Maya was tracing a series of suspicious, recurring payments from Julian's hidden accounts and found that they led directly to a shell account owned by Sophie. At first, I thought it was a banking error. But then Leo uncovered the deleted call logs and text messages. There were hundreds of long conversations between Sophie and Julian, always perfectly timed for when I was out of the house. The realization hit me like a freight train. Julian had actively exploited my sister's crippling weakness. He offered to pay off her $40,000 gambling debts to illegal bookies in exchange for her acting as his personal spy. He wanted intimate details about our parents' estate, my mother's declining health, the exact terms of an old trust fund my late grandfather had established for me, and worst of all, he paid her to report back on my emotional state, and whether I was planning to leave him. Sophie, trapped by her own shame and immense fear, had sold me out. She answered every question. She fed him every secret. To Julian, Sophie wasn't family, she was just a cheap tool to maintain his surveillance state, and to me, she was the ultimate, agonizing reminder of just how far his toxic reach extended. When I read the transcripts of her telling Julian about my private therapy sessions, I didn't feel rage, I just felt a hollow, crushing sorrow. Betrayal doesn't always come with a villainous laugh, sometimes it comes wrapped in desperate survival. Julian had cornered her, and he handed her a lifeline woven from my pain. Still, I didn't confront her, I just silently took screenshots of her complicity and added her name to Evelyn's growing file of evidence. Because in the end, whether by choice or by coercion, she had become a vital strand in his web. And to destroy the web, you have to burn every single strand. I cut her out of my heart right then and there. Our 10th wedding anniversary was supposed to be a milestone celebration. Instead, it became the night my husband decided to sign his own death warrant. Julian had booked a table at the most exclusive, high-end seafood restaurant in downtown Seattle. The waiter had just set down a massive, smoking dry ice dessert platter when Julian raised his glass of $500 champagne in a toast. To 10 years of you learning how to be a proper wife, he said smoothly, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, his eyes cold and entirely dead. I forced a polite smile, tasting absolute bile behind the sweetness of the chocolate. I knew what Maya and Leo had found that morning. I knew his world was ending tomorrow. I just had to survive tonight. Hours later, his real anniversary gift revealed itself. Instead of driving his Mercedes back to our waterfront estate, Julian abruptly steered the car onto the dark, rain-slicked interstate heading east. The glowing lights of the Seattle skyline faded in the rearview mirror as a heavy, suffocating silence filled the leather interior. Where are we going, Julian? Why are we taking this highway? I asked, keeping my voice intentionally small and fearful, exactly how he liked it. My questions were met with clipped, annoyed grunts. The rain began to pour, fat drops hammering against the windshield. Finally, after 40 minutes of tense driving, he pulled off the highway and steered into a completely deserted, unlit rest stop 42 miles from the city limits. The place was nothing more than cracked, weed-choked pavement, flickering broken streetlights, and a boarded-up old visitor center. He put the car in park but left the engine running. He tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, visibly savoring the power trip, then slowly turned his head to look at me. "Get out," he ordered, his voice dripping with absolute satisfaction. "Julian, what? It's pouring rain. We're in the middle of nowhere," I pleaded, pressing the hidden record button on the phone in my pocket. "You've forgotten your place lately, Chloe. You've been asking too many questions about the accounts. You need a lesson. Walking 40 miles home in the dark might teach you some respect and remind you exactly who provides for you. Get out of my car." I opened the door slowly, the freezing wind and rain instantly soaking my dress. My heart was pounding, but not from fear. It was pure, unadulterated adrenaline. I stepped onto the wet asphalt and slammed the door. As the Mercedes peeled away, its red taillights disappearing into the stormy darkness, I didn't run after him. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. Instead, I stood in the rain and calmly counted to 60. 58, 59, 60. Suddenly, the blinding LED headlights of a massive black Ford SUV flared to life from behind the rusted dumpsters at the edge of the lot. The engine roared, and the truck pulled up right beside me. The passenger door popped open. My brother Leo was sitting in the driver's seat, the heater blasting, a heavy wool blanket and a steaming thermos of coffee waiting on the seat. "Did you get the audio?" Leo asked, his jaw clenched tight with rage. I pulled the phone from my pocket, the red recording dot still blinking. Every single word. He just handed us the very last nail for his coffin. By the time Leo and I drove back into the city, the storm had escalated into a full-blown tempest. Lightning violently split the sky. But inside the SUV, I had never felt warmer or safer. We had rehearsed this exact scenario for weeks. I was absolutely not going back to that house. I was going somewhere Julian would never, ever think to look. Leo dropped me off a block away from a modest, older hotel near the riverfront. Its warm lobby lights and faded carpets felt like heaven compared to the desolate highway. I intentionally walked in alone, my hair dripping wet, my expensive dress ruined, my hands shaking just enough to look entirely believable as a traumatized victim. At the front desk, a young clerk named Sarah looked up, her eyes widening in absolute shock at my appearance. "Oh my God, ma'am, are you okay? Do you need me to call the police?" she asked, her voice trembling with genuine concern. My husband left me at a rest stop on the highway," I whispered, letting my voice crack perfectly. I had to walk for miles in the storm, before a truck driver finally helped me. Sarah's face shifted from surprise to absolute horror. She immediately rushed out from behind the desk, wrapped a warm hotel towel around my freezing shoulders, and guided me to a chair in the lobby. She immediately called the local precinct to draft an official incident report. Just as Evelyn had coached me, I now had a bulletproof, third-party, time-stamped police record of the exact date, time, my physical condition, and my statement. I checked into room 412 under my maiden name, Chloe Bennett, using a secure emergency credit card that Maya had set up months ago, one Julian had zero access to. Once I was inside the room, I locked the deadbolt, fastened the chain, and finally let out a massive breath. For the first time in 7 years, I felt the intoxicating rush of total control. Julian was currently driving home to his empty mansion, sipping his expensive scotch, imagining me shivering, crying, and broken on the side of a highway. He thought I was powerless. In reality, I was already holding the detonator to his entire life. An hour later, Leo slipped into my room through the back stairwell, setting up his encrypted laptop on the small desk. Maya was already on a secure video call from her home office. "Play it," Maya said. Leo transferred the audio file from my phone. The words played back with chilling, crystal clarity. "You need a lesson, Chloe. Walking 40 miles home in the dark might teach you some respect." His voice, so arrogant, cold, and certain, filled the small hotel room. It was the exact kind of undeniable, malicious domestic abuse evidence that no judge on earth could possibly ignore. "Got him," Evelyn's voice chimed in as she joined the conference call. "I'm filing the emergency ex parte motion at 7 a.m. sharp. But Maya, tell me you have the financial kill shot." Maya smiled, sharing her screen. "Oh, I have it." While Julian was busy abandoning his wife tonight, he authorized a massive wire transfer of $450,000 from the firm's escrow account directly into his personal Shadow LLC in the Bahamas. It's blatantly illegal commingling of client funds. I've already compiled the complete 400-page dossier. The SEC and the FBI Financial Crimes Division are going to have an absolute field day. But the money wasn't his only dirty secret. Thanks to the microscopic cameras Leo had installed, we had hours of damning video footage. Just 2 weeks earlier, Julian had brought Vanessa Thorne, his 24-year-old executive assistant, into our home while I was visiting my mother. The high-definition footage showed the two of them drinking my expensive wine in the living room, with Vanessa draped in the exact silk robe Julian had bought me for our honeymoon. In one crystal clear recording, Julian laughed, pouring her another glass. Don't worry about Chloe, the prenup is ironclad. She gets absolutely nothing. By the time she realizes, the accounts are empty, we'll be living in Zurich. I watched the footage on Leo's screen with a strange, icy calm. The heartbreak had died months ago. What remained was a hard, cold, unyielding resolve. Every file, every audio recording, every offshore bank transfer was another heavy stone in the massive wall we had built around him. Julian believed he held all the power in the world. What he didn't realize was that the storm he had created was about to sweep everything he valued away forever. The morning after Julian abandoned me, Evelyn filed for an emergency hearing at the county courthouse. By 1 p.m., I walked into the heavy oak doors of courtroom 4B wearing a sharp, tailored navy suit I had purchased quietly weeks earlier. It wasn't just clothing, it was armor. Leo walked beside me carrying a locked briefcase containing the laptop and recordings, while Maya rolled in two massive banker's boxes overflowing with forensic financial documents. We were a firing squad, and we were ready. Inside the courtroom, Julian sat confidently beside his freshly hired, high-priced attack dog attorney, Vance Sterling. Julian looked slightly annoyed but mostly arrogant, his tie perfectly straight. When his eyes finally met mine across the aisle, a flicker of absolute rage crossed his face. He had fully expected me to come crawling back home in tears, begging for his forgiveness. Instead, he found me standing tall, flanked by a legal team he didn't know I could afford. All rise, the bailiff called out. Judge Harrison entered the room. He was a no-nonsense veteran of family court, known for fiercely cutting through rich men's excuses. Evelyn wasted zero time. She stood up, her voice ringing like a bell. Your Honor, last night, the respondent, Julian Vance, deliberately and maliciously abandoned his wife at a deserted highway rest stop 42 miles from their home during a severe thunderstorm. This was an act of extreme emotional and physical abuse, designed to terrorize my client. We have the audio recording of the incident. Before Vance Sterling could even open his mouth to object, Evelyn pressed play on the Bluetooth speaker. Julian's arrogant, cruel voice echoed off the courtroom walls. You need a lesson, Chloe. Walking 40 miles home in the dark might teach you some respect. The entire courtroom fell dead silent. Judge Harrison's gaze snapped to Julian, his eyes hardening into steel. Mr. Vance, the judge said, his voice dangerously low. Did you say those words? Did you leave your wife on the side of a highway in a storm? Julian physically recoiled, shifting uncomfortably in his expensive chair. Your Honor, it was a complete misunderstanding. We had an argument, and she demanded to get out of the car. I was just giving her space. Save it, Judge Harrison snapped, slamming his gavel. I've heard enough on that front. Miss Croft, proceed. Evelyn then unleashed the financial apocalypse. She presented the bank statements, tracing millions of dollars being illegally funneled from joint marital accounts and hedge fund client escrows into offshore Bahamian shell companies. Maya displayed massive, color-coded charts of the hidden transfers on the courtroom projector. The pile of undeniable evidence grew higher and heavier with every passing second. Vance Sterling looked like he was going to vomit. He had clearly been completely blindsided by his own client's massive fraud. Just as Sterling desperately tried to call for a recess, the heavy wooden doors at the back of the courtroom dramatically swung open. 6 federal agents wearing windbreakers with FBI and SEC printed on the back marched down the aisle, holding a massive stack of federal warrants. The timing was absolutely deliberate. Evelyn had anonymously forwarded Maya's entire 400-page dossier to the FBI's white-collar crime tip line 48 hours earlier. Julian's empire wasn't just collapsing, it was being utterly obliterated in real time. And then, as if the universe wanted to twist the knife one final time, Vanessa Thorne, the mistress assistant, stormed into the gallery. She looked completely hysterical, her mascara running down her face. Her voice shook as she screamed across the silent courtroom, entirely ignoring the bailiff. You lied to me, Julian, she shrieked, waving her phone in the air. The feds just raided the downtown office. They took my laptop. You said the divorce was already final. You said the money was clean. Julian buried his face in his hands, his perfectly styled hair falling out of place. His grand lesson in respect had officially turned into his total undoing. The emergency family court hearing was only the opening act. Within 3 weeks, Julian was federally indicted on 24 counts, including wire fraud, massive embezzlement, tax evasion, and financial abuse. The subsequent criminal trial drew reporters and news vans from across the entire state. Each morning, the courthouse steps absolutely swarmed with cameras eager to capture the spectacular downfall of a man who was once hailed as Seattle's financial genius. Inside the courtroom, the atmosphere was suffocatingly heavy. Witness after witness took the stand to destroy him. Elderly clients testified through tears about how Julian had manipulated them, convinced them to sign complex derivative papers they barely understood, and drained their retirement savings. 170-year-old widow described how he constantly gaslit her, telling her she was simply misremembering her own account withdrawals, planting deep psychological doubts, until she genuinely questioned her own sanity. It was the exact same playbook he had used on me. Former employees from his hedge fund explained how he viciously ordered them to falsify SEC records, punishing anyone who dared to ask questions by threatening their careers. Maya Sharma walked the jury through the sprawling charts of offshore accounts, brilliantly exposing a pattern of massive deception stretching back nearly a decade. But the most dramatic testimony of the entire trial came from Vanessa. No longer polished and glamorous, she sat on the witness stand wearing a plain beige sweater, looking utterly exhausted. She fully admitted to her affair with Julian but revealed that she had also been secretly recording their private conversations to protect herself. He called it playing chess while everyone else was playing checkers, she said into the microphone, her voice echoing in the silent room. She played a recording from her phone where Julian's voice boasted loudly about draining his clients' accounts, bribing auditors, and leaving me with absolutely nothing but the clothes on my back. The jury listened in horrified silence, their faces hardening into pure disgust with every arrogant word. And then came the final shock that absolutely no one, not even me, expected. The federal prosecutors called a young man named Tyler Hayes to the stand. Tyler was a 19-year-old college student who nervously introduced himself as Julian's secret biological son from a relationship he had hidden for 2 decades. Tyler's mother had been receiving massive monthly hush money payments of $5,000 directly from Julian funds that Maya's forensic trace proved came directly from stolen client escrow accounts. The shocking revelation painted Julian not only as a massive financial fraud but as a deeply disturbed sociopath willing to use stolen pensioner money to conceal his secret family. In a last, desperate bid to save his own ego, Julian insisted on taking the stand himself. Against the frantic advice of his defense attorneys, he tried to spin an elaborate, delusional story where he was simply a misunderstood genius, claiming that his employees framed him, and even wildly accusing me of forging the financial documents to ruin him out of jealousy. But under the brutal, surgical cross-examination of the lead federal prosecutor, his lies completely unraveled. He stuttered, he contradicted himself, and finally, he lost his temper, screaming at the prosecutor in front of the jury. By the time he stepped down, the jury no longer saw a brilliant hedge fund manager. They saw a pathetic, vicious man, permanently trapped in his own web of deceit. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours. When they returned to the courtroom, the verdict was incredibly clear: guilty on all 24 counts. Each word echoed through the courtroom like a heavy hammer striking an anvil. Wire fraud, embezzlement, conspiracy. Julian's multi-million-dollar empire had been reduced to ash. 2 weeks later, we gathered one last time for his sentencing hearing. Judge Harrison's voice carried the heavy weight of absolute finality as he stared down from the bench. Mr. Vance, you exploited the deep trust of your spouse, you viciously targeted vulnerable elderly clients, and throughout this entire proceeding, you have shown absolutely zero remorse. You are a predator in a custom suit. This court sentences you to 120 months in federal prison without the possibility of early parole, 10 years behind bars. The man who had once prided himself on absolute control was forced to stand up, his hands roughly pulled behind his back, and shackled by the U.S. Marshals. Before he was led away through the side door, Julian turned his head to look at me one last time. His eyes were filled with pure, unadulterated fury. He mouthed the words, "This isn't over." I didn't flinch. I stood up from my bench, my voice calm, steady, and loud enough for him to hear over the murmurs of the courtroom. You're right. The civil suits to seize your remaining properties start next Monday. Julian's face drained of all color as the marshals shoved him through the door. The heavy wooden door slammed shut, echoing like a gunshot. For the first time in 7 years, I was no longer the one being silenced. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed me with questions, microphones flashing under the bright afternoon sun. Evelyn shielded me from the noise, but I could feel the massive, tectonic shift inside my soul. I was no longer the terrified woman abandoned in the rain at a dark rest stop. I was the woman who had turned horrific betrayal into federal evidence, deep humiliation into terrifying strength, and his toxic control into absolute justice. Julian's lesson had ended. Mine was just beginning. With Julian firmly behind bars, I faced a massive choice. I could take my share of the recovered assets, quietly move to a new city, and rebuild my life in total peace. Or, I could take the immense pain he caused and transform it into a weapon to protect others. The decision was easy. Using the massive federal whistleblower reward I received from the SEC, along with the liquidated assets Evelyn secured through the divorce and civil courts, I founded the Vanguard Refuge. It is a comprehensive, heavily funded foundation dedicated entirely to helping women who are trapped in severe financial and emotional abuse find safety, legal representation, and an escape route. Leo oversees the physical security branch of the foundation, installing hidden panic buttons, sweeping for spyware, and providing secure transport for women fleeing dangerous homes. Maya runs our financial forensics department, teaching clients exactly how to spot hidden offshore accounts, track unauthorized crypto transfers, and secretly secure their credit. Evelyn offers free, aggressive legal clinics, showing terrified women how to navigate brutal divorce proceedings and custody battles against wealthy, powerful abusers. What had started as my desperate, lonely survival plan had officially become a massive lifeline for hundreds of others. Our very first client was a woman named Elena. She was a middle school teacher whose wealthy surgeon husband had completely hidden their life savings, frozen her credit cards, and repeatedly threatened to take her children away if she ever tried to leave. She came to us completely broken and terrified. Within 3 short weeks, Maya traced every single hidden dollar. Evelyn filed the emergency ex parte papers, and Leo arranged her completely safe, undetected transition into a secure apartment while her husband was at the hospital. I sat with Elena in our office as she cried tears of pure relief, recognizing my own past terror in her eyes. When she left with her children, holding the keys to her new life in her hand, I understood exactly why Vanguard mattered. Julian had tried to erase my existence, but instead, he had accidentally given me my life's true purpose. Vanguard wasn't just my revenge, it was my rebirth. 6 months after the trial concluded, a single letter arrived in the mail at my office. The handwriting on the envelope was unmistakable. It was Julian's, written in neat, tight cursive on cheap federal prison stationery. It was 4 pages of rambling, delusional bitterness, entirely blaming me for his spectacular downfall, claiming I had maliciously set him up from the very start, and whining about the terrible food and the lack of respect he received from the guards. He ended the letter with a single, pathetic line. "I hope you finally learned your lesson." I read the letter exactly once. I didn't cry. I didn't feel a single ounce of anger. I just smiled, walked over to my desk, and quietly slipped the letter into a custom glass frame. That letter now hangs proudly on the wall of my office at the Vanguard Refuge, right beside dozens of smiling photos of the women and children we have helped rebuild their lives. When new, terrified clients come into my office and nervously ask about the framed letter, I look them dead in the eye and tell them the absolute truth. Yes, I did learn a lesson. I learned that cruelty and control will always expose themselves if you have the quiet patience to meticulously collect the evidence. I learned that no human being on this earth deserves to be silenced, financially isolated, or abandoned in the dark. But most importantly, I learned that true strength is not loud, violent, or arrogant. True strength is entirely silent. It is steady, it is strategic, and once it is unleashed, it is absolutely unstoppable. His cruel words, meant to permanently break me, became my daily, beautiful reminder of absolute victory. Looking back, I see that stormy night at the desolate highway rest stop not as a tragic ending, but as the spark that burned his entire world to the ground. Julian thought he was teaching me about obedience. Instead, he handed me the exact proof I needed to reclaim my freedom and destroy him. The absolute truth is that abuse is not always obvious. It doesn't always leave bruises. Sometimes, it hides in missing bank statements, in the sudden cancellation of a credit card, in a sister's gambling debt, or in the arrogant way a man dismisses your voice at a crowded dinner table. But every single lie leaves a pattern. Every single secret can be uncovered. No one deserves to feel powerless in their own home. No one deserves to be left out in the storm. Moocher fiancé faked trauma for years. I kicked him out, to a homeless shelter, and uncovered his sickening allowance scam. Alright, buckle up Reddit. Because this is going to be a long, exhausting ride, and I am at the absolute end of my rope. I, 31 female, am currently engaged to my fiancé, let's call him Carter, 29 male. We have been living together in my apartment for about 2.5 years now. Before he moved in, we had a very messy, on and off long-distance relationship that spanned half a decade. I have been deeply, overwhelmingly frustrated with him for a long time now, basically for the last 1.5 years because of a massive myriad of issues. But the pressure cooker is finally coming to an explosive peak. Here is the brutal reality of our situation. I work a full-time, high-stress job as a crisis counselor for at-risk youth. It is incredibly demanding, emotionally draining, and it barely pays me well enough to support just myself, let alone the both of us. My salary is around $58,000 a year before taxes. In our city, rent alone is $1,000, $850 a month. By the time I pay for utilities, groceries, gas, and my own medical bills, there is absolutely nothing left. We are living strictly paycheck to paycheck, one disaster away from total financial ruin. When I get home at 6 p.m. every day, I am completely, utterly beat. I am emotionally empty. Carter moved from out of state to live with me. When we made this massive decision, the initial, concrete plan was for him to find a job within the first month. We agreed he would work at least a part-time gig, maybe 20 to 25 hours a week at a grocery store, a coffee shop, literally anywhere. That extra income would allow us to live comfortably, stop hyperventilating over grocery prices, and be able to save at least a little bit for our future wedding and an emergency fund. Right now, we have exactly $0 in savings. I literally have $14 in my checking account as I type this. He hasn't found a job in a year and a half. Whenever I ask him about it, he gets defensive and says he's been looking. I've snooped enough on his laptop to know he technically has submitted a few applications, but seriously. A year and a half of looking and he only has a handful of interviews to show for it? He hasn't really ever worked a job for more than a year consecutively in his entire life. He only has a high school equivalency diploma. For the first year he lived here, he hemmed and hawed about going to community college, constantly changing his mind about what he wanted to do for a living. He would talk in circles, saying he wanted to do IT, then graphic design, then coding. I spent hours of my precious free time, helping him look up programs, mapping out financial aid, and trying to help him figure it out. But it eventually became painfully obvious that he was just telling me what he thought I wanted to hear to get me off his back. He said he wanted to go to school for IT, but it turns out he just thought it was something he could do from a chair, and he didn't actually want to put the work in. Even when he said he was looking up certification programs, he wasn't really applying himself or studying for the entrance exams. So, finally, a few months ago, I snapped. I gave him a whole rant, standing in our tiny kitchen while he sat on the couch scrolling on his phone. I said, I know you're not really doing anything seriously, dude. What do you actually want to do with your life? I literally gave him a 2-week deadline to look up career paths and pick one he could actually see himself doing, or I was going to lose my mind. After having to push him and nag him every single day for those 2 weeks, he finally comes to me with his grand life plan. He picks being a YouTuber. Yes, a YouTuber. It is a bit unconventional, and frankly, I wanted to scream, but I tried to be supportive. There are people who make a good living doing it, right? He has some online gaming friends who supposedly make decent side money from streaming. So, I took a deep breath and said, okay. I had people support me through my rigorous master's degree to get my dream job, so I told myself I would do the same for him. I wanted to be the supportive partner. We scraped together $350 that we absolutely did not have, and I bought him a high-end Shure microphone, a webcam, and a ring light. The strict promise was that if I bought him this expensive gear, he would treat YouTube like a full-time job. He would wake up early, record, edit, and build a channel. I even told him, you don't have to apply for traditional jobs for the next 6 months, just focus entirely on getting this channel started and monetized. Well, that dedicated career lasted for exactly 1 month. He uploaded a few highly inconsistent, incredibly boring gaming videos, and then the excuses started pouring in. He began hemming and hawing again. He said the algorithm was rigged against new creators. He said his gaming PC wasn't fast enough to render videos. So, I sit him down for another serious talk. I ask him, why isn't this happening? I don't expect you to make it big and buy us a mansion, but I expect you to at least have consistent uploads. The style of video he uploads is barely edited anyway. He basically just hits record on his screen, mumbles into the microphone while playing a game, checks the sound levels, and calls it a hard day's work. It takes him maybe 2 hours tops. We dug a bit deeper during this argument, and it turns out, according to him, he has a mental block because of his emotionally abusive childhood. Now, I need to pause here. I totally get childhood trauma. I work with children who have experienced horrific abuse, and I spend my days studying the effects of complex trauma on the developing brain and human behavior. Plus, I've experienced my own severe childhood issues, and have spent years in therapy untangling them. So, I tried so incredibly hard to be understanding. I validated his feelings. I told him his trauma was real. But I also told him that trauma explains our behavior. It does not excuse it. It cannot be a permanent shield to avoid participating in adult life. So, now he says he still wants to do YouTube, but absolutely nothing is being done. For a while, he claimed he was watching other videos to research the market. But even if I believe that, watching other people play video games for 10 hours a day went on for way too long to be considered reasonable research. After more digging, I realized nothing was happening. Zero recording. Zero editing. Just him sitting in his gaming chair on Discord with his friends all day. Months go by. I start talking to my own therapist about this. I realize that, honestly, I am okay with him not bringing in an income temporarily, but if he's not going to work, and he's not going to do YouTube, I want him to do 90% of the household cleaning. I want to come home to a clean house. I want the laundry folded. I want the dishes done. He is home 24/7. It is the absolute bare minimum. I present this to him. He agrees enthusiastically. Great, I thought. Finally, some balance. But no. For months, I would come home after a grueling 1-0-hour shift dealing with suicidal teenagers, and the house would be barely cleaned, or not cleaned at all. Why? Because he had a bad day. Because his game crashed. Because he slept wrong and his neck hurt. Months of this. I have been asking him nicely. I have been helping him form chore schedules. I bought him a whiteboard. I helped him with his mental health issues, buying him cognitive behavioral therapy workbooks to work through his trauma. I gave more and more and more of myself until I was hollow. Right before Christmas, the tension reached a boiling point. I took a rare week-long vacation from work, just to rest my brain. Instead of resting, I spent the entire week deep cleaning the absolute crap out of our apartment with zero help from him. Why? Because his foot hurt. He stubbed his toe or tweaked his ankle, and suddenly he was completely bedridden. There was plenty of stuff he could have done without using his foot folding laundry while sitting on the bed, chopping vegetables, sorting mail, but I got zero support. I scrubbed the baseboards. I bleached the bathroom. I vacuumed behind the couch. The house was finally spotless. No thanks to him. My vacation ends, and I go back to work. Before I leave the house at 7 a.m., I look at him and say, "Please, all I ask is that you put away the clean dishes from the dishwasher, wipe out the microwave because soup exploded in it yesterday, and wipe down the stovetop." 3 simple tasks. It would take 20 minutes. I come home at 6:30 p.m. I walk into the kitchen. The microwave has not been touched. The crusted soup is still plastered to the roof of it. Most of the dishes are put away, but some are shoved into the completely wrong cabinets, and there's still a pile of wet stuff sitting in the dish rack. The stove top was quickly wiped down with a wet rag, but there are still greasy spots and burnt crumbs everywhere. And where is Carter? He is sitting in the living room, wearing his headset, loudly playing Dungeons and Dragons with his friends online. I see red. I am instantly furious. I confront him, and immediately, he gets defensive. He starts raising his voice, saying I'm micromanaging him, that he was going to get to it later, and that I don't appreciate the dishes he did put away. We argue. Eventually, the yelling stops, we talk it out, and he promises to do better. He gives me the sad puppy dog eyes, and apologizes. But Reddit, we have had that exact same conversation over, and over, and over, and over again. To be fair, he has improved slightly over the last 9 months compared to the first year, mostly because I wasn't really holding him accountable back then. But I feel more like a toxic mix of his mother, his therapist, and his parole officer than his fiancée. I don't want to be a naggy, screaming sitcom wife. I just want to be a partner. I don't think I should have to constantly, daily, beg for basic hygiene and cleanliness. I don't think I should be the driving force for every single forward movement in his life. He just naturally tends towards complete complacency. I genuinely don't think he realizes just how incredibly cush and easy his damn life is right now. We only have 2 cats. We have no kids. Our apartment is 800 square feet. It's not like there is a massive estate to maintain. Yet he gets to stay in his pajamas, sit on his expensive computer, play video games, and hang out on Discord all day while I grind my bones to dust to pay for the electricity powering his PC. Granted, I have my own emotional and mental health issues. My job gives me severe secondary trauma, and I battle with depression. Carter can be very supportive through that. When I cry, he holds me. He listens to me vent about work. I know I'm not always the easiest person to live with when my depression flares up, but I don't think I'm being unreasonable here. He has high-speed internet, a fridge full of food, and a warm roof over his head. He has never paid a single utility bill. He has never bought a single bag of groceries. He doesn't drive, so he literally just sits around the apartment 24/7. He has a long, documented history of bad work ethic, quitting jobs without notice, and zero internal motivation. And the guilt. The guilt is what keeps me chained to him. Without me, he has absolutely nothing here. He and his family are on the outs. He claims they were horribly abusive and cut him off financially when he refused to comply with their toxic demands. He's halfway across the country from where he grew up. He knows no one in this city except the people he's met through me. He has no money, no car, no resources. If I kick him out, he will literally be on the street. So I feel incredibly guilty and obligated to protect him. But I know I shouldn't. I'm just so mad at the entitled attitude he has, and the way he completely shuts down and pouts when I try to talk about our future. I know his shutting down is a trauma reaction, but still. I love him so much, but I am getting so fed up I can barely breathe. If anyone read this massive wall of text, thank you. I think I mostly just needed to vent into the void. I would appreciate any advice on how to talk to him and finally get through to him. Hello, lovely people of Reddit. So, back in January, I now 32 female posted about my deteriorating relationship with my then fiancé, Carter, now 30 male. I don't remember exactly how long I left that original post up, but it couldn't have been more than about 24 hours. In that short amount of time, what felt like an absolute avalanche of comments hit me, thousands of notifications, and they all, literally every single one of them, told me to leave him. I had exactly one private message from someone who said they understood the trauma bonding aspect, but literally every other comment screamed at me to run. Some comments were funny, calling him a hobosexual. Some were dead serious. Some were short, just saying dump him. Some were long essays. People shared their own experiences of supporting deadbeat partners. People shared excellent, specific, actionable advice on how to legally evict a tenant. I was ready to hear absolutely none of it. In a blind panic, feeling attacked and defensive of the man I loved, I deleted the post. I tried to scrub it from my mind and forget it ever happened. But see, the funny thing is, Reddit had emailed me a notification for almost every single comment. Naturally, in my darkest moments late at night, I couldn't resist. I opened my email and I read every single one of them. But despite reading the cold, hard truth, I ignored all the good people of Reddit. I ignored my friends. I ignored my family. I ignored my therapist. I ignored my own sound, logical judgment. And I stayed with him. Why? Honestly, it boils down to a few very dark things. First and foremost, back then, my self-esteem was completely non-existent. I was dealing with overwhelming, crushing stress from my high-demand job, which was compounded by intermittent bouts of full, major depression. And I mean serious depression. Before I wrote that first post, I had already spent a month on sick leave from work because I was feeling acutely suicidal. The financial stress and the emotional burden of carrying another adult had broken my brain. A month after I deleted the post, I actually had to take over 2 more months off of work because the suicidal ideation returned with a vengeance. I was drowning. And truly, deeply, I hated myself. Carter was all I believed I could get. I thought I was broken, unlovable baggage, and that this bare minimum existence was my ceiling. And to his credit, he did say the right things when I was feeling low. Of course, looking back, I realize I had to specifically feed him lines beforehand so he would know what to say. I would literally have to say, I need you to tell me I'm smart, and that we will be okay. And he would parrot it back. And of course, if I didn't calm down or pep up fast enough to his liking, he would start to cry. He would shut down, curl into a ball, and say he was a terrible fiancé, and my sick, trauma-wired brain would immediately snap into helper mode. I would stop crying about wanting to end my life and I would start comforting him. Yes, read that again. I was feeling actively suicidal, terrified I would lose control and end my life, and somehow, in the middle of my crisis, it became my responsibility to keep Carter emotionally stable. I'm sure that gives you all a crystal clear insight into our toxic dynamic. I was the adult, the fixer, the mother. He was essentially my child, my pet project. Which leads me to the second reason I stayed. I said it in my original post, but he knew absolutely no one but me. He had some Discord friends, sure, but none he felt comfortable opening up to by his own admission. He moved across state lines to live with me. He cut off his family because, according to him, they were horribly abusive, and stopped enabling him. Spoiler alert, this was a massive lie, but we will get to that. His one cousin he was close to had tragically died years ago. His entire support system was me. Just me. After months of me literally hounding him, filling out the paperwork for him, and holding his hand like a toddler, he did eventually get some food stamps and state medical insurance. So, obviously, problem solved, right? I finally had an extra couple $100 a month in food stamps to add to the household budget. Just kidding. It barely made a dent because he used the food stamps to buy expensive junk food and energy drinks for his gaming sessions, while I was still paying cash for our actual dinners. Without me, he lost his housing, his sense of purpose, his food, his internet entertainment, his planned future, his entire existence. I stayed because I felt it would be 100% my fault if this person ended up dying in a gutter. I had promised him once, during a late-night crying session, that I would never let him be homeless again. I had mentioned earlier his family stopped enabling him. That's how he ended up briefly homeless the first time before we moved in together. Was that a bright, neon, flashing red flag? Yes. Did I see it as such? Yes. Did my broken brain then turn it into a romantic, Romeo and Juliet narrative because he told me he thought of my face on those cold nights sleeping in his car? Foolishly. Disgustingly, yes. The third reason I stayed is that I am a stubborn creature, and I have severe anxious attachment issues. Carter and I have known each other since 2017. We met playing an online MMO, and he immediately clamped onto me. I was in the middle of my worst depressive episode to date at the time. I was isolated, unemployed, and desperate for any human connection. My vulnerability worked perfectly in his favor, didn't it? Well, I managed to dump him in early 2018 when the long distance got too weird. But then I foolishly texted him to wish him a happy birthday in 2019, and suddenly, without my realizing how the hell it happened, we were back together by the end of the year. He even flew out to visit me for the first time. We actually had a lot of fun. He was working a decent warehouse job then, and I soon found a job to reintroduce myself to society and learn how to be a functioning person again. Then, the mask slipped. He quit his warehouse job. He didn't give 2 weeks' notice. He quit by just not showing up to work anymore because his boss looked at him wrong. He had no other job lined up. I had begged him on the phone to find another job before quitting. He promised he would. He lied. So, with exactly $0 saved in his bank account, and me only just working my way out of a depressive episode making $15 an hour, guess who suddenly was supporting 2 people, in 2 different states, in 2 different apartments? I was sending him half my paycheck just so he wouldn't get evicted. Is that mathematically sustainable? No, it is not. Eventually, the stress broke me, and I managed to work up the guts to dump him again. Lo and behold, without him draining me, I got better. My depression ended for the time being. My job stabilized. Better than that, I went back to school, got my degree, and managed to work myself up into my current, much better paying but extraordinarily high-pressure career. Fast forward to Christmas 2021. Guess who calls me out of the blue? If you guessed Carter, boy, are you right. He says he misses me. I, feeling nostalgic and lonely during the holidays, say I miss him too. He says he finally has a good job and is in therapy. I say, that's great, so do I. I tell him, hey, let's take this very, very slow. His response? He says nothing. He completely ghosts me for 2 weeks until after New Year's. And let me tell you, my anxious, ambivalent attachment style went absolutely buck wild. The sudden withdrawal of attention drove me insane. When he finally hit me up again in mid-January, my anxiety was so high that I immediately said I was all in. I was a complete fool. In late January 2022, Carter tells me, babe, I should just move out there and we should live together. I'll transfer my job. I was high on that toxic, early relationship butterfly feeling, and fool that I was, I said, brilliant idea. So by mid-February 2022, Carter moves to my state. Surprise, surprise, he didn't actually transfer his job. He had quit it 3 weeks prior. He arrived with a suitcase, his gaming PC, and $0. And thus passed the 2.5 years of hell detailed in my original post. After I made that first Reddit post and deleted it, I doubled down. I told myself I could fix him. I said, let me help you. I tried every single psychological trick I could think of to make him clean the freaking apartment and find a job. He did a tiny bit, just enough to keep me from exploding. He'd clean the inside of the toilet bowl, but leave the seat covered in hair and the outside of the bowl dusty. He'd load and run the dishwasher, but leave the clean dishes sitting in there for 2 weeks while we ate off paper plates. He would seldom, if ever, do a damn freaking thing unless I begged, cajoled, cried, or screamed. I asked everyone in my life for advice on how to motivate him. I used all my professional crisis counseling conversation skills when we talked. I validated him. I understood his trauma. I paid for and signed him up for BetterHelp therapy. Blah blah blah. Sometimes, small bursts of effort happened, but overall, no change, nothing. And me? I did better, then I did worse, then better, then worse. And the resentment slowly built. It built, and built, and built, like a cancer in my chest. I had good, insightful, caring friends. I had a supportive family. I had a meaningful job. I had a longtime therapist, and was doing deep, painful work on my past trauma and my depression. I finally got on the right medication. And slowly, without admitting it to anyone, most of all myself, I completely lost patience with Carter. I resented the ever-loving shit out of him. Just hearing him click his gaming mouse from the other room made my blood pressure spike. The relationship was dead and rotting long before I ever realized it. Of all the things to finally turn the tide, of all the therapy sessions and tearful nights, it was a completely random conversation with a coworker that broke the spell. It was late August of this year. I was at work, sitting in the break room, staring blankly at the wall. I had just gotten off a brutal, hour-long telehealth crisis call with a client. Right in the middle of the call, my internet had dropped completely. I had to scramble to use my cellular hotspot to finish saving the kid's life. When I texted Carter to ask if the internet was down at the apartment, he casually replied, "Oh, my bad. I unplugged the router to reset it because my ping in Valorant was too high. I'm in a ranked match." I was physically shaking with rage. I was sitting in the break room, crying over my lukewarm coffee, complaining about Carter to a coworker named Mark. I was not super close to Mark at the time, he was just a guy from the accounting department. We're great friends now. Mark listened to my manic rambling about the router, the dishes, the YouTube microphone, and the years of unemployment. He handed me a napkin, looked me dead in the eyes, and said, "Do you want my actual advice?" I sniffled and said, "Sure." Mark didn't sugarcoat it. He didn't use therapy speak. He just said, "You got to leave him. He's a parasite." He went on to say a few other things about why, about respect and partnership. But that didn't really matter. Because for whatever reason, when Mark said those exact words, "You got to leave him," the fog in my brain instantly evaporated. The cognitive dissonance snapped. I sat up straight, and my inner voice finally said, "Yes, I do." So, I did. I left work early. I drove home in absolute silence. I didn't plan a speech. I didn't write a letter. I walked into the apartment. Carter was exactly where he always was, in his chair, headset on, yelling at a teenager on the internet. I walked over, pulled the plug on his PC monitor, and said, "We're done. Pack your shit." It was hard. It was ugly. I cried. Carter sobbed hysterically. He hyperventilated. He threw himself on the floor. He used every manipulation tactic in the book. He said he would die without me. He said he would kill himself. He said I was abandoning a traumatized victim. For the first time in 7 years, I felt absolutely nothing for him. No pity, no maternal instinct. Just cold, hard exhaustion. I grabbed a garbage bag and started throwing his clothes into it. I grabbed the $350 microphone I bought him and shoved it in his backpack. I packed his bag for him because he was too busy crying on the rug to do it himself. I pulled out my phone, ordered an Uber, and set the destination to the downtown homeless shelter. I marched him out the door, put him in the back seat of the Honda Civic, and watched him drive away. The next day, my guilt flared up just a tiny bit, so I bought him a one-way Greyhound bus ticket back to his home state, to the family he claimed had horribly abused him. I emailed him the ticket QR code. He reached out to them immediately when he realized I was actually done and the shelter was uncomfortable. He hadn't talked to them in over a year, but magically, within 5 minutes, he found a place to stay with them. But Reddit. Here is the absolute most sickening part of this entire saga. Here is the twist that makes me want to vomit every time I think about it. When I was packing his belongings, I had to grab his old, backup iPad to put in his bag. It was dead, so I plugged it in just to make sure it turned on, so he wouldn't accuse me of breaking it. When it powered up, it automatically connected to our Wi-Fi, and a flood of push notifications popped up on the lock screen. I wasn't even snooping. They were just right there in plain text. PayPal, you have received $450 from Sarah, his mother. PayPal, you have received $450 from Sarah, his mother. My heart stopped. My hands started shaking uncontrollably. I unlocked the iPad. He had never changed his passcode from my birthday. I opened his email and his PayPal history. I scrolled. And I scrolled. And I scrolled. Every single month. On the first of every single month, for the entire 2.5 years he lived with me rent-free, claiming his abusive family had cut him off to the point of starvation. His mother had been sending him a $450 grocery allowance. I felt physically sick. I clicked on his transaction history to see where the money was going. Did he save it? Did he use it to pay off his old debts? No. Every single dollar was funneled directly into digital garbage. Hundreds of dollars sent to Riot Games for Valorant weapon skins. Massive charges to Steam for games he played for 2 hours, and abandoned. Hundreds of dollars in Twitch subscriptions and donations to female streamers. Dozens of DoorDash orders for expensive sushi and gourmet burgers that he had delivered and ate while I was at work, while I was literally eating 50-cent cup noodles in my office to save money for our electric bill. He had thousands and thousands of dollars pass through his hands while I was driven to the absolute brink of suicide from financial stress. His trauma wasn't that his parents abused him. His trauma was that they had told him to get a job, and when he refused, they refused to buy him a new $2,000 gaming PC. So, he spun a web of lies, manipulated my savior complex, and moved halfway across the country to live with me to get free rent, free utilities, and free dinners, all while keeping his mother's secret allowance entirely as his personal fun money. When I realized the magnitude of the scam, I didn't even scream, I just laughed. A crazy, hollow laugh. When I went to work the following Monday, I told Mark and my other amazing coworkers the whole story. I cried for literally an hour straight at my desk. I cried from the betrayal, from the sheer humiliation of being played for such a fool. My coworkers rallied around me. A couple of them had actually waited around the block in their cars the day I broke up with him, just in case he got violent, and I needed help. Others made plans with me so I had constant support over the weekend. My parents, who had watched me wither away into a ghost over the last 2 years, offered to let me stay with them. They offered to pay the deposit on a brand new apartment so I could break my lease and leave the shared home that felt tainted by his presence. And literally every single person who knew the situation, who I told about the breakup and the PayPal discovery, said some variation of, "Oh, thank God." My rather colorful, brutally honest mother just hugged me and said, "It's about fucking time you took out the trash." It was hard at first. The weekend after that Thursday when I broke up with him, the withdrawal from the trauma bond hit me. I cried a lot. I doubted myself. But by Monday morning, I felt a physical weight lift off my chest. I could breathe. I healed. I moved to a beautiful, sunny new apartment. I re-established the self-care routines I had let slip away. I strengthened the friendships with the amazing people around me that I had neglected because I was too exhausted to socialize. I went back to intensive therapy, focusing entirely on myself this time. I adjusted my medications. I opened up. I got better. Months later, on a crisp morning in March, I was lying in bed in my new apartment. The sheets were clean. The apartment was completely silent, save for my 2 cats purring at my feet. The air smelled like the lavender diffuser I bought for myself. And I started to cry about the relationship for the first time since that first weekend. But I cried because I am doing so incredibly much better now. I cried because I no longer hate myself. I no longer end my days absolutely exhausted to my marrow. I no longer isolate myself in my bedroom to avoid the sound of a keyboard clicking. I'm losing the stress weight I put on. I'm cooking healthy meals for myself. I'm being social. I am happy. For the first time in my entire adult life, I am genuinely, sustainably happy and confident in myself. I cried because now, I only need to see my therapist once a month just to touch base. Because now, I only need to see my psychiatrist every 6 months for a quick check-in. I cried because my friendships are stronger than ever, my family is closer than ever, and I'm finally painting and making art again. I cannot overstate the massive cosmic difference between the woman I am today and the broken, suicidal woman who wrote that first post a year ago. I never, ever thought I could get to a place where I did not actively hate the person I saw in the mirror. I came back here to write this massive update to say thank you. I know I didn't listen to the plethora of good advice I got on the first post, but I promise you, I read every single word, and it's stuck in my head. Your words, the subtle and not so subtle words from my real-life support system, and Mark's blunt honesty, they all clanged around in my thick skull until they finally clicked. So, thank you, Reddit, for whatever part you played in getting me here. The tough love was worth it. It was all worth it. I want to end this by saying, if any part of my story here resonates with you, if you recognize yourself, your guilt, or your deadbeat partner in my words, please, I am begging you, don't do what I did. Do not wait until you want to die to make a change. Listen to the people trying to help you. Listen to me. Do not be afraid to do the excruciatingly hard thing, and put yourself first. Kick the parasite out. Check their iPad. Reclaim your life. It's incredibly hard, but I promise you, the peace on the other side is worth everything. Lawyer father-in-law and mother-in-law tried to put my autistic wife in a conservatorship. I called the state bar on speakerphone and nuked their lives. My wife, Maya, who is 27 years old, and I have been together for over 4 years. On the autism spectrum is where Maya falls. In addition to being a data analyst, she is a clever and nice person. Additionally, she makes use of stimming, such as rocking or picking at her cuticles, as a means of self-soothing. She also has difficulties with sensory processing, and she periodically battles with executive dysfunction when she is overloaded. Everything about her is wonderful to me. But the narrative of her mother, Evelyn, is much different. Maya and her father were left behind by Evelyn, a narcissist, when Maya was 10 years old so that she could go gold mining. At some point in time, she tied the knot with Richard, a wealthy corporate lawyer. It wasn't until Maya's father passed away that Evelyn made her return to Maya's life. She did so primarily to fulfill the role of the martyr mother, according to her acquaintances at the country club. The nightmare began 2 weeks after Maya and I announced our engagement to each other. We couldn't contain our excitement as we planned a stunning wedding for the fall. Nevertheless, Evelyn instantly took control of the procedure. She requested that we decide on a location that we were unable to afford, invite her wealthy friends, and not include Maya's father's side of the family in the celebration. I was awakened at 3 o'clock in the morning on one occasion, and discovered that the bed was vacant. Following my entrance into the living area, I discovered Maya seated on the floor in the dimly lit room. In addition to rocking back and forth, She was picking at her cuticles with such ferocity that her fingers were bleeding. The room was pitch black, but her phone was illuminating it with its constant buzzing. I grabbed the phone from her in a kind manner. Within the period of 1 hour, Evelyn had dispatched 24 messages to its recipients. Please respond to me right away. It is ungrateful of you to do so. It is for this reason that you require supervision. You are unable to even prepare a basic event. Your father's family is a complete and utter shame, and I will not allow them to embarrass me. A flash of unadulterated wrath struck me. In order to center myself, I put the phone down, went to get the first aid kit, and performed the exercises that I had learned from Maya's therapist. There were 5 objects that she could see, and 4 that she could touch. I had her name. I wrapped her fingers in bandages, brewed her a cup of chamomile tea, and sat with her till she finally dozed off on the couch at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. After she had fallen asleep, I went out to the balcony and took my phone with me. I made a phone call to Evelyn. Her response came on the second ring, and it was obvious that she was anticipating Maya to be sobbing. Keeping my voice at a dangerously low volume, I inquired, "What exactly is going on? You are not to speak to my fiancé like that ever again, and for the record, her dad's family is coming to the wedding. You don't get to dictate our guest list." Evelyn laughed in a mocking manner. My jaw dropped. "And who are you to make that call? I'm paying for the rehearsal dinner. What I say goes. Maya is incapable of making these decisions. She's defective." I observed a crimson color. "Listen to me very carefully. Her dad was the one who raised her. You went gold digging and left them both. Peanut butter sandwiches have had a bigger role in Maya's life than you have. You don't get to waltz in here and play mother of the bride. My house, my rules." When the line was cut off. On the following morning, as I was pouring coffee, I received a call from my phone. It was Richard, the stepfather who was a lawyer. To say hi, he didn't even bother. As if I were a young child who was incapable of performing even the most fundamental mathematical operations, he immediately began dissecting our financial situation. Richard sneered and said, "Every year, you make $75,000, while Maya only makes $65,000. With Seattle rent and your student loans, you can't afford a wedding. Evelyn, is the only way this happens. You will apologize to my wife, and you will fall in line." My response was, "We'll just elope then," and I meant it. "We don't need your money." The tone of Richard's speech became frigid at that moment. "I wouldn't do that if I were you. I have a drafted affidavit, stating Maya is legally incompetent. One filing, and I'll have your marriage invalidated. I'll have you investigated by Adult Protective Services for taking advantage of a disabled woman." Before I had even had a chance to digest the threat, he hung up on me. My body went into a coma. They were threatening to deprive Maya of her human rights, because of a guest list for a wedding. Maya and I reached an agreement to meet them at a high-end Italian restaurant 3 days after our initial meeting. In the hopes of reviving their relationship, Maya wanted to make an effort to attempt to reason with her mother. I went in order to safeguard her. As soon as we took our seats, it was a complete and utter failure. Evelyn made a quick attempt to place an order for Maya as soon as the waiter arrived. "She'll have the buttered noodles. She can't handle complex flavors." Maya responded in a tone that was both gentle and stern, "I'll have the mushroom risotto," while staring at the server. After giving a slight nod, the waiter departed. One of Evelyn's eyes narrowed. She snarled. "Here's what you don't understand," she said as she leaned across the table. "Your father was a violent alcoholic. I did what I did for safety. I had to leave." A little tremor could be heard in Maya's voice as she interrupted. "That is a lie. Dad never drank. You left, because Richard bought you a Mercedes." With the purpose of causing Maya to experience an excess of sensory information, Evelyn raised her voice and said, "Is it a lie?" There were people at surrounding tables who looked over. Exactly what she was doing was not a mystery to Evelyn. She wished for Maya to lose her composure. Following that, Richard reached into his expensive briefcase and extracted a large manila folder from its compartment. "There's actually something else we needed to talk to you about tonight," he continued, flashing me a smirk that caused my fists to clench under the table. "I thought we were going to talk about that tonight." The question that Evelyn posed, which was dripping with a phony concern, was, "Wouldn't you agree that Maya struggles to make her own decisions?" "I think my wife is an amazing, strong, independent, and perfectly capable woman," I stated flatly. Even though Maya was beaming with happiness, Evelyn simply rolled her eyes in a dramatic manner. "My wife and I have done some thinking," Richard replied quietly, folding his hands on the white tablecloth. "We have been thinking about it. And we realize that it's best for everyone if, from now on, Evelyn has the legal authority to make all of Maya's medical and financial decisions for her. For her own protection, of course." I couldn't help but gaze at him, my mind attempting to make sense of the arrogance. "What are you even talking about?" In order to retrieve a legal document, Richard opened the folder and slid it across the table. My jaw dropped to the ground. Specifically, It was a petition for voluntary conservatorship. They desired for Maya to give Evelyn control over her entire life, including her autonomy, her bank accounts, and her decisions regarding her medical care. Richard issued the command, "Sign it," while tapping a silver pen against the page. I looked over the document, and then I looked up at his smug expression. "I'm not signing a damn thing, and neither is she." Richard heaved a sigh, as if he were dealing with a child who was being disruptive. "Then we'll just file an involuntary petition ourselves. We have extensive documentation about Maya's incidents." I asked to know. What incidents? Maya had never been involved in any legal or medical issues in her life. Taking out a second folder, Evelyn retrieved it. After opening it, she discovered a large number of photographs and printed emails. There were photographs of Maya striking her leg when she was feeling overwhelmed, photographs of her rocking back and forth, and journal entries detailing the instances in which she had shut down during arguments. It made me feel sick. Over the course of several years, they had been covertly documenting her autistic characteristics, taking her coping techniques and turning them into evidence to demonstrate that she was insane. I could feel Maya's anxiety beginning to set in. Despite her best efforts to maintain her composure, her respiration became very rapid. It was then that she yelled out, "Why are you doing this to us?" "Because honey," Evelyn said as she moved towards Maya across the table in an attempt to take her hand. It appeared as though Maya had been scorched as she yanked her hand back. "I know what's best for you. You're broken. You need me." Maya immediately began sobbing in a hushed voice, tears flowing down her face. I drew her in closer by wrapping my arm around her shoulder and tugging her in. When Richard said, "Here's our offer," he leaned back in his chair and appeared to be really pleased with himself. "Sign the document. Let my wife take charge of the finances and the medical proxy, and I promise you'll have the most beautiful wedding money can buy." After a little interval, he allowed the menace to linger in the air. "If not, we go to court. And even if I somehow lose, which I won't, you'll pay $150,000 in legal fees minimum. I'll file motion after motion. I'll drag this out for years. I'll depose every teacher, doctor, and therapist she ever had. I will make your lives absolute hell until you run out of money and give up." A smug look appeared on Evelyn's face as she went for the water pitcher. She questioned me with, "Water, dear?" It was at that very time that something went off inside of me. Suddenly, the dread vanished, and in its place came a chilly, planned rage. Neither did I yell. No, I did not turn the table over. I quickly removed my phone from my pocket, dialed a number that I had researched the previous evening just in case, and then put it on speakerphone with the intention of listening to it. It was placed smack dab in the middle of the table by me. Evelyn asked with a smile that was beginning to fade, "What are you doing?" Twice, the phone rang before a person picked up the receiver. "Washington State Bar Association, Ethics and Intake Division. How can I help you?" The entire color of Richard's skin changed. It seemed as if the color had been eradicated from his face. "Hi," I uttered in a crisp and audible manner. "I need to report a licensed attorney for threatening to file a fraudulent conservatorship petition. He is actively extorting my fiancée and me using fabricated medical evidence, threatening to weaponize the legal system to bankrupt us if we don't sign over her civil rights." Richard shouted, "End that call right now," his voice shaking as he spoke. "I have his name, his bar number, and the documents he just slid across the table," I continued to the operator. "I have information about all of these things." His mental state deteriorated. An attempt was made to seize my phone as he lunged across the table, knocking down a wine glass in the process. "You little piece of shoot," he exclaimed. It was then that Maya abruptly cried, "Don't touch him." I had never heard her voice before, but it was louder and more authoritative than I had ever heard it before. A number of diners raised their heads to look at us. She got to her feet. She had stopped crying at that point. Her mother was the object of her utter revulsion as she peered down at her. "You called me names my whole life. You told me my dad's genes made me defective. You told my grandma to die faster so you wouldn't have to see her at the wedding." It was Evelyn's panic. She got to her feet and looked around helplessly at the people who were staring at us. Evelyn cried out to the individuals working at the restaurant, "She's having an episode. Someone help. She's violent when she's like this. Call security." "And I'm not having an episode," Maya remarked, her voice completely calming down to a level that reverberated throughout the restaurant, which was otherwise silent. "You stole my disability back pay to fund your vacations. You told me if I took my own life, at least you'd get a payout from my life insurance." At the table next to us, a man who had been sitting there rose up. It was a nice outfit that he was wearing. He responded, "That sounds exactly like extortion," while looking at Richard in a deadpan expression. "I'm a paralegal at a corporate firm downtown. What you just described is multiple felonies." Evelyn yelled at him, "Mind your own damn business," at the top of her lungs. Next, A woman who was sitting 2 tables over stood up. She yelled out, "Ma'am," in response. "I'm a licensed clinical social worker. Did you just claim this young woman is violent? Because she seems perfectly lucid and calm to me. You're the one screaming and causing a disturbance." There was still a speakerphone in use by the operator of the state bar. "Sir, can you provide the attorney's name?" "Richard Vance," I began, taking a direct look into Richard's eyes, which were filled with fear. There was a significant amount of shaking in Richard's hands when I concluded the call. The beautiful silk blouse that Evelyn wore was pulled by him. "We need to leave. Now." "I'm sorry, honey, we have to go." The shame that Evelyn felt caused her cheeks to flush scarlet, and she snatched her Prada purse and walked out of the room. Just like a puppy that had been booted, Richard scurried behind her. We were the only ones in the restaurant, and everyone was staring at us. It was so difficult for Maya to stand because she was shaking so terribly. Eventually, the adrenaline would fade off. She was able to get to her feet with my assistance, and I wrapped my jacket around her shoulders before we left. The check was not received by us. Nobody made an effort to stop us. Everything was quiet on the way home. The only thing that Maya did was stare out the window while she repeatedly rubbed her hands together. I maintained my grip on the steering wheel with one hand while reaching over to give her a pinch on the thigh with the other. Although my phone was constantly vibrating in my pocket, I chose to ignore it. Maya was already curled up on the couch when we arrived at our flat, and she had her knees pulled up to her chest. I gazed at my mobile device. Evelyn's phone calls were missed 18 times. "We're done," I reassured Maya in a soft voice. "We're never speaking to her again, unless it's through a lawyer." The exhausted-looking Maya nodded her head. "Block her."